Got everybody, Ryan? I'm sorry, something dropped out. Okay, wonderful. Okay, it's 9:00. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to this special meeting of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, November 23rd, 2020. I'd like to invite you all to join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America, to the Republic, and one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So with that, this meeting has been called for one specific purpose, and it has been called by at the request of the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, Supervisors Bass and Supervisor Bohn. So I think what I'll do first is go to you, and then we'll go into the rest of the meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, we had gone, Supervisor Bass and I, we had a budget ad hoc, and there were quite a few gaps because of postings, things that had fallen by the wayside or had not been done. I think we saw a little bit of it when we talked about negotiations, not being able to do that. And we just felt this was something, we talk about it a lot in meetings, closed sessions and things like that, but it's never on the agenda. So I thought we could bring this forward so we could actually get a true meaning and drill down and find out what's actually going on. We're getting it from so many angles. And I get a lot of phone calls from local vendors. We spend $50 to $60 million a year. And during one of the things we'd like to do is do a lot of that with our local vendors, because then they're here, and especially in these COVID times. But some local vendors are not doing business with us anymore because they can't wait for their money for whatever reason. And that it's not necessarily on the auditors. It may be how it's coming through the process. But these are things I'd like to get out in the open, because I sure in heck don't understand it. And I know for the last 2 years, we've heard that the office is changing because we need more oversight. There's serious chances of serious financial misuse. There's corruption. They need accountability and transparency for the county money so we can protect the people of the county's monies. Well, and there's misdirected county funds. And these are all quotes I've taken out over the last few years. And every time I hear that, I think about our 2,300 employees and how that must feel that they're under that type of scrutiny. And I'm hopefully going to find out if we have found any of that serious financial misuse, because the county goes through 12 to 16 audits a year, if not more, for all the state and federal programs and funds we get, plus our regular audits. So this is why it was brought forward, to bring some of this to light. I got a couple of emails that this was all political, and I never in my wildest dreams thought that the auditor controller's office could be a political position, even though it's elected. A lot of counties it's not elected in. So I don't know enough about that. One of the reasons this is, I don't know enough about the office. I do know I went back and looked at the previous auditor. I looked at emails. I had 2 emails with the previous auditor in 7 years. I think I've had over 45 with the current one, trying to get checks for vendors and things like that, and other things that I've that the office has disapproved of. So I just thought it was better to get it out on the table, just for basically the reasons we're talking about, the transparency and accountability of county funds and what this is doing to our special districts. I serve on a couple JPA boards that have been seriously affected. I had one call me the night before payroll. They couldn't meet payroll because they hadn't got their money. It might have been their fault, but it never happened before in the history of this JPA. So I just hopefully we can move forward on this and get this cleaned up, because we spend a lot of time on this, and maybe this is just a big misunderstanding and we're changing the auditor controllers for the best, and it's taking a long time. But the other thing I hear a lot of is staffing, and I want to verify staffing, because I actually went back and looked and asked, and we've added staffing we've added 3 people, senior auditor, accountant. We've added 3 people to that office in the last 2 years. almost a 25% increase in staffing. So with that being said, we have allowed for the staffing. I know one of the issues is we keep hearing that we can't get this done because we don't have any staffing. And I looked back, and we all know our budget hearings. Auditor Controller didn't put a budget in last year's hearing saying they needed staffing. They came up afterwards and said they need staffing. There's protocol that we have to follow. And I usually hear that we need the staffing through the press. So there's a way to do things and a way not to do things. And I think we've provided coaching, we've provided extra staffing, we've had outside accountants come in to help. I mean, the office's success, it's not about the Auditor Controller's office, it's about the office. So I keep saying, but the success of that office really is the success of the county. So I think we're all trying to get to the same place. We just got to figure out how to get there. So I could go on, but I'll let Supervisor Bass go. And I thank everybody for their indulgence on allowing this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn, and thank you to both you and Supervisor Bass for bringing this forward. It's really healthy. Supervisor Bass.
Yeah, Supervisor Bohn shared his thoughts. And I think I come at it from a little bit different direction because I'm not getting the calls from the vendors necessarily, but I certainly am hearing from special districts and schools, fire districts of their concerns. But I found it interesting in at least one of the publications or the articles that was published about this. I think somehow this is being called like the vendetta by Bohn and Bass. And I have to kind of laugh because we got put on the budget ad hoc committee. Any two of the five of this group could be on that committee. And believe me, I kind of wish I wasn't, because unfortunately, when you're in a meeting and you get this kind of information of the challenges that financially you're facing, quite frankly, it would have been a dereliction of our duties as a subcommittee not to bring the conversation here today. This is not one we can generally have in closed session. To have a real frank and honest discussion is hard in public, but that's kind of what we have to do here. And so it's not a really, this isn't exactly one of our more fun meetings I've been looking forward to. But I've heard that we sandbag the auditor, and I really don't think this is a surprise. I suspect with all these conversations going back and forth that I'd be surprised if it wasn't expected. I think it bothers me to read that we just want to rubber stamp and cut corners. And I'm thinking, well, no, there's a lot of things that just aren't being done. But okay, what if we don't even look at the two or the three of the biggest items that are on the agenda in the staff report, or the report that we brought today? Is not just about the big dollar items, which are in the huge numbers of millions right now. It's about the little things. It's been for the last 2 years, and even in the very beginning year where we did add, I believe, 3 staff along the way, there's some things that have not been done. The cash apparently is not being reconciled monthly as required by government code, and perhaps that is wrong information. But then we're also hearing, from the treasurer that the interest apportionment has been off, and that's a problem for the small districts. And even for us, that results in 1.3 million not getting to our general fund for the last couple of years. So there's more than just one issue. And I am hoping that we can find a way to move forward with this that keeps us out of financial harm and actually lets us all move forward. So I'm looking forward in some ways to the conversation today, and but in other ways, I can't say this has been a meeting I've looked forward to with much excitement.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Bass. I'll just weigh in. I do want to go to the CAO to get a more technical overview of this, but I will reiterate that I've also heard complaints from special districts. I'm very concerned about the issue with contractors and those issues where it actually leads to added costs for the county. I'm concerned about the process for working with our local unions and that being stalled. So there's a lot going on here that I would like to see us address, if at all possible today. But the most important thing, I think, is the daylighting of it, because there has been a lot of talk in the local newspapers and blogs, etc., that to my mind is uninformed. And I just think that if we can get a lot of those facts out, it will be very, very helpful. With that, I would like to ask CAO Nielsen if you can get us up to speed on some of the issues that we have been dealing with here at the county and the challenges we face because we're at this particular juncture.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Fennell. So let's begin with the delay in posting the cost allocation plan for fiscal year 1920. The cost allocation plan is federally authorized through the Federal Office of Management and Budget Circular Title II Code of Federal Regulations to distribute central service costs, which include the Auditor Controller, County Administrative Office, County Council, Treasurer Tax Collector, Facility Management, Personnel, Building Depreciation, and Equipment Depreciation. Internal service costs, which are also known as billed central services, include ADA, insurance, information technology, communications, are billed to departments that receive those services. The central service budget units contain internal service costs. These are essentially overhead charges that can be billed to state and federal agencies as the county is carrying out programs mandated by the state and federal government. The charges need to be posted to the county's general ledger in order for departments to claim those costs to state and federal agencies. Countywide cost allocation plans are submitted for review and approval by the State Controller's Office before any central service or internal service may be reimbursed by state and federal agencies, as stated in the SCO's Handbook of Cost Plan Procedures for California Counties. For Humboldt County, this reimbursement is possible when the Auditor Controller posts the cap charges following the approval from the SCO. Humboldt County received the SCO's approval through a negotiation agreement. This is attachment 1 in your agenda packet for its fiscal year 2019-20 cost plan on May 6, 2020. The negotiation agreement contains language approving the central service costs and internal service fund costs or direct charge centers. This approval can be found in attachment 1, and more specifically, this approval is found on pages 1 and 2 of the negotiation agreement. And even more specifically, the internal service funds are mentioned in section 2 of the negotiation agreement. As of this writing, the Auditor Controller has not posted all of the SCO approved cap charges for fiscal year 1920. Approximately $12.67 million in internal service fund and $4.6 million in central service charges have not been posted. In addition, an independent third-party review of these charges, which is attachment 2 in the agenda packet by MGO, a reputable accounting firm, and who is available to speak today, has affirmed that the unposted cap charges are legally compliant and are consistent with industry standards, as this report did look at what other counties were doing in Mendocino, Santa Clara, San Mateo, and Sonoma counties. Again, Humboldt's practices are consistent with other counties. Also of note in this independent third-party review, on page 6 notes the SCO provided a number of observations and recommendations for corrective action in the cost allocation plan. None of these issues identified by the SCO resulted in a revision to the 2019-20 cap. Any revisions to allocation methodologies and information tracking and capture as a result of the SCO field review were expected to be incorporated into the 2021 cap, which they are, and this includes time studies. Deadlines for state and federal claims are varied, but some have passed and others have extended. For example, the deadline has passed to submit cost reports or claims for targeted case management Medi-Cal funding for the Department of Health and Human Services, Public Health Nursing, and staff received an extension until December 1. The deadline to submit claims for Medicare and Medi-Cal reimbursements for Sempervirens bed days is November 30th, and no extensions are allowed. The claim deadline for Medi-Cal administrative activities funding across several branches of DHHS is December 30th. Submitting claims for just these programs without the charges described results in the following potential losses: targeted case management, $860,000, Sempervirens, $500,000, and Medicare Medi-Cal reimbursements, $25,000, for a total of $1.38 million in lost state and federal reimbursement. Countywide, the negative impact of the Auditor Controller's Office not posting the cap charges means an estimated loss of state and federal dollars in the amount of $14.2 million for fiscal year 1920. The $14.2 million is a portion of the amount not yet posted. the county were to lose out on these reimbursements, there would be a domino effect. It would create negative balances in 4 funds: ADA, liability, purchasing, and workers' compensation, estimated at $3.7 million, and the general fund would lose out on $4.6 million in revenue. To illustrate the gravity of the delayed posting, the ADA fund, as well as other operating internal funds, operate like a checking account for ADA services. Going negative is like overdrafting the checking account. The only way to bring it positive is to transfer money from somewhere else, like a savings account. The general fund, the county's best source of funding for local needs, would be that savings account for ADA. Due to the county's strong financial stewardship in the past, this transfer would be possible, but is highly unusual and not sustainable. In effect, Humboldt County would be subsidizing the state and federal governments and losing out on $14.2 million for local needs if this came to pass. A transfer this large would all but wipe out the general fund's fund balance, and the county would rely on its meager reserves for any future revenue shortfalls and/or emergencies. Here are examples of the dates and number of communications for the insurance charges, which include workers' compensation and liability. The journal was submitted to the AC's office on August 9th. The refund of excess fund balance as required by the field review was submitted on June 6th. Staff have followed up at least 8 times inquiring about the posting of these charges and refunds through emails and meetings. The ADA Internal Service Fund Journal was submitted on January 13th, 2020, resubmitted on May 29th following the SCO approval of the cost plan. Staff have followed up at least 9 times inquiring about the status of the charges and providing additional materials, and also attempts have been made to meet. Purchasing charges were submitted on July 13th. The refund of excess fund balance was submitted on July 27th, and again, staff have made multiple attempts at working with the Auditor Controller's Office on posting these charges. The $4.6 million in central service charges were submitted on July 6th. Charges were rejected on July 30th by the AC due to a lack of substantiation, despite having an SCO approved cost plan. Next item, there is almost a 12-month delay in submitting the cost plan for fiscal year 2021 to the state. The SCO's Handbook of Cost Plan Procedures for California counties, all caps must be submitted to the SCO at least 6 months prior to the fiscal year for which plans are to be used. For Humboldt County, the cap for fiscal year 2021 was due to the SCO on December 31st, 2019. However, the county's cost allocation plan for 2021 has not been submitted to the SCO of this writing and is almost 12 months overdue. If at the beginning of a fiscal year, a county has not submitted and received approval from the SCO for the cost plan, there will be no basis for federal and state reimbursement of indirect costs. The negative impact of not having an SCO approved cap for fiscal year 2021 means the county's costs reflected in the cap cannot be claimed to state and federal agencies and would result in an estimated loss of federal and state dollars in the amount of $15.3 million for fiscal year 2021, or $4.7 million in central service costs, which again is the Auditor, Controller, County Administrative Office, County Council, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Facility Management, and $10.6 million in internal service fund charges, which is ADA, purchasing, information technology, and insurance. And these costs are currently being incurred as we speak. A loss of $15.3 million in reimbursements will create estimated deficits totaling $16.9 million across 5 funds, and those funds are ADA, information technology, liability, purchasing, and workers' compensation. Similar to the consequences of not posting SCO approved costs, the county again would need to turn to the general fund to clear up the negative fund balances. And considering the uncertain economy, this fiscal year would likely need to use the general reserve. As previously stated, the fiscal year 2021 cap was due to the SCO on December 31st, 2019. As noted in the independent third-party review by MGO, again on page 6, lack of an approved cap will hinder receipt of program expenditure and reimbursement of state and federal monies. In addition, it is presumed work on the cap for fiscal year 21-22 has not begun, posing significant planning concerns in developing the fiscal year 21-22 budget, which begins in February 2021. In total, for fiscal year 1920 and 2021, what is currently at stake is a potential loss of almost $30 million in state and federal dollars if the 20 central service and internal service fund charges are not posted. And if the 2021 cost plan is not submitted to the SCO and approved, then again, the central service and internal service fund charges would need to be posted. Next item, there is also a delay in closing the books for fiscal year 1920. In the normal course of financial accounting and reporting, the county's books are closed by the auditor controller following a reasonable period of time after the end of a given fiscal year. Closing the books means that all financial transactions have been properly recorded and accounted for in the county's accounting system. After the county's books are closed, the county's financial statements are ready to be prepared. The independent auditors would audit the financial statements. In the past, closing the county's books was completed in September or early October, approximately 3 months after the end of the prior fiscal year. The county's books for 1920 have not closed almost 5 months after year end. The delay in closing the county's books for 1920 is another significant issue affecting the county. The effect of this delay is not being able to claim for state and federal dollars in a timely manner, compounding the cost allocation plan issue above, which provides an incomplete financial picture, which delays quarterly budget reports to the board, and therefore spending on supplemental one-time costs, as well as delayed negotiations with bargaining units. Next item, there is an over 12-month delay in reconciling cash and investment accounts. In accordance with Government Code 26905, which states the auditor controller shall reconcile the cash and investment accounts as stated on the auditor's books with the cash and investment accounts as stated on the treasurer's books at the close of business of the preceding month. This government code mandated activity is important to ensure proper financial internal controls as well as appropriate interest apportionment to those agencies invested in the county treasury. Cash and investment accounts have not been reconciled in accordance with Government Code Section 26905 since last fall. Other agencies such as special districts and school districts are impacted by this lack of reconciliation. Next item, there is a delay in the quarterly cash count and interest apportionment. Pursuant to Division 2, Article 2, Section 26920 and 26922 of the Government Code, the auditor is required to conduct a quarterly count of the money in the county treasury. The quarterly cash count of the money in the county treasury includes all of the various funds or accounts held there, including schools, special districts, and the county's general fund. The purpose of the cash count is to determine whether the state of money in the county treasury reasonably states the cash and investments deposited with the treasury. This is important because those accounts are valued in the tens of millions of dollars and they earn significant interest. Quarterly, the treasurer is required to determine how much interest should be apportioned across all interest-bearing funds based on the average daily balance of those funds throughout each quarter. The average daily balance cannot be calculated until the auditor controls and reconciles that took place during that quarter. Interest is then equitably distributed to all treasury pool participants, including the schools and community college, special districts, and the county's general fund. The general fund has not received an interest apportionment since the second quarter of fiscal year 2018-19. This apportionment was routine in the past. The general fund relies on timely apportionment of interest to fund critical local services such as law enforcement, emergency response, indigent defense, and general relief, among others. Government Code Section 53647 states interest on all monies deposited belongs to and shall be paid quarterly to the general fund of the local agency represented by the officer making the deposit unless otherwise directed by law. It is estimated the general fund is owed $1.3 million in interest earnings. In addition, pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 5151, the county treasurer shall advise the state controller of the county pool apportionment rate and of computations made in deriving that rate no later than 90 days after the end of each fiscal year. The county treasurer is unable to comply with Revenue and Taxation Code 5151 due to the delays in cash reconciliations for which the Auditor Controller's Office is responsible. Next item, labor negotiations. Only on the rarest of occasions are details of labor negotiations made public. This information is protected by state law to protect the integrity of the negotiations process. While staff will not reveal details of those negotiations, we can say in light of everything noted in today's report, it is currently impossible for staff to provide the Board of Supervisors with information that it needs to make an informed decision about economic bargaining authority for the current round of labor negotiations. For example, we do not know for sure whether the auditor will post the cost allocation plan for fiscal year 1920, or whether the auditor will post only a certain portion of the cost allocation plan for 1920. If they are not posted, we do not know whether the general fund will backfill those lost revenues or if the county will revert to some combination of furloughs and layoffs to make up for the loss of millions of dollars in revenue. We do not know whether the auditor will move $1.3 million in interest earnings to the general fund as required by state law. Our negotiations will look dramatically different if the general fund needs to spend millions of dollars in response to these issues. If the county were to agree to wage and/or benefit increases at this time, with all of these unknowns surrounding the general fund, it puts the county's financial well-being at risk. Our bargaining teams cannot faithfully agree to wage and/or benefit increases in this environment to the detriment of our public servants. The county's bargaining team and staff are particularly frustrated because negotiations are being delayed, which are very important to our dedicated law enforcement staff, public health staff, and other county employees who have been doing the hard work to get our community through this pandemic. In addition, there are other issues. There has been an increase in audit findings despite an increase in staffing of 25% or 3 full-time equivalents since the current auditor controller's arrival. The 2018 and 19 audits had 16 findings. The prior 4 audits had 7 findings combined. An accountant auditor was allocated in June of 2018. A senior fiscal assistant was allocated in November 2018, and an accountant auditor was allocated in December 2019. During the normal course of their operations, outside agencies and special districts rely on the auditor to disperse funds for which the county is the fiduciary and not the owner. The county treasury is like a county bank. There have been multiple concerns from outside agencies reflecting a reoccurring and pervasive theme of delays in payments and lack of communication from the auditor controller's office. Some of these agencies are here today to share their experiences. There have been complaints of delays in payments to local businesses and community-based organizations and vendors around the county. The effect of delayed payments is reduced cash flow for vendors, local businesses, and community-based organizations. Another effect is increased costs to the county, as some local businesses have increased costs to the county as a result of delayed payments. In closing, I do not know of anyone who has asked the auditor controller to rubber stamp and get it done. I also do not know of financial mismanagement amongst the credible and hardworking department heads running this county. In fact, departments like Health and Human Services have gone above and beyond. For example, the auditor controller would not sign the almost 20 million quarterly county expense claim, which seeks reimbursement from the state and federal government, from the state government for social service functions. Health and Human Services engaged MGO to help review the claim to the satisfaction of the AC's office and develop financial policies. A similar example is the county's work with MGO on the cost allocation plan and the study that reviewed the internal service fund charges. Staff have gone above and beyond and at great personal and county expense to demonstrate the validity of county expenses. This concludes my portion of the staff report, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for CAO Nielsen at any time? At this time, Supervisor Bass, please.
Thanks. I just had the one question when you were talking about the funds that hadn't been, dispersed since last fall. Was that like fall of this year or last year, like 2019 fall?
2019 fall.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for CAO Nielsen? Okay, well, I think we have quite a few people here from affected agencies, and I think I'd like to hear from you now so we get a clearer picture of what's going on here. Also, at some point, I would like to hear from the representative of MGO. So the way that I run these is that you can put your hand up if you want to speak. And I'll keep an eye both on the participants list and also on the camera to see who would like to go. So the first hand up here is Dennis Mayo. Welcome, Mr. Mayo. Press *6.
Can you hear me?
There you go. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hey, listen, McKinleyville Community Services District, quite concerning on this issue. You know, and I don't have any idea what the internal issues might be in the office. Is it staffing? Is it personality? Is it politics? Policy issues, accounting, but you simply don't hold back the necessary flow of monies to special districts, vendors, departments, etc., while specific in-house issues are addressed. You know, I don't know exactly the right wording of this, but many of us in our personal income taxes have to file amended filings until we get certain things straightened out, but we still are required to pay the lion's share of the money, right? It's a little different, but at the special districts, you know, you're managing our ad valorem money. In McKinleyville, you're managing our Measure B money, the accounting on Quimby funds, and you're managing our reserves. And this is a problem that's ongoing. 3 years ago, this was a huge problem for us. We fielded calls for many special districts, emergency folks, because they were unable to access the dollars from the county. And we were waiting on accounting on all of our accounts. So were these other agencies, special districts, and we weren't being funded. So we went to California Special Districts and we wrote a letter to you, the Board of Supervisors, and CC'd it to others, because we were at a point where we were going to have to start borrowing money. And that got some relief at that particular time. I can tell you right now that we're in the same boat right now. We haven't got the reportings. And my district is able to handle this right now. I don't know how much longer we can, but there are special districts out there who don't have enterprise zones to help balance things for a short period of time. Let's say it's an example. The renter bill for the fire department is pretty big. If they can't pay the renter bill, what happens? So there's a chain of events, and I just think this has been going along for too damn long. Just get these things filled out, get them in, make sure the flow of the money that's so important and critical for all of us that are providing services for the community, and then work on those internals on the inside. There's nothing that precludes doing that. So thank you so much for the discussion, and we got to get this straightened out like PDQ. That's it.
Thank you, Dennis. The next person is Marianne Hansen, verse 5. Welcome.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this morning. First Five Humboldt is an independent local government entity authorized by the voters through Proposition 10 in 1998. A percentage of the funds raised by tobacco taxes at the state level are required to be deposited into the county treasury, then dispersed to First Five Humboldt. Relevant to this conversation, we have an MOU with the county, essentially contracting for services of human resources, risk management, IT, the auditor controller's office, among others. We're required by statute to conduct an independent audit each year to be submitted by October 31st. Until last year, so for the first 17 years of our agreement, With the county, the AC's office has always been able to provide our independent auditor the necessary documents for our required annual audit to be completed on time. Last year, the accounts receivable postings report was not available on time, but our independent auditor was able to produce the needed figures from other documents so that we could complete our statutory requirement. This year, the accounts payable postings additionally were not available and caused extra unexpected last-minute work on the part of our independent auditor so that we could still meet our mandatory deadline. We understand that workload and staffing shortages are hard on everyone, and we seriously empathize with this, but also understand that we have to keep the work going so that we can continue to serve those in the county who need us most. We would like to offer to work with the AC's office to make our required reports available in time for our independent auditor to complete our annual audit for First 5 Humboldt next year. I'm looking forward to working with the AC and her excellent staff so that the audit of this current fiscal year proceeds smoothly next fall. Not getting the reports that we need puts us at risk of not meeting our statutory requirements. And I wanna very sincerely offer any assistance I can provide the Auditor Controller's Office so that we can meet our own deadlines, so that we can continue to serve the children and families of Humboldt County. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. The next person is Marcella May from HCOG. Welcome, Marcella.
Good morning, board. And I just want to begin with a thank you for including me in this conversation. I'm not calling about Humboldt County Association of Governments budget. So we are the Regional Transportation Planning Agency for the region. And one of our duties is to administer the Transportation Development Act funds that mainly go to transit. So it's not our budget. We get paid off the top and we get paid timely, thankfully. We don't have a general fund, just like many of our transit agencies don't have general funds to back them up. But we've had a significant delay in payments to not only transit agencies, but to adult day healthcare organizations, cities, our 7 cities, and the Board of Supervisors in getting funding. In August of 2018, we did meet with our representative at the account auditor's office. And that was due to an increased delay due to someone's retirement. So we sat down and discussed the roles and responsibilities as they relate to the Transportation Development Act. And I will tell you, basically, HCOG's job is to administer it. We have a long checklist of items we review before it even goes to our board. What the auditor is to do is to take our direction and payment. So I don't know if you want to call that a rubber stamp, but it's not their job to review our internal documents. That is something we have adopted guidelines for. We have the law from 1971, and we work very closely with our auditor. So we were spoiled with a former employee. We would send payment in, a request, and in 1 or 2 days, the checks would be mailed. In meeting with when she left, it went to at least a month, if not 2 months. Sometimes things get lost. And we don't, even though we have asked to know when things were paid, we have no idea. So we don't know that things weren't paid until the recipient calls us and said, hey, what happens? We need to make payroll. We've had a number of calls from a transit agency that couldn't make payroll. And the stress that caused us and our department, I can't imagine what it caused their administration. We've had a transit agency that emailed and said they have to stop service because they hadn't been paid. And that was a 2-month delay in that case. So I'm just asking for any help to resolve this issue. The next thing we could do is to contact the SCO office, and that's not something we want to do. So I will just want to thank you for involving us. I will say that another thing that we're delayed on are our monthly spreadsheets. The state sends a payment in every month, so we need to know how much money is in each city and the Board of Supervisors account. We don't get that from the auditor. Last night, I got an update from 2019-20 and 2021. So I think it's good that they're listening because we got that on a Sunday. But we would just need this to continue and keep our transit running in our region. The last thing I want to talk about is the interest. So we get a small amount of the gas tax, the Senate Bill 1 funds for transit, and HCOG is required to report on interest. We can't do that because we don't have the interest from the auditor. So it's a matter of using the last number we had from 6 months ago or leaving it blank. And that's just, it puts us in a bad position. And I hope that that gets solved as well. And I will stay on to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Marcella. We do have a few more, and yeah, people are in the panel for any further discussion. So I would like to, okay, we have Nicole Johnson and then Superintendent Sinistraro. Nicole Johnson.
Hi, I'm a representative from the Arcata Special Fire District, and we just had a short statement that we wanted to put into today's discussion. As a special fire district, we are held to the highest standards of transparency, accuracy in reporting, and being held accountable to providing evidence that we are servicing as stewards of public resources. Like the county, we are accountable to our constituents and strive to preserve and promote public trust in our agency. We recognize and value our symbiotic relationship with the county, and we are asking for assistance in the following ways: providing timely access to reports and account balances, proactively communicating changes in process, policy, or enforcement of existing policy, and establish and adhere to clear standards for closing monthly, quarterly, and annual records to allow for stability in reporting and allow for timely auditing of special district records. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Glenn, Superintendent Sinistraro.
Yeah, thank you, Estelle, and all the members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak on behalf of the Fortuna School District. For over a year, we've been requesting the 2018-19 form from the Auditor Controller's Office, which basically amends not only the high school but Fortuna Elementary School's property taxes with the California Department of Education, to remove the redevelopment agency funds from our property tax total and provide those funds via state aid. We are now late on the 1920 adjustment as well. So for the calculations that we have just for Fortuna High School, from 18-19, we're owed about $96,000, almost $97,000. And for 19-20, we're owed the same amount. So we're just shy of $200,000 that we have not received. Fortuna Elementary School District is more of about $210,000. We have tried to get appointments and to timely appointments to the AC's office to go over these, and we were unable to secure those. Even the County Office of Education has tried to work with the office to try to update that and to change these funds, and we were unable to get any traction whatsoever. Also, the Auditor Controller's Office has had the RDA successor agreement on file, but has asked us to pull the same document in order to move forward. So we spent many hours with the city of Fortuna to try to get that document, and then we get about, I don't know, several months into it, we get a note from them saying that they've actually had the document all along. So making us try to track down that document that shows that, which has been happening since the mid-'80s. And so it just was an incredible amount of work that didn't need to take place. Other things for our cash receipts delay, our financial auditors cannot finish our annual audits. We have to have independent audits each and every year. They are not able to finish our annual audits because the AC's office has not reconciled the cash from last year. So they're not able to close the books out. Our 19-20 fourth quarter interest has still not been received. The Auditor Controller's Office is over a month behind in posting cash receipts. And this throws off our books, much to the staff report and everybody else has talked about before. We've had to close our 18-19 books with estimates for our bond funds because of their delay. Again, that's the 18-19 books. Property taxes are not posted in time, causing our school's books to go in the negative for December 2019, which has a potential impact for us to be able to borrow for bonds or trans or anything like that, et cetera. With cash deferrals, tracking cash for schools is extremely important, but almost impossible under these conditions for us to be able to keep a hold. Right now, the state is looking at deferring our payments, and we may have to be forced to go in to get a trans situation or do some borrowing. We're just hoping that this negative receipts in December doesn't hurt our rating and hurt our ability to be able to borrow, to be able to keep our doors open. As you know, our job, or our reason why we're in business, is to teach and educate the students of Fortuna and the greater area, the Eel River Valley. And without these funds, I know that compared to the staff report, we're talking millions of dollars. And I know our piece is only a couple $100,000, but that makes a significant amount of money in our world. And so anyway, a lot of frustration. I've been trying to, our district specifically, I can speak to that, has been trying to work on reconciling this, and we feel like we've been set on a goose chase to prove our worth of why we should be getting the funds as opposed to the opposite. And much like the other speakers have spoken about, this is truly frustrating. We have bills that come in and we have things that need to get paid. And so we can't have this upset. I've been doing this as my 11th year. This is these last 2 years is the first times in my career that I have seen these payments being late and us having such a difficult time working with the office. I, along with everybody else, has said the same thing. I am willing to be a part of the solution. Just tell me how I can help, when I can help, and anything like that too. I just really appreciate the ability to be able to speak today on this. As you can tell, I'm not even dressed for it. I'm not even supposed to be in today, but this is how important it is for us to work on this. And like I said, I have no problem being on a panel or anything like that too. I'm not interested in just lumping our problems with everybody else. I'm also interested in being a part of the solution. But I just wanted to give a little bit of, from the school district side of it, the frustration and echoing kind of the other agencies as well. And I will stay on as well if there's any questions for the school side. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Len. Sheriff Hansel.
Good morning, Chair. I appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak. You know, I think this is, you know, kind of sad that we have to be here and do this, but I think it's good overall that we get some things out. You know, this COVID thing, the COVID budget was very, very tough on all of us. This last spring, when we were putting the budgets together, things were looking pretty good. Then all of a sudden, crash, including the sheriff's office. There's a lot of new programs, a lot of new actual positions that I want to bring to this board. And we've been unable to do so because the year end hasn't been closed out. And so I've been voicing my, you know, my frustration with that to the CAO. And so I'm really, you know, I really want something to be done is really why I'm speaking here today, because something has to be done here to try and clean up all of this so we can move on with our budget and really operate the county how it needs to operate. You know, with the auditor's office and Karen, I think she's done some good things as far as transparency goes. I think there has been a lot of things with the restructuring of the budget, as we can do sub budgets now, which is something we've never done before. So the accountability and transparency with our own sheriff's budget has benefited under Karen's guidance. But as far as, you know, whatever roadblocks that are in place, we need to overcome those right now to get beyond that. I also want to voice some of the things as far as Measure Z goes. Measure Z was only limited funded by this board. There are some carryover funds, but we can't even touch those carryover funds until, again, we close out this year end. So there's actually public safety projects and plans that are in limbo right now because, you know, this board can't allocate the extra funds or first quarter funds. And so that's very, very important, as well as, that's already been talked about, labor negotiations and also the class and comp study. There's a lot of classifications that need to be fixed here within our county, and compensation problems and compaction issues that need to be addressed with our county. And we can't even approach that until we can fix, you know, this and get all of these delays fixed. So I just urge this board, I urge Karen, our CAO, to work together to find solutions that we can move past this and we can start doing what the county is supposed to be doing, and that's deliver services, you know, to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Hansel. Director Beck, welcome, Connie.
Good morning, Supervisor Fennell and members of the board. You already noted in the agenda item some of the issues that Health and Human Services has experienced due to the late claiming or an inability to claim. I just think that it's really important to note that, you know, our programs in DHHS, we do utilize all the central service and internal services noted in the cost allocation plan. And in order for us to claim for those services, we have to have them posted. We have to be able to claim them for reimbursement of our state and federal funds. I'm really worried about our inability to claim in the next couple of months, the amounts that's noted. And then we also have another, I don't know, $4 or $5 million worth of costs that haven't been posted that will affect our social services revenue. Every year we spend a lot of time budgeting, estimate first, and then when we receive the cost allocation plan, we use those dollars to run our programs effectively, and we anticipate spending those dollars. If we're not spending them, then we could lose the money in future years. So like in social services, if we are unable to claim for those expenditures, our allocation could be cut and be smaller the next year. So when this all gets figured out, we'll have less money. So those are things that I worry about. I'm willing to do whatever it is that we can do to work together to fix this. My staff have been working really, I don't know, I think we've added staff the last couple of years to be able to deal with all of the changes that have happened, some good, some not so good, through the auditor's office. But all in all, I think that we, in the last 6 months, have been working really well, trying to manage in a kind of chaotic space, I feel like. So, so thank you for the opportunity. And if you guys have any questions for me that I can answer, please let me know.
Thank you, Director Beck. I think we'll be probably asking questions of everyone, so appreciate everybody voicing the interest in working this out. Director Mattson. Good morning, Tom.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. And we have been working closely with the auditor controller, but we do have 2 priority items that we need to have a plan to close out the books. If I don't have my state road report done by December 7th, all state funding will cease to come to the county roads department. And I'm not sure if that applies to other departments, but we've had to push our state controller review out to next week from October, and whatever we can do to help to make this happen, we need to close those books. I'm already in the red big time, and I won't be able to bill for all the projects that we've done this summer. The other issue for us, the biggest issue, is the ICAP. We have an indirect cost plan that is approved by the state, but it can't be approved until after the ICAP is approved. And so that is about $300,000 a year for us. That pays for our business division and some of our engineering. So anything that Public Works can do to help the auditor controller to close out the books and get the ICAP complete. You meant the centralized services were mentioned, but motor pool and heavy equipment were left out. Both of those are also part of centralized services. So I'm just saying right now that, whatever Public Works can do to help, we will do to help, but we need to get that cost plan closed, or the books closed for last year need to be done like this week. Otherwise, we are going to be into a big financial hurt. And then the ICAP, which is much less significant, but is also very significant for us. So again, I would say anything Public Works can do to help provide additional staffing, we are willing to do whatever it takes. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mattson. All right. I believe we don't have any other agencies right now who want to weigh in. I would like to go to Auditor Controller Paz Dominguez. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair Fennell, for the opportunity to speak. I have prepared a statement and a presentation. May I please have your permission to share my screen so that the viewers can follow along?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. In consideration of our deaf and hard of hearing community members, plentiful text is included with this presentation so that those community members have an equitable opportunity to receive this information in real time. I have read the report written by the County Administrative Office and presented by Supervisor Bass and Supervisor Bohn. I have read it several times over this past weekend after learning about it at the end of the day this past Friday, November 20th. I compared the information in the staff report with the information that exists in our financial records as well as documented communications. Upon review, it is evident that the staff report contains erroneous information. In the interest of ensuring integrity, transparency, and accountability to the residents and taxpayers of this county, I will identify critical areas where the staff report is erroneous and provide true and accurate information accompanied with evidence to substantiate my claims. I will also include solutions. Should this presentation be silenced, as has been my experience in prior instances of communicating to this board, the public may still access the information contained herein as it will be published on the Auditor Controller's webpage as well as distributed to media outlets. To begin, Government Code 26881 says the county auditor, or in counties that have the Office of Controller, the Auditor Controller shall be the Chief Accounting Officer of the county. Upon order of the Board of Supervisors, the Auditor or Auditor Controller shall prescribe and shall exercise a general supervision, including the ability to review departmental and county-wide internal controls over the accounting forms and the method of keeping the accounts of all offices, departments, and institutions under the control of the Board of Supervisors and of all districts whose funds are kept in the county treasury. The erroneous information in paragraph 2 of the staff report says that the operational gaps are created by the Auditor Controller's office. The true and correct information is that the Auditor Controller does not have the authority to award itself additional staffing allocations to fill operational gaps, nor would it eliminate positions to create operational gaps. Throughout the years, former Auditor Controllers have expressed to the Board of Supervisors that additional staffing was required to address current and future operational gaps. Upon review of the Office of the Auditor Controller's task list, functions, and operations, 2 different and independent entities found that staffing in the Auditor Controller Department is insufficient to meet its current needs. The first entity is the Humboldt County Civil Grand Jury. I've included a link in my presentation that leads you right to that document. And you will find on page 17 that their recommendation is that the Humboldt County Civil Grand Jury recommends that the Board of Supervisors ensure that the Auditor Controller's office is fully funded so that the staffing and functions of the office can be fulfilled with due diligence. This should be completed by January 15th, 2020. Craig Goodman, CPA. I've included a link to his report as well. The recommendation he made on page 12 of his report. I recommend, upon the completion of the Cooperative Personnel Services Staffing Review, that the CAO revisit the Auditor Controller's budget to guarantee that sufficient appropriations are provided to the Auditor Controller to perform the duties of the Controller. The authority and the responsibility for the operational gaps. per California Government Code 26884. In the event the Board of Supervisors elects to require that the County Auditor Controller perform the additional services authorized by this chapter, which include 26881, that was extra, it shall have the power and it shall be its duty to provide by proper appropriations for any additional personnel, equipment, supplies, or expenses made necessary thereby. The solution to fill the operational gaps. In order to fill the operational gaps and prevent immediate future operational gaps in the Office of the Auditor Controller resulting from the implementation of GASB 87 to track and record leases, the Board of Supervisors should provide sufficient appropriations for additional personnel, equipment, supplies, and expenses. To accomplish this without generating additional costs to the taxpayers, the board can re-examine its countywide distribution of fiscal and finance staff and redirect those positions to the Auditor Controller Department, as it is the only central service department that is qualified and authorized to perform county finance administrative functions. Those redirected positions would continue to be funded as they currently are by federal and state grants. Given the Auditor Controller Department's expertise in the cost plan, the charges to those grants would be fully substantiated. The permanent personnel positions needed is an assistant auditor controller or a deputy auditor controller, a supervising accountant, an accountant auditor, and an executive secretary. Erroneous information in the staff report regarding the 1920 cost plan is that the negotiation agreement contains language approving the central service costs and the internal service costs. The true and correct information is that the negotiation agreement formally approves only the overhead and support service costs listed in the summary schedule, also known as Section 1. Section 1 includes only central service departments and does not include any internal service fund costs. Internal service funds, ISFs, are included in Section 2, and the negotiation agreement explains that those costs should be billed or cost applied within the limitation that such charges will be based on the actual allowable costs as defined by uniform guidance, incurred by the cost center responsible for providing the service. The State Controller's Office did not approve the internal service fund costs through the negotiation agreement because given the date of their approval, which was May 6, 2020, the actual allowable costs for fiscal year 1920 were not yet known as the year was not complete. ISFs have elected to direct bill based on current year budgeted amounts and not based upon actual costs as required. Further, the State Controller's approval is predicated on the condition that the information provided and used as the basis for acceptance of the amounts is not subsequently found to be materially incomplete or inaccurate. Subsequent to the State Controller's approval, I have found the charges to be materially incomplete or inaccurate. The evidence. On the following two slides is the backup that I have received from from the County Administrative Office to substantiate charges for the ISFs. All charges are based upon estimates and forecasts in direct contradiction to and in non-compliance of Code Section 200.430 I-1-8 of the Uniform Guidance. In addition, I have not received any of the requested time reports to substantiate actual level of effort in accordance with Code Section 200.430 I-3 of the Uniform Guidance. This is the document that was submitted to me in order for to propose that I post these charges to departments. I've highlighted the areas where you can see that they are all estimated charges. For some of the ISFs, this is the only document that was submitted. There is no time report. There is no evidence that it costs this much money to provide services to these specific departments. It is purely based on estimates. I received this document from the purchasing ISF. I've also highlighted the charges they've proposed that I post. They are forecasted charges as well, not based on actual level of effort. The authority. The Office of Management and Budget Uniform Guidance 2 CFR 200 that one first section that I brought up, 200.430, budget estimates alone do not qualify as support for charges to federal awards, but may be used for interim accounting. The next one, in accordance with the Department of Labor regulations implementing the Fair Labor Standards Act, charges for the salaries and wages of non-exempt employees, in addition to the supporting documentation described in this section, must also be supported by records indicating the total number of hours worked each day. California Government Code 25260, I've truncated it. The Board of Supervisors may by resolution create one or more working capital funds. Each working capital fund may be used to finance internal service activities rendered to the various departments. All funds created pursuant to this section shall be accounted for as prescribed by the county auditor or controller. Additional erroneous information regarding the 1920 cost plan, that an independent third-party review of the charges by a reputable consulting firm has affirmed that the unposted cost plan charges are legally compliant and are consistent with industry standards. The true and correct information is that the reputable consulting firm, MGO, did not attest or express an opinion that the cost plan's ISF charges are legally compliant and are consistent with industry standards. The evidence is the disclaimer on page 7 of the report. The observations and recommendations reported do not constitute an examination made in accordance with attestation standards, the objective of which would be to express an opinion or conclusion. Respectively, MGO does not express such an opinion. The sufficiency of the limited study is solely the responsibility of the County of Humboldt. MGO makes no representation regarding the sufficiency of the procedures performed to disclose all significant matters or reveal errors in the underlying information, instances of fraud, or illegal acts, if any. MGO has no obligation to update this memo or to revise the information contained herein to reflect events and transactions occurring subsequent to the date of this memo. Their memo is intended solely for the information for management of the County of Humboldt and is not intended to be and should not be used by anyone other than the specified party. It should also be noted that it is a very one-sided report relying only on interviews with the CAO's office. No interviews were held with the Auditor Controller's office in the formation of this study or report. Additional erroneous information regarding the 1920 cost plan, that the general fund, the county's best source of funding for local needs, would be that savings account for ADA and the other funds listed above. Due to the county's strong financial stewardship in the past, this transfer would be possible, but it is highly unusual and terribly unsustainable. In effect, Humboldt County would be subsidizing the state and federal governments and losing out on $14.2 million for local needs if this came to pass. The true and correct information is that evidenced by multiple repeat audit findings and identifying material weaknesses in internal controls over financial information and imbalanced budgets for over a decade, the County of Humboldt did not enjoy strong financial stewardship in the past. It is not highly unusual that a county would fund an internal service fund such as ADA. Further, the County of Humboldt would not be subsidizing the state and federal government for its ADA costs because it is the sole responsibility of the County of Humboldt to adhere to ADA requirements. The county is not automatically entitled to federal and state reimbursements for complying with federal mandates or its consent decree ordering compliance with the ADA. Evidence: you can find all of the audit reports dating back to 2005 published at our website and also through this link. California Government Code 25260 says, in full mode, the Board of Supervisors may by resolution create one or more working capital funds. The board may make available such amounts as are necessary to establish each fund and to maintain its solvency. At the beginning of any fiscal year, the board may provide by resolution for the transfer of any or all of the monies in any fund created pursuant to this section, or for the abolishment of any such fund. Each working capital fund may be used to finance internal service activities rendered to the various departments and agencies of the county or to the districts governed by the Board of Supervisors, or to finance those activities performed by the county for any local government agency by agreement with the governing body of such agency. The fund may finance equipment, materials, supplies, services, and all expenses incurred in establishing and operating the service activities. The board may provide for the fixing and collection of charges from the recipients of activities financed by the fund, and such charges may include all expense in providing the service activity, including operational cost and depreciation. All funds created pursuant to this section shall be accounted for as prescribed by the county auditor or controller. It should be noted that nowhere in this government code that authorizes the formation of internal service fund does it say that it will be financed by federal and state programs. There's a potential solution to justify the posting of the ISF 1920 charges. This is one potential solution. To justify the posting of the remaining ISF's 1920 charges and be compliant with federal regulations governing allowable costs, the ISFs can correct their billing methodology to one that is substantiated by actual expenses and actual level of effort. That actual level of effort will need to be substantiated with time reports in accordance with Department of Labor regulations implementing the Fair Labor Standards Act. A second potential solution is that to justify the posting of the remaining ISF's 1920 charges and be compliant with federal regulations governing allowable costs, the departments that receive federal grants can request written approval from that cognizant agency of substitute systems for allocating salaries that don't require time reports of daily hour counts. Per section 200.430 little I5 of the Uniform Guidance, such substitute systems may include, but are not limited to, random moment sampling, rolling time studies, case counts, or other quantifiable measures of work performed. I will take a minute now to describe why it is misleading to say that we are going to lose $14.2 million if these charges aren't posted, because I will remind that they are not substantiated and we don't know that number to be true. I will use an example for me. I budgeted $50,000 to buy cubicles last year. I was able to get them for $20,000. I didn't pay another $30,000 only because I budgeted for it. Similarly, I could budget that I'm going to receive $14 million from the state. But unless I've actually provided a service to the state valued at $14 million, the state will never pay me, and I will never be entitled to that money. Regarding the 2021 cost plan, the staff report suggests that the Office of the Auditor Controller was capable of submitting the 2021 cost plan by the due date of December 31st, 2019. The County Administrative Office is well aware that timely submittal was not possible due to their delayed submission of passable information that the State Controller would accept to allow the CAO's 1920 proposed charges to departments for retirement costs, also known as PARs. The CAO's delayed submission of that passable information for 1920 resulted in delayed opportunity to prepare and submit the 2021 cost plan by the deadline. The State Controller approved the 1920 cost plan in May of 2020. Given that the pandemic was well underway during the summer of 2020, the completion of the cost plan has progressed slowly. Contrary to the presumption in the staff report that work has not begun to complete the cost plan for 21-22, the AC office has compiled as much of the relevant information as possible and has forwarded it to the external consultant that prepares the cost plan. The items that we are still waiting on are listed below in order to complete 2021. The information has been requested several times and has yet to be submitted. We are waiting for the Public Works and the ADA division of the CAO department to provide us 1819 building square footage. We are waiting for HR to provide us 1819 personnel requisitions. And we are waiting for all internal service funds to provide us time reports for fiscal year 1819. We cannot complete the cost plan until we receive these documents from these departments. Regarding closing the books for fiscal year 1920, several significant items that require posting in 1920 were brought to our attention well after June 30th, 2020. To date, we continue to receive invoices that are 1 or 2 years old. We are informed of errors in fiscal year 1920 that require the unposting and reposting of previously reconciled transactions. When this happens, reconciliations must occur again, thus delaying the year end further. Most notably, we were notified of 2 significant items in the last month. 1, IHSS raises incurred in October 2019 by the county have yet to be paid out. We were notified of this 2 weeks ago. Erroneous $3 million payroll charge occurred in December 2019 to the DHHS fund for 1 employee that required the transfer of the charge to the general fund. We were notified of this last month. In addition to subsequently learning about prior year corrections, we are also in the middle of a declared state of emergency and uncontrolled pandemic that has certainly impacted our operations as well as those of departments and special districts. We have had 2 accountants go out on leave as a result, and 1 of our senior fiscals move out of Humboldt County. Our extra help employee accepted a permanent position in another department because he could not pass up the opportunity for health insurance and better pay. We have no resources to make a counteroffer and retain staff. It has taken us the past 4 to 5 months to train new staff, and we are starting to see faster progress. Several items also delayed our closing of the 1920 books. County IT required our assistance in testing, training, and implementing the county's upgraded financial software by August 3rd, 2020. This was a years-long project that split our staff's attention and energies both pre and post-implementation. We still regularly troubleshoot with IT and other departments and are frequently requested to provide trainings. Your board requested that I pull away from my department's duties to assist HR, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and CAO departments with a GL mapping document a second time while I was working on year end. In order to assist my department in catching up on the entry backlog left behind by departed staff throughout the pandemic, I had to direct my focus to learning data storage and table data. I built import templates to assist with the postings of current deposits, wire transfers, invoices, special district claims, and budget updates. Board items concerning my department have been scheduled numerous times without consideration of my schedule, exactly like this last-minute special meeting held on what would have finally been a day off that pull me away from my scheduled tasks. In order for us to close the books, we need departments to stop submitting non-urgent requests described to us as urgent, departments to submit claims and journal entries complete with backup and relevant authorization. Your board to stop interfering with the operations of our independently elected office by scheduling meetings without consideration of our schedules and by attempting to direct our actions. The county administrative office to stop interfering with our operations by undermining our authority and contradicting our messaging to other departments. The county council office and the Human Resources Department to stop interfering with our operations by repeatedly pulling our staff away from their duties for hours at a time to participate in unwarranted investigations, and for all requesters to honor our deadlines and schedules. Erroneous information provided in that staff report regarding cash and investment reconciliation. Cash and investment accounts have not been reconciled in accordance with Government Code Section 26905 since last fall. The true and accurate information is that this county has not reconciled its cash and investment accounts in accordance with Government Code Section 26905 for several years now, since before I was employed by the county. The CAO has just recently started submitting bank statements to us for the external PARS account. This incomplete task has earned the county an audit finding for years, not just since last fall. I alerted all departments of this at least once a year for 3 years. Evidence. Same reports referenced in the first correction, the grand jury, Craig Goodman, and including our external auditors. For example, in fiscal year 2016-17, before my employment with the county's external auditors wrote the following finding. While performing audit procedures over cash, we noted a $2 million discrepancy between the general ledger, the bank statements, and other supporting documentation. Through inquiries and further review, we noted that the bank balance reported on February 16, 2016 Treasurer's Daily Report was understated by $2 million. The discrepancy was a result of failing to update the Treasurer's Daily Report for a transfer of $2 million from an investment account to the cash account ledger. The error was not detected for several months due to the extended period of time before the Treasurer's Daily Report was reviewed. Solutions to reconcile cash in accordance with Government Code Section 26905. The list I'm about to provide you is what would need to happen in order for my office to be compliant with this government code. Please keep in mind that I am not the one recommending that my office immediately become compliant with this government code. Since, number one, since cash must be reconciled by the last day of each month for the preceding month, departments would need to finalize all of their posting for a month by the 15th of the following month. For example, that means we stop accepting claims for July payments and journals for July postings by August 15th. I will expect that the Board of Supervisors will direct departments, special districts, and schools districts to comply with this at a great burden to their operations. 2. Since I have no remaining staff to delegate this task to, I will either need an additional accounting position or I will need to do it myself and cease performing all of my other tasks. Note that the senior accountant who is assigned this task has been on extended leave since mid-August and has extended that leave 3 times with an expected return date of mid-December. In order to fully comply with a complete cash and investment reconciliation, we need the treasurer to provide us all deposits in a timely manner. As of today, November 23rd, 2020, we have received deposits through November 10th, 2020. In order to fully comply with a complete cash and investment reconciliation, we need the treasurer to clear cash checks in a timely manner. As of today, November 23rd, 2020, checks have been cleared as cashed through August 25th, 2020. In order to fully comply with a complete investment reconciliation, we need the treasurer to report investment valuations at cost, not at market. Additional solutions. In order to fully comply with a complete investment reconciliation, we need the CAO to submit to us complete bank statements for PARS every month within the first 5 days of the following month. We would need all departments with external bank accounts to submit bank statements to us within the first 5 days of the following month. We need all departments with petty cash to submit to us certified petty cash counts within the first 5 days of the following month. We need the treasurer to submit to us all investment bank statements within the first 5 days of the following month. In order to fully comply with a complete cash and investment reconciliation, the County of Humboldt will need to switch to a pooled cash method of tracking and maintaining cash. This would require that funds no longer have cash, but instead claims on cash. That will allow for the 1-to-1 reconciliation of deposits made at the bank instead of the 1 to 500 reconciliation for deposits posted to all the different funds. Erroneous information included in that staff report regarding, in the labor negotiations section is We do not know whether the auditor will move $1.3 million of interest earnings to the general fund as required by state law. The true and accurate information regarding this commentary in the labor negotiation section is that the CAO has historically requested redirected interest earnings to the general fund from other funds that did not belong to the general fund, and in some cases to the county. Contrary to the suggestion of the erroneous information, the CAO is not entitled to the interest earnings of other funds, and state law does not require that I give the CAO somebody else's interest earnings. A complete investigation of the funds whose interest is being redirected was begun but not completed due to limited staffing capacity and refocused priorities of greater urgency. The AC office did hold interviews with county departments whose interest was being redirected and received requests to stop the redirecting of the money. Given the short time frame from when I was notified of this agenda item and the date of this presentation, I did not have enough time to prepare a completed document for evidence. However, I will share on the next slide the interest apportionment work paper prepared from what we receive from the treasurer. The authority, California Government Code 53647B, notwithstanding the provisions of subdivision A, and except as otherwise represented by the officer making the deposit so directs, such interest shall be paid to the fund which contains the principal on which the interest accrued. Do you see my mouse hovering on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to show you, if I can get it open, this document. I said I would include it on the next slide, but I didn't have enough time to add it into PowerPoint. These are all the funds that are currently being redirected to a general fund. Some of these, as you can see, don't belong to us. Some of these, per the departments that I've spoken with, should not be redirected. So the expectation that the CAO has that they are entitled to interest earnings is misleading, because they are not entitled to these interest earnings, and I am not bound by any state law to give those interest earnings. And in fact, once the officer making that deposit to that fund directed me that they want to keep that money, I am bound to let them keep it. I'd like to provide some clarification about the items listed as other issues. This is for the first bullet point. The increase in audit findings does not mean there was an absence of those identified weaknesses prior to being identified as findings. Auditors and accountants understand that weaknesses become findings when they cross an auditor's materiality threshold. I provided the board ample opportunity to course correct to avoid increased findings. To suggest that allocating one senior accountant, one accountant, and one senior fiscal assistant to the auditor controller department in the course of 3 years would correct decades worth of bad accounting across all county departments and dependent special districts demonstrates a lack of understanding over this county's finance administration. The use of 25% when describing 3 positions misrepresents the efficacy of 3 positions when considering the distribution of fiscal staff across the entire county. The board might also remember that I notified them during the presentation of the 18-19 audit that those findings would appear again, considering that the 18-19 audit issuance date was too late into the year and there was not enough time to fix the issues. Perhaps that was forgotten when implying that my office should have reduced the number of findings with 3 additional staff. The evidence of that can be found in the video of that meeting, which I've linked there. Specifically, you can find it at hour 2, 26 minutes in. I'd like to provide clarification about the second bullet point within the other issues section. While I understand that outside agencies and special districts rely on my office to issue timely payments, there is an erroneous suggestion that delays in payments can be attributed to only my office. It is not the case that all delayed payments originate in my office, as we have found that delayed payments originate in the offices of other departments as well as special districts. I do not intend to scapegoat specific agencies, but will list examples if the board pushes me to do so. I am aware that a certain office and a certain supervisor have solicited complaints against my office from departments and other agencies, and I cannot find the productivity in that action. It is unclear to me how it is helpful to the county to continuously participate in a destructive campaign against my office. Despite the lack of support from certain departments and certain supervisors, I will share that my department is fully caught up with all special district claims that we have received to date, from both those that are dependent and entitled to our services, and those who are independent and are not entitled to our services. We have cleared a backlog of 1,400 invoices in a month and a half following successful trainings with our newer employees, and are now down to a queue of about 400 invoices. The oldest of those invoices was submitted to us in the first week of this month, putting us slightly over our standard 2-week turnaround time for invoice processing. We have consistently accommodated same-day and next-day payments for urgent rush requests. Our office is currently processing 2,000 plus invoices each week. We can accomplish more with more employees. I'd like to provide clarification about the third bullet point in the other issues section. The County Administrative Office does not have the authority to direct the actions of any elected office or department head. The County Administrative Officer or purchasing agent does not have the authority to implement deadlines or commitments on behalf of the Auditor Controller. As such, the Auditor Controller is not subject to commitments made by the CAO to external agencies about the timeliness of completion of duties of the Auditor Controller. Perhaps it will alleviate the CAO's apparent frustration if they cease making commitments that they cannot guarantee will be upheld. It is also important to note that the County Administrative Office might help the Auditor Controller in accommodating to timeline commitments by providing documentation such as invoices, contracts, or claims to the Auditor Controller in a timely manner and not after those 30 days may have passed. The staff report mentions specifically that some events have occurred since my arrival at the county in 2017. I will use this opportunity to highlight other events that have also occurred in the Auditor Controller Department since my arrival. The good news is that the Office of the Auditor Controller has made great strides in improving its operational deficiencies consistently since 2017. Below and on the next slide is a list of some of the improvements we have made as a unified department. We are now able to process all of our work electronically and no longer rely on paper processes because we are maximizing our use of modern software and investing in technological trainings for our staff. We eliminated several bottlenecks caused by routing invoices for payment to the County Administrative Office by offering direct pay services to departments. We have enabled the county's ability to comply with record retention requirements by offering electronic storage of documents within our financial software. We have built import templates that allow us to create entries for and issue payment for hundreds of payments at a time, whereas before, the office could only process one at a time. As a side note, I will mention that it is because of those templates that we were able to issue the hundreds of CARES grants all at once. We are now able to issue electronic payments to employees and vendors because we built upon our relationship with the county's bank to utilize services that sat unused for years, thus yielding more value for the public's dollars. We have successfully trained 100 plus employees from other departments over the past 3 years on financial operations and improvements that have yielded great efficiency results for their departments as well as ours. We have protected public funds by enforcing contract policies that reduce the number of unauthorized payments from leaving the county treasury. We have ensured transparency for the public by requiring full backup and substantiation for all proposed transactions that move county dollars. We have increased transparency for the public by updating the county's chart of accounts and use of descriptor object codes to demonstrate what county dollars are actually spent on. We have protected the county from litigation by enforcing federal and state mandates that require full compliance with regard to claiming for federal and state grants. This is an ongoing task dependent upon adequate levels of staffing for monitoring and maintenance. We have offered electronic submittal of payment claims to all special districts to alleviate their paper and postage costs while also reducing the delays resulting from postal mailing. This is a task that can be improved upon if adequate levels of staffing were met. We have held true to our mission of accountability by holding firm on regulatory compliance and addressing issues that threaten our ability to remain compliant. We have improved accountability within our own department by maintaining detailed daily time logs that demonstrate completion of tasks and areas for improvement. We have easily transitioned to a virtual Zoom office due to our preparedness efforts following the first public safety power shutoff back in October of 2019. We invested in laptops and converted our records to electronic format, which allowed us to adapt relatively quickly to remote work during the shelter-in-place order at the beginning of this pandemic. We have educated ourselves on our financial software enough that we are able to troubleshoot with departments and alleviate a bit of the demand on county IT. We have learned how to run some of our own exports, and we have a better understanding of how the different modules within the system interface with each other. As a department, we are working in a teamwork model. This allows us to cross-train and troubleshoot issues in real time. We believe we can accomplish much more and modernize many processes that will benefit the county as a whole. All we need is adequate staffing to do so. Thank you for the opportunity to address all of the issues in a public forum. I wish we could have done it sooner, though definitely with more advance notice for preparation. My team and I are looking forward to hearing your ideas for improving this organization's operations. I would also like to share with you, Chair Fennell, that my staff is present here and they are here as panelists. They would appreciate the opportunity to have a platform to speak directly to you, to the other supervisors, and to the public.
Thank you. I will say, however, Ms. Paz Dominguez, that you have laid out a number of very, what I would call confrontational statements. And so I'm going to be asking for some of the people that you have made those statements about to respond. And so with that, I would like to go first. Well, did you want to speak, Supervisor Bohn? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, and I noticed a lot of this focused on, and I'm not sure because I've read the report and everything, and since it was brought up, I was wondering if we, I think it's Scott Johnson from MGO. Would it be the right time for him? Because it sounds like he had a lot of input in some of the things. So could we hear his presentation from MGO? Because I think they're probably a part of it. I believe it'd be best to revert to him and ask him if he got input.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Bohn. That's who I had first to ask. So I hadn't heard from you. Welcome, Scott. Thank you, Supervisor. Welcome.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Scott Johnson. I'm a partner with MGO, CSD and Fennell. I wanted to first, let me just give you a brief background of our firm and my experience. MGO, we're a large CPA firm. One of our specialties is state and local government. We're actually the auditors for the state of California. We do the single audit for the state of California, which is, quite frankly, I believe one of the largest audits in the country because of the amount of federal funds that the state receives. We also are the auditors for 6 of the top 10 counties, which include LA County, San Diego County, San Francisco, Santa Clara, Alameda, Contra Costa, and Sacramento. We're also auditors for many of the large cities like San Jose, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and so on. So we have a lot of state and local government experience in our firm. And me personally, I mentioned I'm a partner. I've been with the firm for 6 years now, and I've been heading up our advisory group. But in my former life, prior to joining the firm, I spent about 24 years working in local government. I was the controller treasurer for the county of Santa Clara. I was also the director of finance for the city of San Jose, a pretty large organization, for over 10 years. And then I went on to be an assistant city manager for the city of Oakland. So both our firm and myself and our team have a lot of experience in state and local government, municipal finance issues. And in regards to our report that we've issued, I personally have been involved when I worked in local government in well over 50 cost allocation plans and many internal service fund methodologies on how we charge out, those charges for those internal service funds to the respective departments within the organization. I think, what I also want to state is that we've been working for almost a year now, assisting Humboldt County with a number of operational and finance related issues. We've been hired, our client is the county counsel's office, and we've been working directly with county council, getting our direction from the county counsel's office. And as was previously mentioned, we spent a lot of time in assisting DHHS and the Auditor Controller's Office in regards to reconciling claims so that the county can receive the reimbursements, from the state, which amounted to tens of millions of dollars in assisting in working on those claims and reconciling them to facilitate the respective departments, being the Auditor Controller's Office and DHHS, in signing those claims and submitting them to the state for reimbursement. I also want to state that, I'm just going to give you my perspective first, and that is that, given my years of experience, I actually last night was interviewed by a college student that's planning to, he has a major in accounting, and he interviewed me, and I was telling him he wanted to know my background, and I actually have to say I have about 35 years of experience working either for or with, local government. And what's really important is communication, collaboration, and cooperation at the professional level. And I think, sometimes some of the things that you've already hit upon, there might be some miscommunications or maybe a lack of collaboration or cooperation. I also think it's very important in regards to many of these issues that there are written policies and procedures, roles and responsibilities, where it's real clear who has what responsibility, making sure you outline the timelines and so on. So with that, we did this report at the request of, initially through the county counsel's office in regards to this limited study for cost allocation plans. And what's very important, as I mentioned, I have a lot of experience in this area. And we audit a lot of cost allocation plans for many local governments. And we also audit, as I mentioned, the state. They're a single audit. What is important is to understand is, there is a process where, there's a desire to have actual costs, but that's not always realistic given timing. So in my career, like for example, I'll give you a quick example. For the city of San Jose, when we did our cost allocation plan, and I actually did 5 cost allocation plans for the city for different mechanisms, but the one that was very important was the grant-related cost allocation plan where we were getting federal state dollars. And there's very clear professional guidance in regards to the accounting and methodology. And what is acceptable in the profession, as a matter of fact, it's part of general accepted accounting principles, is reasonable estimates can be made. So based on the timing of when a cost allocation plan needs to be developed and submitted for approval prior to the beginning of a fiscal year, in using that document to use as a basis for your budget and charging out those charges to the various departments and other entities, acceptable, reasonable estimates are part of the practice. Saying that, however, there is a process where there could be an adjustment near the end of the fiscal year where you're monitoring and seeing there could be a large variance in providing those services and the related cost. Or typically, what's typically done is you do a true up in the subsequent year. So you take, after your books are closed, the financial audit is completed, then you can, in the subsequent year when you're developing your cost allocation plan or your internal service fund charges, you can then true up and compare what you charged out based on budget, based on estimates, to the actual final actual financial results after an audit has been completed. The books were closed, the auditors submitted their opinion. So that's perfectly accepted in the industry, and that is usually the methodology that's being conducted in all the agencies that I've worked at and the agencies that we audit. And so I think there might, quite frankly, the issue about substantiation is very important, and the estimates need to be reasonable and realistic. But again, I think there needs to be very clear collaboration and cooperation, and communication is key. Because one last point I want to make is that being a former finance director for some very large government organizations, it's very, very important that the finance department is working in conjunction with all the departments throughout the organization, and they're working collaboratively and together under cooperation. So I really suggest that some of these issues that have been identified during this meeting, that there may be lacking defined operational procedures where roles and responsibilities need to be clear along with timelines. And so with that, I'm available for any questions in regards to the report that we issued or any other matter before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Supervisor Bohn.
And I think the reason I was looking for, Scott, and I keep hearing that I think from day one, and I think we've shown that effort and actually taken some duties away, but I keep hearing, would more staffing fix this? I mean, I don't know. I just have a feeling I keep hearing more staffing, but then I hear that there's turnover, people are staying home, that there's large amounts of turnover, extreme amounts of turnover for that department. And then would more staffing, if we just gave her 4 people, would everybody start getting paid every 4 days and everything be perfect?
Yeah,
I know that's simple, but.
Yeah, Supervisor, to answer your question. So we were not tasked to do a staffing study for the Auditor Controller's Office. However, I will say, and I think it's been acknowledged, that given that, we've been in this COVID environment for 8 months now, and it's very, very challenging for staff. And when you have turnover, you have people that are working remotely, you have some other limitations, there's going to be those challenges. I also think it's very important that your Auditor Controller's Office have sufficient staffing to perform the functions. There's more and more, there's additional requirements that, government finance are required to report on and monitor and so on. And I know that you've been going through a number of system implementations, both for your payroll system as well as your finance system. So I think that it's very important to identify the priorities of the key tasks that need to be performed for the department, and then maybe some type of staffing study should be conducted. But we were not asked to do that. We did not complete a staffing study.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Supervisor Bass.
I'd like to follow up with Scott. Thank you. Actually, you hit on a couple things I did want to ask about, because my understanding is back, 4 years ago or 3 years ago, when the previous auditor was there was, I think it ended up being 9, but it had been 8 and 9 as far as the audit staff, not with the payroll, for a period of time. And I hear what you're saying, that there's new things that are coming on board. Some of those things are going to take more time. So we had added 3. And I like your idea of the staffing study, because I think the question I've had is, like, instead of just throwing staff in there, we need to know what staff needs to do, or what that office needs to actually help them be as efficient as can be. Because I want to say too, I get wonderful comments on the staff in the office there, and I just want y'all who are on here to know that the community, the folks you deal with, really do appreciate you, and they know it's a tough job going on, and they just say really nice things about you. So I wanted to tell you that. But I'm interested to know more about this study on employees, or the task list. How long would that take to do, to actually get something really functional put together?
Yeah, Supervisor Bass, if MGO was to do that under our existing contract or a subsequent contract, I would imagine that would take, I would think, no less than 60 days, probably about 90 days, 3 months to do that assessment. One of the other things, can I also add, I just wanted to add another component here, and that is, I wanted to give kudos to the auditor controller and her staff, for they really have taken a fresh perspective in regards to the internal controls, and making sure you have appropriate documentation, making sure that things are not rubber stamped and so on. Saying all that, you have to evaluate the cost benefit of the controls that you put in place. You can't do 100% of controls, otherwise you'll stymie the organization. So that would, I also think a review of internal controls would be a nice study, and making sure that you have the appropriate controls in place, and that you identify the cost benefits of those controls and the related risks.
Thank you, Scott. I know that the treasurer tax collector was also mentioned in some of those comments, and I would welcome Mr. Bartholomew to give us your thoughts, please.
Good morning, Chair Fennell, fellow board members and staff, and everyone else that's on here today. It really pains me to be in front of the board today to be talking about this stuff. And we all want the county to run efficiently and effectively, and be the high-performing organization that I believe it can be. And I have to say, Karen, you would put your presentation together, and then you pointing out these errors that you believe exist within the report. And that includes the Government Code 26905, whereby it says, the auditor shall reconcile the cash and investment accounts as stated on the auditor's books with the cash and investment accounts as stated on the treasurer's books as of the close of business of the preceding month. We are talking about banking and investment accounts, meaning all the transactions in the bank, cash, have been correct and are properly noted and posted in the general ledger. You expand that to include checks being reconciled and all these other things that really do not pertain to 26905. And prior to your taking over as the auditor controller, there was a staff member assigned to reconciling cash and investment accounts which were done every single month. And as a result of that, and our treasury staff went back and forth with your member. I'm not going to mention who she is. She is no longer there. She retired, but she did a great job. And the thing that concerns me about 26905 is that without having a member in your department assigned to doing those tasks, we don't know what may not be perfectly aligned when your staff does start reviewing our banking records, the transactions, and reconciling that with the general ledger. So what that means is that while I have total confidence in the competence and due diligence of our treasury staff, we are doing thousands and thousands of transactions every year. And we average about $4.5 to $5 million worth of transactions every day in which we're operating. So it is important that more eyes be focused on and to reconcile these transactions on a regular basis so that if there are errors, they get found. And nobody's perfect, and we're not expecting perfection from anybody, but it's part of the checks and balances requirements of state and federal and local code. So I find it offensive that you take this approach and use social media to make these claims against county operations. And you put out these social media and news releases. Here's the last one. This office has ongoing difficulties with what it believes to be an entrenched culture with county government, which is not acting in the best interests of the public, but instead looking for shortcuts to make its own tasks easier. And you wrap yourself in the veil of trying to watch out for the taxpayers. Well, for one thing, we are all taxpayers. And everyone I know working for the county does their best to provide the best services to the taxpayers that we are able to do. And it just boggles my mind, frankly, that you take this type of approach. And let's talk about a few other things. We need to have transparency. We have to operate in total transparency in all of our operations. Yet, I sent you 4 emails in the last month just to try to find out when you were going to close your fiscal year end. You did not respond, not to a single one of them. And you insist that all staff interact with your department through the CTY auditor email address, meaning they submit requests to your office through this general email address, not knowing where those requests are going to. In other words, who's assigned to those, whatever the inquiry is about. So then when subsequent inquiries are sent to your office, it still goes into this black hole if nobody responds. And so transparency goes to communications also. And when departments are requesting things and we get no answers from your department, and I know your staff is under a lot of pressure, but without knowing who we are to be communicating with, because we do not know who is assigned to which tasks, how can we have interdepartmental communications which are efficient and effective? And I'm not going to belabor this too much, but I cannot tell you how often I have had staff coming to me and saying, I am not getting a response. I send emails, inquiries about checks or whatever, lost checks, with no response from the office. So who are we supposed to contact in that case? And I have a few other instances that I would be happy to go into, but I don't want to take this down the rabbit hole any further than I already have. But Karen, I'd be happy to hear your response.
The thing that I really want to point out here that I found, and I sympathize with you, Mr. Bartholomew, I really do. What is being characterized by the auditor controller as department heads and supervisors interfering is actually attempts to collaborate and work as a team. And this is the part that we really need to get to. As we talk about these separate elected officials, etc., we're all working for and with the county, for and with each other. And when we get to this stage, we are not only doing a disservice to the operations of the county, we're doing a disservice to the people of the county. And I think that we need to really focus in on finding a way to work together. I hear the concern in your voice, Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew, and I know you to be a very fair and honest person. And I know it takes a lot to get you to that point. So I will speak also for both the supervisors and other department heads who feel this frustration that you're voicing right now.
And I want to apologize to everyone here. And because I am frustrated. I'm quite frustrated because Karen, you are very articulate. I should say auditor controller, Paz Dominguez, you're very articulate and you're very smart and you do an excellent job in many areas. But some of the decisions you have made that pertain specifically to interdepartmental procedures and operations, you change them without understanding the ramifications that they have throughout the other departments that those actions or procedures are connected to. And it has disrupted a lot of stuff. And again, I'm going to stop. I'm expressing my frustration and I apologize for my outburst, so to speak. But I just want the county to work as effectively and efficiently as possible. Karen, you know I've reached out to you many times trying to make things operate smoothly between our departments because we are attached at the hip. Everything we do has to be reconciled and then also matched up in the general ledger. And we don't know where your department stands relative to cash and investment accounts. And by the way, we do report our investment costs based on cash, based on cost also. It's not just market rate. So, and anyway, I'll stop there. And again, I apologize for my emotional outburst, which I try not to do ever in public, but here I am doing it. So I will stop now before I put my foot further into my mouth.
I think this is an airing of issues that need to be aired, and I appreciate everybody. Well, I don't know if we want to go into a back and forth response yet until we address some of the other issues that I note were brought up, and one of those was staffing, and I'm wondering if Director Lee, you have any input on that level?
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable board members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. All I can say is a couple of things. As you will recall, back on October 13, 2020, at the conversations surrounding the implementations of ADP, your board directed county HR to review the job classifications and the qualifications and talk about the process of how do we bring forward changes to job classifications. I would like to qualify that the county HR office is not responsible for position allocation approval, meaning increasing numbers of allocations. That is being done in concert with the operating departments and the budget management office and your board of supervisors approval. The role of human resource is to conduct a classification review to review to see if the minimum qualifications requires an increase in changes, modified in terms of job duties examples, etc. So as you will recall, on October the 13th, your board directed county HR to review, assess, and make recommendations of classification reviews for your board's discussions and actions at the request of the auditor controller's request to have a second assistant auditor controller and a supervising auditor controller staff. Notwithstanding the accountant and the executive secretary at that meeting, your board approved that as part of an extra help. I understood that my role was to conduct a job classifications of the assistant auditor controllers and the supervising auditor controller, which is a brand new job classification. I would like to impress that the request was made on October the 13th. I'm very proud of the staff that my office conducted, and we provided to the auditor controller's office a draft plan of the recommended classification enhancements to the assistant auditor controller and the supervising auditor controller positions on November the 17th. I'd like to highlight that for specifically because in human resources management, there's so many data compilations, collections, and analysis that we must do in advance to review what is the appropriate job classifications. And with any other department that I have encountered in my short 4 months here with the county, a typical response is averaging between 60 to 90 days because that requires a lot of conversations. It requires conversations with labor unions to ensure that the job classifications we are making recommendation is in alignment with the best standard practice before we take that staff agenda report to your board. On November the 17th, I reached out to the auditor controller expressing my apologies for the delay, even though it was within 1 month time frame. We provided the staff the recommendations of the changes, and I reached out to the auditor controller saying that I will remain flexible to work with her office to, upon her review, upon her markup. This is part of a collaboration process of back and forth, looking at the minimum qualifications, then I would be responsible for taking the staff report to your board for your discussions. At that time, whether your board approved the classifications or not, we need to update the job classifications. Then the next step would be for your board to approve and discuss the allocation positions if appropriate. Then with the authorizations from your board, with the increase in positions allocations, that's where county HR will step in to assist in the recruitment. So the process from county HR perspective, we are moving things along with respect to classifications review. I cannot help but to say that in the auditor controller's presentation this morning, I would like to take this opportunity to make 2 remarks. One, there was a reference regarding the fiscal year 18-19 HR requisitions. I would have to qualify, I've only been here less than 5 months. There are so many processes that I will have to learn to understand and to be part of that process improvements. And I pride on myself to continuously reaching out to collaborate and to ask questions so that I can turn around, be informed, to make course corrections and business process improvements for my department. I ask this time that I am unaware of the request for the fiscal year 18-19 HR requisitions. And I will be more than happy to collaborate with the auditor controller's office if the information is forwarded to me so I can work with my staff. So that's number one. And number 2, with respect to the payroll entries of a $3 million reflective regarding and from the Department of Health and Human Services, that posting error was made in error due to a glitch in our One Solutions. The information was brought forward to the auditor controllers at our year-end discussions on October the 22nd, I believe. And we've been exchanging communications and providing documentations for the Auditor Controller's Office to make the appropriate corrections. So I would like to say that with those 2 points those 2 remarks made out today, I take pride in my follow-up with my department heads. I take pride in providing customer service. And I would just like to clarify that we take exceptions to corrections where we needed to, and I will continue to work with the auditor controllers to make those corrections. But to get back to your questions regarding the classification study, the process in HR is the same as with any other department. When the department requests as a classification review, an increase in position allocations, it's a collaborative process, and typically it's ranging between 60 to 90 days. And with fast lightning speed, my staff and I have worked through the process, and we are now waiting for the auditor controller's feedback on those 2 job classifications to bring it back to your board. I also appreciate Mr. Scott Johnson's comment regarding a staffing study. As you will recall, back in 2019, your board authorized a classification study, a compensation study. Those studies are not, the classification study is surrounding the minimum qualifications, the standards of recruitment procedures. Compensation study is surrounding wage and wages. But a staffing study was never part of that class and comp study commissioned by your board. But I do agree that in light with everything and the constant changes in financial requirements, the outlooks, the regulatory compliance, I fully supported the directions with your board's approval, of course, is to have an actual staffing study so that you can make a determination whether you add or you delete, whether you have appropriate job classifications to perform the duties of the Auditor Controller's Office. I think the staffing study will address the additions or the deletion, but that is not the area for classifications and compensations. I will, of course, do my very best to support whoever will come in, or if tasked by your board to conduct a staffing study, county HR will stand ready to perform that study. So thank you for the opportunity to speak before your board this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Director Lee. All right, I don't believe I can think of any other department heads that haven't spoken. If there are any, please let me know. Put your hand up, and the panelists. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. And are there any further questions or comments at this time? Also, I would like to hear from the CAO, but for the board first, will we go with, let's hear from the CAO. Amy, CO Nielsen, if you're available, could you give us some thoughts on what we've been discussing so far?
Sure, there's a couple items that I definitely would like to address. As far as the PARS PARS bank statements, we've been sending those to the Auditor Controller's Office for over a year now. That audit finding has to do with PARS hitting the 7,000 series account. That's not a county administrative office function. As far as the 2 CFR Part 200, in terms of the cost allocation plan, and that budget estimates can not be used, that was contained in the Auditor Controller's report. 200.430 states they may be used for interim accounting purposes. The system for establishing the estimates produces reasonable approximations of the activity are identified and entered into the records in a timely manner. Short-term fluctuations between workload categories need not be considered as long as the distribution of salaries and wages is reasonable over the long term. The cost allocation plan should even out over a period of years. We also, another point is that the system of internal controls includes processes to review after the fact interim charges made to federal awards based on budget estimates. We do that. We have a third quarter budget review, and we do refund excess fund balance when we have more than 60 days of working capital. So again, I just want to say that they can be recovered, those charges and can be recovered over a period of time so they even out. That is what the county administrative office is doing. I also just want to say we could be here all day long, all week long, if we get into the weeds of every government code that the auditor controller brought up in her interpretation of the government code. But what I really want to do is make sure we're focusing on the bigger picture, the more detrimental picture of not posting these state controller office approved cost allocation plan charges, because we will be negatively impacted if we don't post those charges. And that includes furloughs and layoffs, and that is significant and could potentially even mean service reductions for county residents.
Thank you, CEO Nielsen. Appreciate you bringing it back to that central issue, which is the reason we're here. I will, if the board doesn't have any further comments at this point, I'll actually go for public comment. And I understand that the auditor controller said she has a number of staff here. I do see some in the panel, but I would, with all due respect, say that we're dealing with department heads. However, you're welcome to make your comments as members of the public with a 3-minute limit. And so I will give you the deference of speaking first before we go to the list. If you would raise your hands, I will call on you. So remaining, Lene Henderson.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Lene Henderson. I work in the Office of the Auditor Controller, and I've been an employee of Humboldt County for over 32 years. 2 years ago, I was moved to DHHS Financial Services. I started shortly after Karen Paz Dominguez took office. I remember my coworkers were submitting journals, but struggling to answer requests for clarification and documentation from the Auditor Controller's accounting staff. I was attempting to complete my own journals, but nobody could help me learn or explain anything to me. I had problems understanding the requests, and my corrections were insufficient most of the time. How could I clarify something I didn't understand myself? Communications were strained, and the Auditor Controller and her staff were repeatedly vilified in my office. This was not constructive, and I wondered why the new auditor inspired such contempt. I learned about a sharp reduction of DHHS fiscal staff due to several retirements in the few years before I arrived. It seems inadequate preparation for the vacancies left current employees struggling without clear instruction or adequate training. The Auditor Controller is not at fault for dysfunction at DHHS. The problem lies with loss of institutional memory and unsupported employees. I've worked for Karen for almost a year and believe she is very qualified and a distinct change from the men that have held the office. In my view, her most important qualification is a commitment to integrity and ethics, but her success seems to have been thwarted at every turn by this board, the CAO, and some department heads. You will probably decide to spend more taxpayer dollars for a consultant to come in to make a predetermined conclusion. But remember, the people elected an auditor controller who ran on a platform that promotes accountability and transparency to the residents of Humboldt County. I am troubled by the need to express myself here, but I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Lene. The next is Jim Hussey. Welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors, and thank you for giving me a chance today. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can, James.
Oh, all right, thank you. My name is Jim Hussey, and I'm a senior accountant with the Auditor Controller's Office at the County of Humboldt. And I would like to address the issues brought up today by the Humboldt County Association of Governments. The issues that the AC office has had with HCOG predate the Auditor Controller's tenure with our office. Previously, HCOG used to keep their money in the Humboldt County Treasury and had an agreement with the Auditor Controller's Office to process their accounts payable transactions. Previous to my time at the Auditor Controller's Office, the accounts payable team was made up of 3 employees, 2 full-time and 1 part-time. When I was hired in 2012, that number was reduced by 1/3. This drop in staffing, along with outdated software and inefficient check processing processing procedures made it difficult for the AP staff to process payments in a timely manner. During this time, the Auditor Controller, the Honorable Joseph Mellett, would regularly make requests for increased staffing during the presentation of yearly financials. They understood that with our staffing levels, a single illness or departure would completely derail our organization. This event occurred in 2015 when the second accounts payable staff person retired, leaving us with only one staff person to process all of the accounts payable transactions for all of the county departments, JPAs, and special districts. The rest of the AP staff assisted as feasible, but despite our efforts, it still resulted in the delay of payments. This delay was detrimental to HCOG's operations, and they chose to pull up the money out of the county treasury, resulting in a loss of revenue to the Auditor Controller. Had the board heeded our call for additional staff back then, we may have been able to maintain this mutually beneficial relationship. Fast forward to today, and we are in a similar situation. While recent staff increases have brought our AP staff back to previous levels, we are now currently facing a similar situation with our accounting staff. The COVID-19 pandemic has taken a heavy toll on our office, and as I'm currently the only senior accountant in the office, and our accounting staff has been reduced to 3. This means my time is spread out across many duties, of which HCOG is one. Due to our low staff numbers, AC staff has been working nights and weekends and had a vacation moratorium put in place during the summer. Despite the time-saving measures we put into place, we are still unable to keep up with the level of work needed to provide adequate service to our customers, including HCOG. Our staff is at a level where any leave of absence is catastrophic to our office, resulting in stress and illness, thus causing further delays. This has required that the work that we do for HCOG is limited to exactly what is required by the Transportation and Development Act, which has resulted in additional work for the HCOG staff and some delays caused by the transition. Even then, it is difficult to meet those requirements despite working overtime on nights and weekends. In conclusion, I would like to take this opportunity to ensure HCOG that it is our office's desire to provide the best quality work possible and to do so in a timely fashion. Therefore, it is my request that the Executive Director and the Board of HCOG support the Auditor Controller in her desire to hire additional staff to a level commensurate with other counties of our size. Thank you for giving me the time to talk today.
Thank you. Well done. You got it all in there in 3 minutes, Jim. The next person, anybody else from your staff that wants to speak, can you raise your hand? Cynthia. Well, welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Board. I was hired by the Auditor Controller's Office in early March of 2020. But due to the COVID restrictions, I wasn't able to start there. I started working at the EOC and had worked there for 5 months. So the Auditor Controller's Office was short-staffed for 5 months because I was in a different location. I've been a public servant for 30 plus years. I have worked with administration. I have been a classified employee and also classified management. I've been a member of negotiations team, budget committee, safety committee, and health benefits committee. So I have a little bit of experience in a lot of areas. And I know people don't like change, but you shouldn't keep doing something because you've always done something. If it's no longer efficient or no longer legal, it needs to change. And Karen has done those things. There are things that I had been doing in Santa Barbara County as an accounting person since 2000 that Karen just recently was able to implement here. And when I was working at the EOC, she was giving weekly updates and having meetings so that everyone could come in and see if they needed anything to be done. When we switched over to the new system, Karen offered training for everyone, for all of the financial people, anybody that had anything to do with finance enterprise. But one of the things that I did notice there at the EOC, and it was a wonderful experience, please don't get me wrong, I was able to meet people I never would have met. But I also saw things, happening there, and it made me a little nervous to join the Auditor Controller's group. Because people were saying things that were not flattering. But the longer that I worked there, the more that I found that it was not due to the Auditor Controller's Office. There were contracts that hadn't been signed that people were turning in invoices for. One of the vendors in our community, the county had been using since April and had no signed agreement until August. And in that signed agreement, the vendor and the board agreed that they would not be paid until the county received reimbursement. However, the vendor got a hold of one of the supervisors, and the supervisor and this person pushed to get this money way before it was actually agreed to. I've also seen the invoices coming from the outside. Please, I've only been there for 2 months now, that have been turned in 2 years later. And
sorry, Cynthia, that's your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other employees who would like to speak before I go to the general public? Okay, we'll go now to the callers on the attendees list, and I have a number. So we'll start with the number 7454, last 4 digits of your phone number. When you're called on, please press *6 to be welcomed in. Welcome. 7454, please press *6. Person with the last 4 digits of 7454, please press *6 to be welcomed in. Okay, we go to the next number. That person's dropped out. The last 4 digits of 9171, please press *6 to be welcomed into the queue. Welcome.
Hello, I want to thank Supervisor Fennell and the board for allowing me to speak. My name is Aline Webb, and I am the Finance Director for Humboldt Transit Authority. We provide bus transportation for Humboldt County from Trinidad to Garberville and Arcata to Willow Creek. I just wanted to address the issues of receiving late payments. We are the agency that twice got our money Thursday night when our payroll was due Friday morning. Now, originally with a prior auditor, it would be a 2 to 3 day request, sometimes in 1 day. They were doing a paper check, still able to do it. And then with a newer situation, it would take sometimes up to 4 weeks to get our funds. We then changed our system, so we made sure we requested in plenty of time so that wouldn't happen again. For us to receive our state transit assistance funds, as well as our local transportation funds, a journal entry is required to be made by the Auditor Controller's Office. These entries have been taken up to 6 months after the request for payment has gone to the Auditor's Office. This has seriously affected our operations. We've had to delay important projects, put them on hold, and also to receive reimbursement grants. We need to be able to spend the funds prior to asking for the reimbursement, and this has affected the efficiency that our service needs to provide an efficient and high quality transportation service to our community. These are just a couple of the challenges that we faced due to the late receiving of funds, and I want to thank you very much for your time and allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Elaine. The next number here is with the last 4 digits of 3053. Please press *6.
Hello, this is Thomas Mulder. I just want to clarify, you can hear me?
Yes, we can, Thomas.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how I make my comments to sound nice, but I'm not trying to be mean either. As a member of the public, following this, very, very concerning. I continually notice that there's points in time where the auditor controller is asking for more staff, basically refusing to do reports or timely updates to things that the county needs to move forward in a better business environment, including the ADP thing and all those other things that I've heard in Board of Supervisors meetings. But I noticed as a member of the public, I noticed there's plenty of time to put together a report over the weekend. And there's plenty of time to go out on social media and attack back or lash back rather than provide those reports. Is this extortion for more help? Has time to run these reports rather than the report today. As a member calling in, can't see it. If I do Zoom, I can't participate and be able to talk. So I kind of feel that there's a little bit of a power trip going on, and it's really not healthy for the county because, as the tax collector said, we all have to work together. We may not all like each other, but we all have to work together. And can we see timestamps, because there was so much today in the report about time reports from other county departments. Can we see timestamps for people working from home? Because obviously maybe working from home, this might be a necessary essential business that needs to be in the office where they can easily gather those reports. So as a member of the community, I'm very, very concerned. I don't know what to do. I don't know if people need to put together a recall election to change department heads, if the county can work together to be more efficient, but people not getting paid, you're just not healthy. So we need to move forward in a positive manner. What that positive manner is, I have no idea, because once again today, rather than the AC taking ownership for some of the lack of things being done, points fingers, deflects. And that's what I've noticed in every one of these reports. So thank you for the people that brought this forward, the ad hoc committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. The next number up is has the last four digits of 5299. Please press *6. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Board Chair Fennell. This is Drew Redden from AFSCME Local 1684, the Humboldt County Public Employees Union. The consistent thing that our union is seeing is requests from the Auditor Controller's Office for more staffing. I can tell you from our members there that they are overstretched, stretched thin, overworked, not enough folks to do all of the things expected of them. In a staffing study, while again an outside cost, there's probably a real need. I mean, it's been identified for years and been talked about for years. And in terms, to the point of the overall collaboration and concerns, is that I think there's been a lot of growing pains with an AC who has come in, who wants to really do things by the book, be accountable, be transparent. And I've heard it said about negotiations or that furloughs or layoffs could come from lack of funding. But really to the point of, reasonable estimates and having like an appropriate level of controls. Our union's been able to identify in the fiscal year 1920 that the spending on wages and benefits came in at about 75%, with a cost savings of $80 million. That's $80 million in wage and benefit savings that this county has seen. That's over 17% of the entire county budget. So when we talk about staffing's short in many places, but we're talking about right there, wages and benefits savings of $80 million. And the collaboration that we need to see is the collaboration of working, I think, with the AC and the members that we have there that are trying to do more than they have the staff to do. And really looking at being accountable and transparent is something that we support going forward. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Drew. Okay, the next person up has the last four digits of 0061. If you could please press *6, you will be able to speak with the board? 0061. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Cherry, and I am an accountant auditor too with the Office of the Auditor Controller. And I would like to start with that I've been with the county for almost 3 years, coming this January. And I have my bachelor's in business administration with an emphasis in accounting from the Humboldt State University. And, you know, I really want to bring us back to the basics of accounting, which we're kind of just skipping past in these conversations, that the accounting cycle, the very beginning chart of how you are to go about preparing and posting and then compiling financial statements based off the day-to-day transactions here at the county. The first step is to identify the transactions. And for our department and our place here in the county, we depend on all county departments, the districts, whether dependent or not, who have their funds here at the county, including the other entities who do have funds with the county treasury as well, to provide us with the information for the transactions that are later to be recorded in the book of record. Moving from that, we use that information to make adjustments and post those entries, you know, and adjust the trial balance for the county to make financial statements to end up at the very last step to close the books for the county. Historically, the transactions for many different types at the county have ranged, you know, from loans, from transfers, both interfund and between the county and other organizations, and reimbursements here at the county were recorded as revenues or expenses generally. They weren't defined as this is going to be a loan or this is moving between the different entities. They're merely just put as miscellaneous revenue or miscellaneous expense. So right from the get, we weren't able to do the very first step of the accounting cycle. Well, now our office is pushing to make sure that step is maintained, which is the whole basis for the entire accounting cycle, to make sure that the county's book of record accurately reflects these transactions. But without step one being completed, without having those actuals, and to echo, you know, the auditor controller and other staff, without having the substantiation required for these transactions for the county and other entities with their funds in the county treasury, we are not able to perform step 7, which is the financial statements. We're not able to perform the closing of the books, which then is used for those amounts that are reported in the county's financial statements. And once the books are closed, for the interest calculations, for other mandated reporting from other governments and programs. And so I really would like to just, you know, people are offering from the other counties when we have offers from outside of the county to say, let's continue to collaborate. Exactly. That's what our office wants too. That's what our staff wants as well. Continued communications and understanding that we're working from a place historically where transactions were not recorded to the detail as required by generally accounting principles. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. You're welcome. Let's see, we have another public comment here from 7454. Please press *6 and welcome.
Estelle, I had some luck this time. Last time technology just blew me right out of the saddle and I was supposed to be first speaker. Anyway, I think the one thing you've heard from everybody is we need more employees. This is something I've been harping on through multiple auditor controllers. I personally think you should have a liaison. John Bartholomew should have an additional position. If that position, an auditor controller should to deal with John Bartholomew. If that person can handle 2 or 3 departments, more power to it. This is just common sense. You can go ahead and do your study. You don't have time for it. I think you have $300,000 into the 7-page thing you have so far on a $500,000 plus contract with the individual. But this is common sense. You don't need a study. You guys can go ahead and do this. Virginia, I'm trying to channel Leo Sears, and I can't remember if he said it was 17, 21, or 27 employees that were in that department. He was there, down to half that or less. Come on, folks. Let's use a little common sense. I did waste a comment. Rex Bohn should not be participating in this conversation any further because he has an extreme bias. I also wanted to make notice on the public record, as far as I'm concerned, the county has violated FPPC and the criminal code by using public funds to discredit an elected official. I don't want to have to go there and make these points, but I guess it's necessary for people to understand. Are you guys starting to get it or not? Rex, I wish to make a response to you. Why didn't the auditor controller submit for a budget that year? Well, could it be the same as Blue Lake? City of Blue Lake was told, don't bother, there's no money. And then, of course, Amy Nielsen's department got a whole bunch of funds that year. Am I a little bit suspicious? Yes, I am, Rex. I think the problem comes down from the top. I think it comes from this board, extreme bias. And Amy Nielsen has an agenda here, and it's another Amy Gate. In my opinion, she basically, that was a hell of an admission to her being complicit for everything that's wrong in the county. The buck stops with Amy regarding communication. The buck starts with you for not having Amy to have the communicating skills. You need somebody else in there. Thomas Mulder, we usually agree. You try and recall Paz Dominguez, and I bet she'd get 70% in the vote against any supervisor up there, and definitely is going to go ahead and easily slide, just like Maggie, RDA. These people are protecting us. It's necessary. And if she spends her birthday on her weekend, I think that's what might have happened, having developed this report when giving information at 4:40 or something like that on Friday. So be it. I wish she had the weekend to herself to enjoy her family and friends. This has to stop. It needs to stop now. Put it aside. Let's fix this. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Kent. Let's see. We have another caller here with the last four digits of 0932. 0932. Please press *6 and you can be in the queue. Welcome.
I should be unmuted now. How's this?
Yes, welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you, Supervisor Fennell. This is Layla Roberts, and I am obviously a voter, but also a friend of Karen Paz Dominguez's. And one of the things that I do is I turn to her for advice on things like how to manage teams, how to understand certain auditing and accounting principles. And I have to say that I have been really, really impressed with the degree to which she took her 55% voter mandate and has created significant and material improvements over the past few years. But I've also noticed that she seems to have been doing this under a constant barrage of resistance and criticism. And I am concerned about that because having undertaken change management processes myself as a head of operations, someone who is accountable for federal and county and state grant compliance, I know how critical it is for everybody to get on the same side. And I also know that Karen is protecting all of our interests. So I just want to ask this Board of Supervisors to consider that Karen is protecting you as well as us. I'm really concerned about a meeting like this being held in this manner. I could only name it as railroading if I were an outsider. And I would love to see, yes, better staffing, yes, better compliance, but also appreciation for the incredible diligence and care that this auditor controller is taking with our public dollars. I think that she deserves more respect than she's getting. Thank you.
Thank you, Layla. Let's see, any further comments on this item from the public? Ryan, it looks to me like we don't have any further public comments, correct?
You are correct, Chair Fennell. That concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you very much. So that will bring us back to the panelists and the board. And I see that Director Beck, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thank
welcome.
you, Supervisor Fennell. I'm just wondering if I could offer up, previously we had a senior fiscal assistant that was staffed in the auditor's office, and that position's vacant currently. And it was noted that that position there wasn't interest in that position previously. And so I'd like to offer that back up. Also, I currently have an accountant position, actually it's filled, but I would also like to offer the accountant person to assist the auditor's office in closing the books, if that could be useful. just trying to think of ways that we could assist to move this forward. So I just wanted to offer up those two things. And then I would like to add, based on the last caller's comment about change management, that is something that we talked about. I know for me as a department head, I pleaded for a really long time for us to have that process when we were changing accounting practices within the county. So those if we would have had more of a change management process through some of the things that have changed over the last few years, I think that there would have been more collaboration and the ability to work together. But that going without saying any more, I just want to say there's staff available to assist if possible. I feel like we need all hands on deck at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Beck. Appreciate that. CAO Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. I just need to respond to comments that there is no fraud or corruption happening here. The State Controller's Office approved a cost plan that contains central service and internal service fund charges. Those charges have been substantiated. When I was on a phone call with the State Controller's Office on Thursday, they said, we have provided you the document, and that is Section 1 and Section 2 in the negotiation agreement that allows you to post those charges to your general ledger and therefore claim state and federal charges. Staff in ADA, workers' comp, liability, purchasing, ADA, IT, there is not corruption. These are staff that are working hard for the benefit of this community. And I cannot say that strongly enough. If we lay people off because their charges are not posted, that's a disservice to this entire county.
Thank you, CAO Nielsen. I do want to echo, when I hear about people having a hard time, I will just say for the record that every department in the county is overstressed and overworked, but they still keep doing the job and getting to where they need to be. And I know it's a tall order. We absolutely all have to step up, and I appreciate the efforts of everybody. But I really want to stress that you are not alone and everybody is doing their job. So thank you. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to comment, when someone talked about railroading, and it's not like we haven't been communicating that we needed certain things done. And when the budget committee goes in there, I thought COVID was going to be our biggest challenge. And we get, things that may not come back to us. I mean, if someone doesn't want, the federal and state funds, I guess, oh well, but to me, it's real hard for me to turn my back on something that needs to be filed this week that's $500,000, with no extension. So we just going to decide it's not worth it. So that to me was why we had to have this brought here now, because there's some things that are really hitting a deadline, so I apologize if people think this is sudden. Unfortunately, this probably should have come to, we probably should have had this conversation a long time ago, because this is not something new this year or last year. But Anna, it's just interesting. I like the caller that said we're constant barrage of criticism. It's like, well, welcome to being unelected. I think we all get that. And it's just, bringing these kind of items forward is not a really fun task. So I hope most people can sit back and go that we're trying to do the right thing in the right way. And I think we've had some good solutions that have been, brought forward, and we've got some really good information. Yeah, that's all I'll say for now. I think I have more later.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Any further comments or thoughts here? Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. So I want to, preface everything with that, well, there's a couple things. One is everybody in this situation, whatever it is, every department, every district, everybody is trying to ultimately deliver services for the community. And that's it. I mean, that is what we're trying to do, right? There isn't, and no one's trying to hoard anything. There isn't anyone, getting paid on the backside. Everyone is working hard for not a lot, and putting in overtime and doing what they can really to deliver services to the community. And that's the fundamental thing. And there is some anguish, and there is some frustration and anxieties when some of these systems, both old and new, are we're making these adjustments. There are adjustments to departments, adjustments, quite frankly, to it's like turning a battleship. It's like it has its momentum, and as much as there is a lot of appreciation with relationship to the modernization and to the systems that are occurring through the Auditor Controller's Office and the new eyes and all that stuff that's happening, there's likely to be some adjustment. That's that change management that was mentioned before. And obviously there's a little bit of the change management is stressed in this space. And so I'm not gonna get into where that's happening. And then there is the issue with the relationship to the staffing. And I do think that we're again, it's like turning that battleship. We've got that in terms of in the process, we've got two positions that need to be analyzed. I kind of maybe take a little bit of blame in requesting fairly staunchly that I think that we needed to really look at what the duties and of those positions would be, and the qualifications of those positions to make sure that we're doing right to get in that space. And I applaud and thank the HR department for moving quickly with relationship to that. I think where the reason we're here at this juncture is really specific for me anyway, with relationship to these postings, right? That the CAO is identified as being absolutely critical to getting these funds released so that we don't run into some pretty significant cash flow issues, but not just cash flow issues, but also the potential of not being able to be reimbursed and refunded for those things. And again, if we don't work together to just get past that tipping point, the entire community loses. We lose millions of dollars that is functionally for providing services, right? That's what we're supposed to be doing. So I want to make sure that we address that today. I mean, that we really come out of this, we've already been here, it's almost 12, so we've been here 3 hours. And I want to make sure that, and it'd be okay if we take a break at some point too, that would be nice. Because I really do want to get to a place where we have a plan to get past these dates that are here, the December 1st and November 30th, the December 30th and December 7th, and making sure that even if things aren't necessarily perfect, are they good enough to move us past those points? And if there are issues that need to be dealt with in the future, we can come back, because I think that the potential losses for not moving forward are significant enough. Doesn't matter where we want to point fingers to on this, we need to really take that very, very seriously. And I think that's what's happening today. I think everyone does take that seriously. And so I just want to get us past that point. We heard from the MGO, the representative from MGO, although I didn't hear, the auditor, the AC mentioned legally compliant and industry standards. And so again, we have these cost allocation plans that have been, again, approved by as far as I understand, by the auditor controller of the state, right? And then they're a third party review with relationship to the MGO. And so I guess I'm not clear totally why we can't move past that part. And then if there are things that we need to get back to, we can get back to. And I just want to make sure that we address that. The auditor controller mentioned there, she had a list of a couple of things to justify the postings that she felt like was not maybe there yet. I'm hoping that we can address that list. I tried to write them down as quickly as I could as they were rolling by. So those are kind of the things. I mean, quite frankly, it's like we have these pinch points that are right now. That's why we're here. I mean, that's kind of what it is. Some of the other things are a little bit institutional shifts that we're trying to get through. I get that. Certainly, I think that there's a ton of stress related to staffing issues for sure. And it's in every department, as Supervisor Fennell mentioned. I mean, people are always talking about the dangerous roads, and if the public works had all the staff that they wanted to, they would be able to address all of those things, but they can't. They're stressed at every level, and we have social services. Not everyone's taken care of in the community as we would like. And people's lives are impacted by that very directly, and there's a lot of stress on our social service workers to try and address all those things. They never feel like they can quite keep up, and there's stress in there too. That being said, I think we are in that process of addressing that issue specifically at the AC's office. I think there's momentum in that, but still going back to, we have these dates: December 1st, November 30th, December 30th, and December 7th for these cost allocation plan approvals, so that we can get these things out to those agencies, so that we can get those reimbursements and move forward. I think it's good for the county. I just want to make sure that where some might call things shortcuts, we might call them, practical, necessary, and realistic adaptations to the current situation. And that's, we often live in those spaces. And I think that auditors quite often have a role in trying to move us towards perfection. They're trying to move us towards the absolute, right? And pushing hard to get to that place in terms of these things. But it's an arc. It's a movement in that direction. And I think that we have moved in a good direction. We have a ways to go, but I'm hoping that we don't become, dysfunctionally absolutist in this particular, element that we're talking about today. That we don't, that I think that's where I think the rub is in the current context. We can just get past that part, keep working on those things. So that's what I have to say. I'm just hoping that we can tweak past that point, and we can continue to have these conversations, which I think, some of it gets aired in this moment. It's uncomfortable, sure. Is there some disagreements that will move forward? Yes, but for the betterment of the county, there's some key things we need to get through today, and I'm hoping that happens.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. I'll just follow up on that a little bit. It reflected on the comments of Superintendent Sinistraro and the Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew. A lot of times when these are put forward to the Auditor Controller's Office, they've already been reviewed by people whose job it is. So I'm looking, especially in a crunch time like this, going to a duplication of record that has, if you ever find a point when it may not be necessary when we're at this juncture. And that's where perhaps that concept of industry standards, et cetera, comes in. But the bottom line is that I do want to bring it back to the core issue right here. How do we address this? And I know we had Director Beck bring forward an offer to share employees maybe, but there may be other avenues as well. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from Supervisor Madrone. I know he likes to sit back and review everything, so I appreciate that too and what he does. But I think there's a couple things I want to address, and one of them is I understand. I just had somebody stop by my office and says, hey, do you know they're live tweeting about you and talking about you online? And I said, what? And he said, because I supposedly have a grudge and I'm having all my good friends call in. The normal things I hear all the time. So I just want to bring up two people that did want to speak today and had to do. There was a local car dealer who had never called in about payment here recently. And again, I'm not blaming whose fault it was, but they've been doing business with 80, 90 years. And I've known them for over 45 years. So again, there was an issue there. I also we had a problem in the planning department that I ran across last Friday, getting a check issued, and they were trying their best, calling the office, talked with somebody, wasn't sure what to do. And this was somebody that they were going to lose an escrow on a first-time home buyer program. And I just heard bits and pieces of it, but those are some of the issues. And now, again, I don't know if that's their problem, AC's office, planning and buildings problem, but I can tell you what, it's a Humboldt problem that we need to address. So, I mean, I can be the bad guy in the room, or I can have this, I don't know why. I'm having a hard time thinking why the auditor controller's office would ever be political. As I said, I never had any emails from the other auditor controller, so I'm having a hard time figuring this out. I think working with other departments is great, but I think John Bartholomew, and I want to thank him because I don't think John would speak out. John's pretty quiet about most things. He hit a level of frustration between him and the staff, and I know he has reached out because he's probably our senior financial guy in the county. And it sounded like there are some major issues. But as we say this, what I would like to do, and I would like to, since they're already working with us, and have MGO come in immediately as they're doing this and work alongside with our auditor controller's office and staff to maybe get caught up. And again, the common theme here is being staffing. Understanding that 2.5 years ago, there was we've increased staff 25% in the last 29 months. But now I know people have got sick, people are everybody's staying home, but people aren't able to work. They're, on different things. So, and all departments have that issue. It really affects a smaller department. Department with 100 people have 2 people off. It's okay, we'll get by. People with 10, 12 have 2 off. It becomes a major problem. I understand that. So I think what was said, and I think what we're trying to do is I take my hat off, if I had one on, to Connie Beck, offering some of her financial team to help. I think if we brought in MGO as soon as possible, like yesterday, to assist where they can, whatever they may need. I think Karen just got an executive secretary added to her staff in the last few weeks. I know we okayed that. I don't know if they're there yet. But if we bring those people in as why we're trying to figure out we need staff. I mean, there's always going to be that thing. How did we stay caught up 3 years ago? And now we're looking at an almost 50% increase in staff when we've gone paperless, EFT. We've put all these efficiencies in there, which should probably, but I always laugh. People say any department that goes paperless usually buys more paper at the end of the day because they want to make copies of everything. So that's what the paper industry says. But I think if we bend over and make this work, because the other thing is, at the end of the day, contrary to what everybody says and the commentators, that think they have it all figured out, I've got no grudge. I don't care. I need to have vendors paid. I'm not going to say I'm going to pull back that say a lot of the vendors are friends of mine. Kind of happens when you live here for 66 years. You kind of make a couple friends and then they kind of go into business and you're all tangled up together. So I'm not gonna be offended or take regard to having friends that are vendors. I've also made friends with people that we do business with in the last 9 years that I'd never met before. So I'm gonna try to get them paid on a timely basis. But I think if we can add MGO into the mix immediately, who's already familiar with our operations, get some help from Connie Beck, and we hit the ground running, we can start cleaning some of this up. and hopefully some of the auditor controller staff that is off sick, whatever the case may be, and hopefully they're getting well as we talk, can come back, and then we're going to find ourselves being able to get all this caught up. I did think it was kind of the letter that was written to me, staff, that a lot of people leave the auditor's controller's office because there is a limited number of positions, making it difficult for employees to advance. And Jim, and to staff, I understand. I think advancement's important, but it's kind of like a lot of departments. They only have so many sergeants, so many captains, if we're looking at the sheriffs, or so many other things. The advancement part of it, we'd like to see, but we're not going to add people so people can advance. We're gonna add people so we can get the job done for the people of Humboldt County, and do it as transparent as, that's the new word everybody likes, transparent and everything else. But I keep hearing fiscal misuse, all this, misdirection of funds and everything else. And in the last 20 years, and in excess of 300 audits by state, federal, SCO, and everything else the county has gone through, there have been errors noticed, but there has never been any charges of misuse, fraud, embezzlement by the 2,000 employees, highly regarded 2,000 employees of Humboldt County. And that's what we keep going back to. And maybe that's the hardest thing I have to swallow, because I work with a lot of those people, and I think they show up every day, and they don't show up to steal. They show up to serve the people of Humboldt County. So when you use words like that, it really does deflect the actual what's going on. Squirrel. It does deflect, but it does not reflect what we're trying to solve here. And I'm willing to give you what you need, but I'm not going to do it just because we've been asking for more staff for 3 years. We've given you more staff, and now you're asking for more staff. So there has to be a process of justification, because how do we tell all the other departments we have, as Supervisor Wilson brought up with Public Works and everything else, we can't get our job because we need more staff, and we give you more staff, and he says, we still can't get our job. I'm not going to be able to do this unless you give me more staff. Tom Matson is probably listening right now and says, I'm not going to fill any more potholes till you give me more staff. Then my phone rings off the hook even more. So I think this is where we need the justification. And I am sorry that you think that there's a big grudge going on and everything else. I know it fills a pretty good narrative, but at the end of the day, as it's so, I have to serve the people of Humboldt County too. And I've been doing it for going on 9 years, and I'm going to keep doing it to the best of my ability. And this is why this conversation had to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. You mentioned Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Madrone, I haven't seen your hand up. Would you like to comment, please? And then I think we might take a break. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Let's see if this is on. Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the public, the board, and all the department heads at sea, which I guess sounds like we might be if we don't fix things up here. I want to start out first by recognizing that we're all under tremendous stress. Everybody. This is just incredible what's going on right now for our planet, for our communities, and not just COVID. There are many stressors out there that are affecting all of us. There's no doubt about that. So I just want to acknowledge that, because out of those kinds of conditions, people can feel like they're being cornered and then start, pushing back. I appreciate that there's comments and sentiments being said that there is no vendetta, there's no nobody's out to try and make somebody look bad, blah blah blah. But words are words and actions are actions, and there have been many actions that suggest otherwise. The way this agenda item was even crafted, it really does lend itself to the feeling of this attempt to try and blame the Auditor Controller's Office for all of these problems. It talks about concrete steps to protect the county's fiscal operations, financial condition, and reputation arising from the operational gaps by the Auditor Controller's Office. You know, it would have been nice if that agenda item said something like fiscal operations and financial condition arising from the operational gaps in the county's financial accounting systems. That would be more reflective of what's actually going on in the county, as has been identified by many people. There were some pretty lax accounting procedures that had developed in this county long before Karen Paz Dominguez took this job. And that's been documented by the conversations here today, as well as many other statements and facts that have been presented. So, you know, again, it would be really nice if we're coming together to try and resolve conflict, which is what I believe is the intention. You know, if I drill down into the human intention that I think all of us here today have, it's to try and resolve conflict. You know, to resolve conflict and to do our jobs and find a way to make sure we keep the county whole and take care of our bills and our processes and all those kinds of things. So I know that's what we're here for. But when you start out by labeling the agenda item the way you did, it makes it not seem that way. It makes it seem like everybody's trying to focus in on just the problems with the Auditor Controller's Office. I like the statement that was in the letter from the employees at the Auditor Controller's Office. In particular, there was one statement in there that I thought was really quite good. And it said, there have been several factors that have led to the problems laid out in the agenda item, including general county mismanagement, departmental delays in providing requested clarification, and inability to provide required substantiating documentation. I know that to be true because I have delved into this issue pretty deeply and into some specific issues that deal with my district and other things. And I know that to be true. I know that we all have some responsibility in this conflict. As a board member, I know that I have a responsibility to try and follow up on our board finalizing the staffing requests that were made to us many, many times over the last 2 years, including a month or so ago where we approved one position, the executive secretary, and then we directed HR staff and the auditor controller to work on position descriptions and qualifications for the other two positions of the three that were requested of us. And before we left that agenda item, I raised a concern that I thought we should be hiring those positions, but right at that moment at the meeting, but I understood that it would be good to identify qualifications for those positions so that we could increase the qualifications of individuals working in the AC office, which is not in any way to be derogatory of those that already work there, because I know for a fact that they all work extremely hard and are putting in massive hours to try and deal with this workload. So as a board member, I feel a responsibility to follow through on that commitment. And the response I got from the board last month was, oh, absolutely. We're just trying to define the positions and we'll bring it back for a supplemental budget request and then we'll deal with that then. I recognize that wasn't a vote to approve the supplemental budget request, but that was the action we took. So, you know, when I'm in conflict, I usually try to look at myself first and understand what can I do? You know, what are the requirements and responsibilities that I have to try and move this forward? And so I'm not going to spend any time here trying to lay blame on anybody, even though I think that there's been lots of efforts to try and discredit individuals and to be really mean from the very beginning on many levels. And I also think that it's true what John Bartholomew said, that it's really not the best place to try and solve these problems in social media or on Facebook or in the media. But, you know, if I was backed into a corner and it felt to me like a certain number of people were against me and had a vendetta from day one, I think I'd probably feel pretty reactionary and pretty defensive, frankly, when that just continues to happen over and over again. So, again, we need to each look at our own actions and ask ourselves, are the comments we're making or the actions we're taking helping to resolve this conflict or to perpetuate it? We spent over $350,000 on MGO to tell us what we already basically knew, you know, and I do think that maybe one of the things that's become really clear here today, and I hope it is clear for everybody, is that postings, you know, one of the most critical things that we're discussing here today is these postings that have timelines on them and deadlines. And if we don't do these things, there's all kinds of ramifications. I have heard, and I have been involved in invoicing and accounting myself in my life. I'm certainly not an accountant, but I have dealt with hundreds and hundreds of grants with the federal and state government. I understand these processes of overhead charges and documentation and all these kinds of things. It is clear to me that one can post using estimates, using your best judgment at the time, based on all the information that you have. You can do that, as long as you later then justify and adjust as necessary in the next quarter, the end of the year, wherever that might occur. One has to be sure that you ultimately use actuals to then ultimately justify what you billed for and what happened. I understand all that. So I guess, you know, my recommendation is that we get these postings done. And I realize that there are lots of questions at the office about these things, that they feel that there has not been enough supplemental information submitted to justify all of these things. I understand all of that, but we're not in a position right now where we can get to 100%. And people have said this before, you know, we don't chase the pennies, we chase the dollar. You know, you're never going to get down to the penny. You never are. It's going to be down to the dollar or whatever it might be. And I know you guys in the auditor's office understand all of that. I do know that departments have had lots of problems that have created compounding problems for the auditor controller's office. I mean, as a board member, I see contracts coming by me all the time that are 4 months, 6 months after the contract started. And so they're operating on a handshake or some sort of a gentle person's agreement of some kind or whatever. And then 6, 7 months later, we're finally approving the contract. And I'm told, well, that's because the state is really, you know, late on processing these, et cetera. But I know for a fact that it's not just the state, it's also internally within our departments. We're not doing our jobs across the departments. And it's not that people aren't working hard. It's that things are complicated and we're all under stress and it's just crazy making time right now. So let's all take a deep breath and try to figure out what are the solutions here and not try to blame people. There is plenty of responsibility, not blame, but responsibility to go around. The departments need to get more timely with their contracts, with their invoicing. They need to submit better documentation with those so that it is an easy process. The auditor controller, if they have not done it, I think they've done it to a large degree, but we need to pin down specifically what sorts of documentation is necessary to get things approved at the department level, to get things approved with the ISFs and the other batch of postings. But we can do this, you know, if we stop trying to blame each other and we actually work on those lists and get those things finalized so we're in agreement. And these things were in the MGO report that we paid over $350,000 for. You know, we need to have those things written down, clearly identified, et cetera. But I'm not interested in a staffing study. I want to provide staffing. We've been asked over and over again. And frankly, you know, comparing numbers between one year to another isn't really what's going on. What's going on is that there was an extremely lax process in the auditor controller's office that had allowed departments to get into very lax processes with the way they were submitting their paperwork. And everybody was joyfully moving forward, paying everything, but the liabilities were growing and increasing, and we weren't being very accountable, and findings had already been made long before this auditor controller came on board. So, you know, let's stop with the blame game. There is a lot of room to improve procedures in departments, as well as the CAO's office, as well as us at the Board of Supervisors. And in order to get all this work done, what we're looking at here is this massive backlog of improper procedures. So you don't suddenly clean all that kind of stuff up and get everybody trained into the new procedures that are more accountable, that everybody can work well on and get bills paid timely and postings timely. You don't just do that by getting back to the same level of staff you had before. You've got a backlog. You've got to clean up that backlog. And it's not MGO I want doing this. I want county staff. I want local county of Humboldt people being hired and trained so that we are building our institutional capacity to take on this work and continue it. And if it turns out in a year or two, we've gotten all this stuff caught up, everything posted, people are trained and we're running like a smooth machine again, then maybe we can dial back on some of that staffing. But we're not in that position right now. You know, it's high time we provide the staffing that's been requested, get the work done, get things posted. And that's the part I am saying to the auditor controller, post this stuff. I recognize it's just estimates, but it's estimates made by professionals who are making their best judgment call on where we're at this current time. We've got to post this stuff. We've got to close these books. We've got to move forward, but I am committed to offering you staffing. Obviously, I'm only one vote, but I want to get us out of this. I'm tired of this stuff and this conflict. I know we all are. So that's what I would like to see. You know, this is Thanksgiving week, right? I mean, where's our Thanksgiving spirit? You know, I would be so thankful if we would stop blaming and take on personal responsibility across the board, like I've said, and start moving with staffing and making things happen. If we do that today, I will leave here so thankful that we can move forward and start actually trying to process this paperwork and make things happen. Thank you for letting me speak for a fairly lengthy time. But, you know, I hadn't spoke at all. And I guess still, if you would add up the time of other individuals, I'm still probably less minutes than others have spoken on this issue. So I don't mean to hold back on my comments to the end to somehow be strategizing or thinking. You know, I'm just trying to be a listener. I'm really trying hard to listen and study the issues and understand where everybody's coming from and offer my best suggestions for how we resolve conflict, get our work done, be thankful for the incredible community we live in and the great staff we have in this county. Let's do this. Let's move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone, and you can talk as long as you want because this is what this meeting is all about, is an airing out and hopefully finding a resolution, and appreciate your passion. Very, very quickly, I do want to note that the positions that were requested are fairly high level positions, like assistant auditor, controller, and supervising accountant. And we can't just limit ourselves to, you know, training people up. I think we need to get very well qualified people in if that's what's needed. And that may be a further reach. I don't know, I'm just saying. Supervisor Bass, I think you wanted to say something, and then I think we will go for a break. Oh, Supervisor Bohn as well. Okay, Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Madrone's comments, some more than others probably. I think the blame game is kind of going all over the place right now because, you know, if you happen to be on the budget subcommittee and you thought this conversation should come to the board before time ran out on some of these, the dollars, could we have maybe called it something different? Yeah, probably. But I think when you're in the state of frustration and near panic because you've got, to lose a lot of money in a really quick fashion, what just became that this was very important to bring to the board. And if you're on the subcommittee next year, I'm sure you can talk multiple times, and we will let you have that opportunity, or I'll hand it over to you next year. What I wanted to say that I did appreciate the most was that, you know, the blame game stopping is important, and I think it's happening all over the place. And so are we projecting onto the AC at times? Yes, probably. Is it coming back at us? Yes, I've seen some emails that are quite confrontational as well. Is this playing out on social media? Yes. And to me, that is actually one of the biggest challenges we have in trying to bring all this together is people are trying to pick us apart as the county. You know, for some reason, they want to play this us versus them game. And I don't feel like games. You know, this is important work. It needs to get done. So, you know, I would ask all of us, and you don't have to do what I ask, but to not play this out on social media, because it is winding it up to where people are becoming really hateful, and that doesn't make any of us want to work together. So I won't write anything. So I would just like to hope the rest of you will be as respectful in that is what I'm asking you. And I actually still like the staffing study. I mean, I was supportive of the idea of bringing MGO in now to get what we can done in a very quick fashion, because I don't think we can bring on the employees to get that piece done in time. And I'm not confident that we can. So I would be more interested in MGO and doing some sort of a staffing study so we can really find out what positions we do need. Because you can throw staff at things all you want, but if you don't have staff doing, you know, what they know best, it's not going to be as efficient. So I still really like the idea of the staffing study. But, you know, I think the important thing is as we move forward with getting these pieces taken care of so we can get the dollars that we don't want to lose. And I think we can worry about structure and personality issues later, because right now our biggest focus in front of us should be those postings and being able to just finish the work that we need to do to get that out of the way. So that's just
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
So I appreciate everybody's discussion. I think part of the problem is it's just like all of us in our positions, elected positions, the auditor controller is the tip of the sword. I mean, I know John Bartholomew and his staff get their ass chewed out all the time when people walk in to pay their taxes because the taxes are so high. Why are the taxes so high? Why am I paying all this money? They never walk up to the assessor's office 2 floors up and say, why are you charging me so much money that I have to pay the tax collector? They're paying the tax collector. Now, the 5 of us are elected to overlook a myriad of things. But do they call Connie Beck on the homeless issues, or do they call us? They call us. Do they call us on, I bet I had no less than 10 calls last week about illegally parked cars. I don't know if any of you guys you guys tow your parked cars in your district, but I don't. I call somebody, but we get the phone call. So in turn, the person that cuts the checks is going to get the phone calls. That's part of the reason you get the position and you go forward. So I don't think it's the blame game. It's the tip of the sword game. If you're at the tip of the sword, you're the one that's you're the one that's gonna be there. So I understand all of that. My thing is, and I'll say this, I mean, if you want to go out and tell Linda Lee to hire 3 people, we're gonna get what the letter says is we've hired a lot of people that aren't trained and ready to do the job. It says that somewhere in the letter, and we have to train them. So I'm wondering what good it does unless maybe we can find somebody that's already trained, pay them the extra money instead of, that's why I'm talking about bringing MGO in now to help them at the same time, finding out where the gaps are. Is it an auditor? Is it a senior auditor controller? Is it an accountant that we need? Do we need 2 executive secretaries? Do we need a fiscal assistant? Do we need somebody to put in data entry? We don't know what those positions are. I'm sure they do, but all I'm hearing is in 28 months is we need more staff. We've added 3. Keep that in mind. We've added 3, and now we're adding 3 more. So we're going to add 6 to a 9-member office. I am going to have a hard time looking at a lot of these other department heads who have, as you said, need to clean up their act and do a better job. I'm going to have a hard time telling them, okay, you can ask for another fiscal assistant for your office so you can give better prepared paperwork to that office. And it just means we're going to, and that's the problem with government in a roundabout way is if we have a problem, we just throw more people at it instead of looking at the efficiencies that we're doing. And as I stated earlier, we've gone paperless, EFTs, all these things that have talked about in the past that have made the office more efficient, and now we're adding more staff. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have more staff. I'm not saying, I know they work really hard. I know it's tough to work from home. I understand. I don't know about that part, but I know it can be tough to work from home because you have distractions. I'm just saying, to just say if somebody comes in every time, and like I said, they didn't come into the budget hearings and ask for more staff. They came in afterwards and says, I'm not going to do this unless you give me more staff. So there's also the presentation of how you present it. So I'm willing to throw 3 more staff at it. I'm just do that and hire them right away. And then we'll just see how it goes. But I think that may be the most inefficient way to do it. But we have a problem that needs to be solved. And I don't know how to do it whether than look at somebody professional. Now, unlike Supervisor, I've been around people paying bills. I know how it is to pay your bills. I know that if you want to borrow money, you have to pay your bills. I mean, as Superintendent Sinistraro, you know, if they go into the red, their credit rating goes downhill and their chance to get bonds goes downhill. We have so much more to look forward to. It really caught me when Marianne Hansen from First Five. We always talk about our ACES scores. First Five is one of our biggest defenses on our ACES scores and trying to head them off. If we're going to fund anything, we should start there with our kids and our schools and then work from there. But it's kind of like, I almost feel like they're a mechanic and they rebuild an engine for you. And then they deliver it to Public Works. And then Public Works tears the engine apart to make sure they rebuilt it right and then put it back together and says, okay, it's good. We just had it rebuilt for that. Let's run it and see if we can get there. And if it breaks down, I'm sure there's a warranty and we can go back. I just think we're drilling way down too far. And I don't call it shortcutting. I call it streamlining. The efficiency of government is streamlining, kind of like private practice. And that's why we get audited so often. I mean, I asked one time how many times we get audited, and I hear 12, 14, sometimes as much as 18 for all the programs we have going on. And the findings of deficiency are pretty much zero. They're, you know, a dotted I, dotted T. We have those. Nobody has been charged with a crime or anything along those lines. So that's, I think, as Supervisor Madrone says, we have a lot going for us. We have a lot going for us. And unlike this week, I'm thankful I live here in Humboldt year round, but I think we have to do something. And just hiring, you know, that's why we need to study the people we're hiring and but bring them also in to work alongside these people. And you're right, it does cost money, but it sounds like we're losing money. So I don't know. I would love to bring MGO to come in here, let them tell us. We've already said we're going to do the study on the 2 other jobs, see if they have those, and then see where we go from there. The nice thing about MGO, if we bring them in for 6-8 months, we don't have to let somebody go. Again, we won't do that. Like you said, let's get caught up and then we can cut staff back. Let's get caught up. Let's get caught up and cut off the consultant that helped us get there. And then maybe we'll be able to pick up some efficiencies through them also. Just a thought, but.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Just very quickly, I do want to add to that list of input that we got is also regarding Measure Z and funding that we could actually be applying to other issues that wasn't spent in the Sheriff's Department. That's money generated in this county to go for safety issues. So very, very important. Right now, it appears to me that we need some more dialogue on this. And as part of coming back after our break, I'd like to hear from MGO, the CAO, and Director Lee, and get us kind of jump towards what the next step is. So with that, I'd like to give us all a break. And let's say we'll be back at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
I would love to know, or at least have our esteemed auditor controller come back at the end of lunch and ask if it's even possible if we brought in MGO to help right now and do this. I mean, we're talking about something, but she may think it's great. She may think it's bad. How she would like to see that actually work, what would work best, first of all, for the county and her department, of how we could make that work to the best of everybody's, or would we be better off just hiring people off the street and her training them? Because I know that getting them trained has been an issue too. So, and see if that's a possibility. If that's, and maybe that's too big of an ask, I don't know, but it would probably answer some of her questions.
And
absolutely. I definitely want to hear from the auditor controller. I'm just saying that I want to hear all the components. We've all tossed ideas out there. Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I was just going to say, similar to Supervisor Bohn, I would be interested when the auditor controller comes back on with the rest of us, if maybe there's space where we can do something not exactly like this one, but something similar, whether it's a subcommittee that can be, having some interaction or interface, or maybe every 6 months just have kind of a conversation of some sort. We're really constrained. I think most people know as board members, we can't talk all of us in one place, right? Unless there's really specific ways, like a board meeting. But I'd like to, had we been able to do a little more of that, I just think it might be nice to build that into the process moving forward, just some kind of opportunity to make sure we're all on the same page with whatever we are choosing to move forward on.
Thank you. Okay.
Is that something?
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, we can continue, and we'll take a break when we're done with continuing the continuing. Supervisor Madrone.
You're doing a great job, Madam Chair. Not an easy task. Thanks for corralling us. Just very briefly, I very much appreciate Supervisor Bohn's support for those positions. I know we didn't take a vote on it or anything, and I believe I heard Supervisor Bass also, but there's also an interest to maybe hire MGO. I'm certainly not opposed to that, but I frankly believe that the auditor controller and their office know exactly what they need. They're just asking for it and need it to happen. So regardless of what we decide to do with MGO, I just hope that we will direct staff to bring back to us a supplemental budget request for those other positions. You're right, Supervisor Bohn, that executive secretary position did get filled. The person lasted 1 week, and it wasn't, they didn't leave due to a failure of training. They left because the workload there is so massive that the individual was like, oh my goodness, everybody around me is working their tails off, working overtime, working weekends. And the load that's been put on my desk is so massive, there's no way. So you can't just bring one person in and think suddenly you're going to change that dynamic. I do believe bringing the 3 people in will change that. I also believe that if the auditor controller agrees to follow our recommendation that we get these postings done based on the best professional judgment of estimates at this time, I don't believe that's a consuming task. That's just a question of whether or not the AC will agree that that is an acceptable way to do it for this county, like it's been done everywhere else, as was stated by MGO and others. And I'm familiar with that process, because if we can agree to do that, if we can get agreement from the AC office that is doable, that's not a time-consuming process. That's pretty quick. They get posted, they're done, and then everybody is now able to start doing the other things that's preventing from happening, like closing the books, getting everything, reconciled, et cetera. That's a primary step that we have to take in order to hold it all together here in the next several weeks. And so if we can get that agreement and an agreement to hire these staff, I believe we will be a long way towards, solving these conflicts and these problems. And I understand why you would use the symbol of a tip of the spear. I guess I would offer a different symbol, and that is tip of the service. John Bartholomew last month talked about that, how this office is so critical to every other department in the county. It's the tip of the service, right? And I believe every other department would be ecstatic to see this department get a few new staff so that they could ultimately get all of these requests done timely and meet their needs. That's solving problems for them, right? Whereas when you patch potholes, that doesn't solve a problem for the AC's office, right? So there's a real difference there between these functions. So I see the AC's office as the tip of the service, I will just say. I'll leave that thought for you as we go to lunch or whatever.
And going to lunch, I just want a clarification. I said if MGO came in and, you know, identified the 2 extra positions, what we did 18 months ago or 23 months ago, we've added 3 people already because they were short. Now we found out those 3 aren't enough. So I want to please look and see to make sure the next 3 will be enough, because I don't think we can do this every 16, 18 months to keep adding 3 people to a department that used to function. And fully be aware that we took a big function of this department away to give her more time. We took payroll out of there. Now, understand, we did not, you know, she didn't take a cut in pay. She didn't do anything of that, but she was able to apply more of her time to the function of the auditor office, controller office. So all I wanted to do is I fully support, as long as it's shown to me that it's justified, because I just can't say. And I think the thing you said, I think all the department heads would be ecstatic. I wish some of the department heads that spoke today and I mean, we have quite a few of them, would have come on and said, you guys are a bunch of dummies. If you gave her more staffing, we wouldn't be having these problems. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that from any of them. And they have a pretty good understanding of how things operate. That's why I just need to, and I'm not denying, I will go out in front of the courthouse and start interviewing people, as long as people tell me that it will make a difference rather than just putting butts in the seat. I need to put numbers on a ledger and get things done. It's not always about more people. It's more, it's doing more with less sometimes. And I'm not saying we have to do it with less. I think we need to relieve that staff. I understand they're working, some of them are working 24 hours a day, I heard. So we can't have that, but we also can't have this loss of funds. So I'm fully aware. I just wanted you to say, I'm not rubber stamping, because that's what we're talking about, not rubber stamping things. I want to drill down to make sure that what positions and they're going to be efficient, because we have added 3 people when this started. So now we're going to add 3 more, and it's not like it's a huge office. So, because we have all those other department heads that says we need to add a couple fiscal people to send our paperwork in because it has to be this way. And I don't know if we can afford that across the board. So I appreciate your input. I look forward to the after lunch conversation.
Well, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Through the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
At our last meeting last month, I guess you don't remember it, but John Bartholomew, who spoke today, the treasurer tax collector, specifically testified that we should provide those positions to the auditor controller's office. So I guess you forgot about that, but that's okay. We all forget things. But he specifically came before us last month and supported that request for extra staff. So what you just said isn't accurate. It was stated before. And frankly, the money we've already spent on MGO, and now you're even considering spending on some sort of a staffing study, is more money than it would cost for us to provide raises to our 1,500 staff for the next 3 years. You know, I mean, so, you know, we're tossing money around here on stuff that, let's get these staff hired, get this thing done, get these things posted, and move forward. This is just incredible to me that we can't trust what they're telling us. They need more staff to get the job done. Let's do this, please.
Okay, so at this point, I've revised the time for our break, and we are going to take a break right now, and we'll be back at 1:15. Everybody enjoy a break. We'll see you then. Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Estelle.
Okay, do you think we're ready to
I'm
get back on?
looking in the queue right now.
I see.
Person.
Yes.
I see Virginia. Oh, no, there she is.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're all here.
Yep.
Okay, great. All right then. We are back in session on this item that we've been discussing all morning. And as mentioned prior to the break, we had a number of people that the board wanted to hear from, including the auditor, controller, MGO, the CAO, and Director Lee. So let's start with Ms. Paz Dominguez. Supervisor Bohn, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I had a question of the auditor controller, but I'd love to hear from our auditor, from our CAO, but I'd love to hear from Ms. Dominguez, our auditor controller.
Right.
So
yeah,
I'll
it
wait
was
till she's done. Then I've got a question for the CAO.
great. Thank you. Ms. Paz Dominguez, please.
Hello, Chair Fennell. Thank you. You know, as I sat here this morning and listened and observed the reactions in the Zoom, I realized that Supervisor Madrone is correct. I need to do more listening. I did my homework prior to this meeting. I presented a PowerPoint that I stand by completely. But I think I still need to listen a little bit more. And considering that whatever action this board attempts or proposes to make will impact my department, I think I would prefer to wait until the end after everyone has had the opportunity to say their piece. That way the conversation doesn't just continue into back and forth, if that's okay.
No, that's totally fine. Absolutely. You're welcome. So with that, Supervisor Bohn, you had a question for the CAO.
Why I heard, and I've been following the MGO thing, and I didn't realize to do this class study and everything else, we'd spent $350,000 on MGO. So how exactly did we spend $350,000 to give everybody a perspective how much $350,000 is? If we pass that on to our employees over a 3-year period, that comes out to about $13 or $14 a month. So I think they want a bigger raise than that. But I'm just saying, have we spent all $350,000? I mean, the big difference between budgeting and what have we spent it on to find out if we to get some clarification of where we're at.
So Supervisor Bohn, the limited study on the internal service fund charges cost $24,000. The larger figure that does include that $24,000 for the internal service fund study, but it also includes work on the county expense claim that I mentioned earlier. It also includes the development of financial policies, which was part of the initial work that your board approved. Part of the reason that we wanted to develop financial policies was so that everybody would be on the same page and that we would have a playbook that we could all operate by. But those policies are not completed at this point in time. I believe they are with the auditor controller.
So we've spent 24 of the 350 we had allocated. The 350,000 number I keep hearing, and that we'd be better off not spending any of that money and just hiring people. And I'm trying to get a clarification here because I fully understand, and I went back through my notes and I understand fully that I think the auditor controller would have a better understanding of what she needs. But I think we're still going through this learning curve and knowing, she is a duly elected officer that we're trying to help get going on. But up until this point, I don't think she's ever managed a $400 million budget with a staff. I mean, I know she worked in a couple accounting offices and tax returns and some audits, but I mean, nothing to to manage a staff this size, and I'd like to help her get a full understanding of how to get to the point where the efficiencies far outweigh the risk versus rewards.
So I can't personally speak to the auditor controller's qualifications. What I can tell you is that we've spent $433,101 with MGO, and $24,256 of that was on the cost allocation plan limited study. And as I mentioned previously, the remainder of those dollars, so a little over $400,000, would have been for the work that MGO did on reconciling the county expense claim, and also work on financial policies, which again is a playbook that we would all operate from, so we all understand what's expected of us.
And that was done in conjunction with the auditor controller?
That's my understanding. MGO was working on that, and MGO is not currently on this call this meeting, to the best of my knowledge. They had to. I don't think they were anticipating on a all-day meeting.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out where the money was. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we are talking now again about the staffing issue. So I think if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to hear from Director Lee again, if you have any additional thoughts, given the general thrust of the conversation, Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I can offer my humble opinion from HR perspective. In listening to the conversation this morning, we've heard many wonderful ideas regarding a staffing study. We talked about a classification review. We talked about certain departments realigning some of their operational functions to help the auditor controller's office with some of the transaction tasks. Those are great ideas. But I'd like to take this opportunity to just kind of highlight the purpose of each study so that we can have a better understanding. From a classification study standpoint, as commissioned by your board in 2019, that study is still ongoing. It is about updating job classification specs, and that is within the County Board of Supervisors purview to accept all job classifications dictating the work to be performed by county employees. As a general practice, the classification maintenance plan must be updated every 5 years. The county does not have a maintenance plan. Therefore, we contracted this out with Coffin Associates to perform that study so that we can bring back to your board to update the classification. But that has nothing to do with a staffing study. A staffing study that MGO referenced to, it's more about an assessment of what are the staffing needs, realignment of businesses' processes, responsibilities, functions, operational needs, and look at that along with the current approved classifications to see where do we need to put in? Do we need to increase the number of fiscal assistant? Do we need to increase the numbers of seniors auditors? Or do we need to increase the numbers of higher leadership in the echelon of the organization? That is a staffing needs that we need to go in, and we have to perform desk audit. We have to review the classifications. We have to interview all staff to determine what are the critical needs, where are the critical gaps, so that we can come back and make a very thoughtful plan of recommendations to staff the operations accordingly. That is a staffing needs study that MGO was referenced to. So I offer my humble recommendations that in light with all of the challenges we are facing, I think the best course of action today is perhaps have maybe 1 or 2 staff of MGO, if the contract resource is still available, to come in to partner with the auditor controllers and her office and her staff to really develop what I call an action plan to address immediate needs What are the immediate needs before the end of the calendar year? What do we need to do to complete the first quarter leading up to fiscal year 21-22 budget preparations? Those are the critical needs. So if we can have one or two of that staff to concurrently work in tandem with the Auditor Controller's office, that will create and eliminate some of this backlog. I think that is the right directions to move forward. On the same path, my office or with MGO in consultations, we will need to perform the staff study as directed by your board, should your board want us to go down that path. But having the subject matter expert would always expedite that staffing needs. And certainly the work that I have done in the last month in terms of classification reviews, the minimum qualifications to bring back to your board, that work is still applicable, that we can share and we can collaborate with MGO and with the Auditor Controller's office to make a full assessment to bring back to your board for your board discussions and position allocation. I would like to remind the board that the county HR office is not responsible for position allocations. Right. We cannot do that. What we can do is facilitate that process to ensure that the appropriate job standards, minimum qualifications, and staffing needs are met and bring back. Once your board made that directions, then we can certainly jumpstart on any recruitments to assist the Auditor Controllers to move forward. So in addition to that, I've heard some conversations regarding past, operational reports where we have centralizations and decentralization. So these are called business operation functions. So I would like to revisit that report. I believe it was commissioned and completed by CPS study report, whereby we talked about a lot of redundancies in our business processes and where can we streamline some of those business processes to really maximize our functions. So for example, if a certain department has a decentralized function such as account receivable, account payable, IT, or personnel services, maybe perhaps this is a good time for us to revisit that conversations, realign those business operations so that we can leverage the resources that we currently have. And we don't have to really expand more staff, but basically call business functions operations realignment. And then we can turn around, allow the centralized departments to provide that speedy in terms of customer service, be a liaison to facilitate and to implement business practices. I think these are all wonderful opportunities, wonderful ideas, and I think it's an opportunity for us to leverage our collective smartness, our intelligence to do the right thing for the county as a whole. So with that in mind, I just like to offer my humble opinions for your board recommendations, but I'm here to answer any questions, any technical questions you may have from HR perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Director Lee, any further comments, questions from the board? CEO Nielsen?
I just want to remind the board that position allocation recommendations are documented in county code and they come from the county administrative officer. And I think Director Lee's mention of operations realignment is consistent with some of the activities that county department heads have been undertaking. In particular, Director Beck and I have been looking at information technology, and we could do that for accounts payable and accounts receivable as well. Because as Director Lee mentioned, we have several CPS HR reports that have been to your board that talk about centralizing services, because at one point in this organization's history, there was a lot of decentralization that occurred in order to create the Department of Human Services. And so it is definitely time to look at that. And I know that Director Beck and I have spoken about this and that she's on board to participate and have those conversations. So I would just have your board take that into consideration as well as you're discussing additional staff.
Thank you. It's a very good point. Any other comments at this time? Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, it's just a question related to, staff expansion and contraction. And I think Supervisor Bohn mentioned, that oftentimes counties or, companies or even myself when I was in business, contracted out certain tasks so that you didn't have long-term liabilities associated with an employee or employees. And that may be the part about it's sometimes a lot easier to hire people than it is to reduce those functions or reduce those things. And then also long-term, retirement liabilities and those sorts of things, they come into that equation. And so the discussion related to operational realignment is something that I think is definitely of value to consider. That being said, I mean, can positions created have actual hard sort of sunset dates or at least reevaluation dates associated with them, or is that even something that gets considered? So can positions be term positions, where the allocation is very specific and it's 1, 2, or 3 years of allocation and then it's reevaluated? I guess, or maybe it's understood that the positions are created, but then operational realignment or some other strategy might envelop those positions. So I'm just trying to look for some flexibility on how we, our options for getting resources fast, but not necessarily, being mindful of the fact that you do it fast, but maybe you're not, the analysis isn't all there. And yet you don't want to have sort of this long-term liability associated with that. So can we address that question?
Through the chair, Supervisor Wilson, we do have grant-funded position status when we're allocating positions. So I think that is a possibility we could potentially explore. I would like to have the opportunity to further explore that because this is not necessarily a grant position or positions.
Yeah, and I know we do that for grant positions, which is, I wouldn't, if this was just a grant, said, oh, then it has a sunset date and off we go, but this isn't that. So I'm just wondering if we have that. I mean, I assume we have that discretion. I just, wonder if there's like functional reasons why it would be unwise to do that.
Through the chair, we can have limited duration positions. One of the things that if you allocate a position, if it's a limited duration position, that may not be as tempting for an applicant. One of the things that we've done is if we've overstaffed, we frequently will reduce staffing through attrition instead of deallocating a position. So that would be something else for your board to consider as well.
And through the chair, I think that's an interesting concept. And again, we'd have to have kind of a long-term view on that. And then also understanding, what is the value of these positions that we're currently, mulling over in terms of, or, advocating for, which are, more experienced and positions and senior positions that we're really talking about, which quite frankly kind of feeds to the question of like, can someone move up the ladder or something like that? Although, I mean, these have qualifications that are external to just experience in the office. They have education experience and those sorts of things. And so, or requirements. So, okay, well, I just want to make sure that all our options are on the table for how we get there. I mean, what I can see is that we're probably going to get to a place where we're asking staff to come back with something on an agenda that we can move forward with some sort of allocation of resources to deal with this. That's on one issue that we're talking about. We still haven't really come to conclusion with relationship to the posting issue, which I think is something that is that needs to be, dealt with today, really. I mean,
So I would just follow up on that to basically point to the fact that it appears to me we're in this position now because of the prioritization of the department. In other words, prioritizing things like process, procedures, internal controls. But what we really need to focus on right now are the priority issues that have been brought us to this meeting today. The cost allocation plans, all of the items that need to be addressed in a very timely manner, so that we do not end up in a bad position with regard to our budget moving forward. So we're going down that train again right now, talking about process, procedures, internal controls, when we do need to stay focused on the priority. Just throwing that out there. CAO Nielsen, you had your hand up.
I would any county administrative officer has a significant fiduciary responsibility to their organization, and one of the significant fiduciary responsibilities of this particular county administrative officer is to help make sure that we receive the state and federal reimbursements that are due to us through the work that we've performed on behalf of the state and federal governments for state and federal mandated programs. And so I would really encourage your board, if you're going to look at staffing, you really need to make sure and confirm that those charges are going to be posted for 1920 and 2021.
Yes.
Otherwise, adding staff for one department while likely penalizing other departments through furloughs and layoffs would create an interesting tension in the organization that I would encourage you not to create. So I would really ask that you get a commitment from the auditor controller to post the 1920 charges and work on the 2021 cost allocation plan. And I also just want to say that there's been a lot of talk about estimates today, and estimates are based on actual information from prior years, such as the number of purchase orders issued by department. We can really drill down on that information. So, we can really drill down on specific ADA projects for departments. These are not arbitrary estimates. These are based on actual information and actual data based on current salary and benefit compensation. So these are allowable charges, and they need to be posted in order for your board to be able to consider allocating additional resources.
Yes, I think that's of paramount importance. Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on kind of tagging on to that one, if it's all right through the chair for me to ask them, the auditor controller, or she can consider it with her comments later. I want to make sure she's hearing. There you are. I know Supervisor Madrone said he thought it would be pretty quick to actually move forward. I don't want to make assumptions that that's the case. So whether it's at this moment or a little bit later, if you could explain your thoughts on, if that's where you put all your efforts right now, how quickly do you think you can get it done? Because I don't want to make assumptions, but it sounded, when Supervisor Madrone said it, it sounded like it could be fairly quick. So I just wanted to ask your thoughts on that at some point in time.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. I don't see any other hands up, so I would ask you, Auditor Controller, if you could respond to the couple of concerns that are being brought up.
Thank you, Chair. Let me, I want to write them down so I don't forget to answer each of the questions. Supervisor Bass asked pretty much how long would it take to post these charges? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, and I just want to know how much effort it would be. I don't want to assume it's easy without asking.
Okay. I also heard the CAO say that there should be a guarantee that they will be posted before staffing can be given, and that the charges are, you can drill down to confirm the numbers. I do want to address that. And I've also heard Supervisor Bohn suggest that I've never managed a team and might not understand the priorities of the department I've been running for 3 years. I want to address that. And also I want to address the invitation to hire MGO, increase their current $500,000 plus contract to perform a staffing study. If I missed anything, please let me know. So to address specifically the drill down, Chair Fennell, would you grant me the permission to share my screen so I can share with you something that I'm seeing in these charges?
Okay.
And maybe I think it would help because as the CAO's office and the purchasing team are watching this meeting, perhaps by me describing what the challenge is in reconciling their numbers, they might be able to work now actively to provide me the clarification. Because maybe there is an answer to this that I just can't see with the information that's been provided to me. That's my intention with sharing my screen.
Okay, this is just a short.
Super short, I promise.
Okay,
Super
great.
short.
Okay. CEO Nielsen?
This is
so. Can I finish, please? I would really like to be able to address these questions in a way that I do struggle with staying focused and keeping on task. And if you pull me in other directions, then I won't address the questions that have been asked of me. So I appreciate the permission that I've received.
Thank you.
So
excuse
I won't
me.
make it.
Excuse me. Excuse
Yes.
me.
Yes.
CEO Nielsen, did you have a concern there, please? And can you remove? Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Go.
Honestly, this is really significantly in the weeds, and I think a better use of your board's time. This is something that the auditor, controller, and county administrative office staff should be working on. We've requested to meet with the AC. We've shown up in that Zoom meeting. We haven't been given access. So we have made attempts, but I think doing this in a meeting in this setting is really awkward and not a good use of anyone's time at this point in time. These charges have been substantiated by the state controller's office and reviewed by an independent third party.
And I will go back to what I had said earlier. You didn't include it in your list of comments. It wasn't a question, actually. It was a comment, Ms. Paz-Dominguez. But my concern about us really focusing on process, procedures, internal controls. But right now, we're focusing on these prioritized items. So I think I'm going to go with what CEO Nielsen says, and let's get these other issues addressed first, please, on the prioritize.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. So I'm struggling right now because I want to address the questions that you've shared. I think they're great questions, and I would like to answer them. But in order for you to understand the answer, I need to be able to show you what it is that I see. I am a little bit confused about why I can't share this information, because it's you that I'm trying to explain this to. I'm not asking that something be done right this second, but specifically, I want you to see why it is a challenge for me to just say, yeah, I'll post them right now as is. Okay, what you're asking me to do is essentially, you don't hire an accountant who will just pay checks out of your bank account because someone said, we've budgeted for it, you owe it. You would hire an accountant to make sure that you actually owe this money out of your own bank account. So, okay, it makes her uncomfortable for me to show the actual numbers. I won't share them. But in terms of can I get this done on November 30th, I provided 2 avenues, 2 potential solutions for how I can do this in my presentation earlier. The first one would be to provide substantiation with actual time reports. In the absence of those time reports, then what I think would be the easier step is for the departments to reach out to those federal granting agencies and just get written approval from them that they will accept this alternative method of cost reporting. I believe I've listed off what they were is rolling time studies. That's where you would bring in more estimates. But what I need to do in order to fulfill my function and protect this county is make sure we have that written documentation from the federal entities that they will allow these charges. The state controller can grant us permission for state programs. We still answer to the federal government. I think that would be the easiest way. If it's not a big deal that these amounts are budgeted, then the federal government will not hesitate to put that in writing, and I will post them immediately. The posting part of it doesn't take a very long time. I would just have to make sure that it's in balance, which I think I can do fairly easily.
Great. And I'm just going to go back because I know that you're uncomfortable, but I want to kind of get through that. The whole focus is let's not go and examine every minor detail, but rather if you say it's a challenge, that's what I want to hear. Okay, so there are some challenges. There's also some fairly easy steps like getting this from the federal government and then coming up with your end of the process. Is that all? Okay. I don't want to interrupt you, Ms. Paz-Dominguez. Is there something else you wanted to add?
Yes. About just the study in general and the prioritized task of my department. I appreciate that you want to bring MGO in to do this and to work with our department. We have met them before. I think Scott Johnson is a very talented person. That's why he gets called from county to county to help them in these ways. And so I don't dispute his qualifications or his ability to help any county that asks for his help. From my perspective, having been here 3 years and having consistently said we need more staff, I think it would be a disservice if I were to say to the public, I need more staff, but I'm willing to take on this study instead. I mean, it's $300 an hour for Scott Johnson. We just paid him $300 an hour for 3 hours to sit in this Zoom meeting. I could do a lot more with $300 an hour when I look at the salary table and the highest ranging position that I've requested, the assistant auditor controller, at the very last step, let's say they've worked 5 or 6 years and they're finally going to get that big payout raise, that's $47 an hour. If we're talking about giving the public more value for their dollars, and if we're talking about, helping the local economy grow, and if we're talking about making sure that unemployment rate is low in Humboldt County, then we got to really invest in local talent. There's plenty of accountants in this area that would know what to do. It's just, they're not going to apply for an extra help position when there's nothing there to incentivize it. So it is my opinion that we need staff now. I've also heard it expressed that there's concerns about the staff working from home. What I can share with you is that staff here are on their personal time because we have we've made alternate schedules to accommodate for schooling needs, for home care needs, and other personal needs they may have. And so our office is actually staffed pretty close to 24/7. Because we've adjusted, because we've been able to use our existing software without adding any additional costs. We didn't have to hire more consultants to teach us how to use it. We didn't have to hire anybody else to take any of the additional tasks. We just figured out a way to make our schedules work so that we can have the time for our families. The reason why they're able to be here now is because school's out for the week.
Okay, let me ask you that because that occurred to me. I'm looking at the list of panelists. And it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that all your staff that's on the panel right now?
No.
Okay, almost all.
Yeah. So I hope I'm not calling them out or embarrassing them. Jim Hussey's at the office right now. Every time there's a board meeting, he does make an attempt to listen because there is an expectation that when the board passes an item, like they approve. Okay.
No, I understand that completely.
Sorry.
But I'm seeing everybody else in there too. I'm just saying that today is a work day, and just curious as to why pretty much the whole office is in this meeting, in the panel.
not just watching and doing their work.
I think it's because of the way the agenda item was written. It summoned our whole office here. It didn't say, the auditor controller specifically. It said the auditor controller's office. There was an implication that each one of them had a part to play in the dysfunction, or if there's a better word for it. And so it's not surprising, I think, that they would be here. They are going to complete a full 40-hour work schedule, if not more. Some of them are off today, and they've participated. And I do want to share with you that when I inherited this department, we had no task plan. Nobody knew what the other person in the other cubicle was doing. We didn't know what the assignments were. And we, as a department, jointly, we gathered around the conference table and we all started bringing our tasks. What is it that we work on? What do you do? Why do you do it? Is it government mandated? And we started compiling what we call the working master task list. I would be happy to share that document with you. It outlines the different functions of our department. We can fill out from A through R of every single function that we serve. And within those functions, we have multiple tasks. Some of them are extra tasks, like water the plants. Yeah, but a lot of them we put on the list because there's a government code that says we need to do it. So when I heard you talk about prioritization, it excited me because yes, that's something we've been working on. When I got elected, the very first thing I said to my department is, let's talk about succession planning. This department should never be dependent on any one person. I repeatedly say, my position is temporary. There's no guarantee that I will win re-election. So what do we do now to make sure that we can survive, that this department can survive after I leave or through a transition of auditor controllers? Because as you know, right before I became the auditor controller, we were just going through them. And it certainly discombobulated the operations of the department. But now we're in a good place where if you ask me, what do you do for accounts payable? I could tell you in bullet point list. I could tell you which government code mandates it. You tell me, what do the accountants do versus the fiscal assistants? I can tell you exactly because we've done a comparison of their tasks with their job classification. The one that hasn't been updated since the 90s. This county has very outdated job classifications, but we try very hard to not work employees out of class because with that comes other rules about if they do it over 7 days, you got to pay them. But if you do them over 21 days, all kinds of weird stuff. And so we really have taken the time to analyze what do we need to do. And we have determined as a department that we currently do not have the staffing levels to meet the current needs of the department. And with things coming down the line, like GASB 87, that will require that we gather all of the lease information from all departments and determine whether it will be capitalized or not, that's going to be a big undertaking. When we talk about capital assets, every time that there's an equipment purchase, a building fixed, ADA modifications, all of that flows through our office. All roads go through us. And if you can imagine that this county has hundreds of fiscal staff and only 9 of us to go through that, I think it should be pretty obvious that that's not an equitable distribution of fiscal staff. I would be happy to provide you all of our analysis. It is documented. It is bullet pointed. It is referenced with government code. I do not think a study is what we need right now because we already have done it and we've had studies done before that we can also reference to compare with the accuracy of ours. I think it would be in the best interest of the public if we use the funds to just fund positions in here. I would even be willing to do what Supervisor Wilson said. Let's try it out on a term. You can have contracted employees. You can have an employee contracted for 3 years, not necessarily on a grant. I hear you and I want to be able to say, sure, send Scott Johnson over. I just don't think it's the best decision. And I feel like we're just at the point now where we need the staff to be able to complete these tasks. If you consider, the trellis loans, the CARES grants, all of the different programs that you've approved for every other department, all of that still needs to flow through our office. And you've heard from many agencies today that they depend and rely on us. There's nothing that's going to address their delays without additional staff because we do have human limitations. Supervisor Bohn talked about an employee who worked 24 hours. I worked a 30-hour shift, 2 30-hour shifts last week. It's just not sustainable. And I've reached the point where it's just
Ms. Paz-Dominguez,
Yes.
I get it. I do. I get it. As we said earlier, everybody is under a lot of stress and a lot of work. We have a couple of specific discussions points here, and one is can we get to the point of completing the cost allocation plan, and all of those items have been listed. So that was one of the questions, and then the other is further on down. How do we go from here? So I'm going to go now to Supervisor Bass. There's her hand up, and I believe Supervisor Wilson had his hand up too. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the auditor, one, I'm curious, I have a couple questions, but when you mentioned needing this or wanting this documentation from the federal government, is what it sounded like, or the federal granting agency, I'm not exactly sure which. I am actually quite concerned that getting anything, especially that's federal related, could be done in a timely fashion, given that we are, kind of up against the wall. So that's just a concern I have. You don't have to answer it yet. It makes me a little leery trusting it to happen. Not you, but the feds. And, I appreciate your point about, having, local folks and staff. The reason I like the MGO idea was I thought it could help get everything caught up, and then you could start anew, like in the beginning of the year, with whatever stat that actually ends up looking like. So that was my point regarding MGO. I would have to say, if we were to, I shouldn't say I have to, I might change my mind here shortly, given the right information, but if you want the staff to come immediately on, like now, which is kind of what it sounds like, I'd really have to have some kind of assurances that if that is the case, then we won't have any of these outliers next year. And I don't know, maybe that's asking for too much, but my thoughts were have MGO come in and just kind of help us get to a clean start. But I'd be interested in hearing more about, if it doesn't work, then what? If we just go out and hire without actually, I just feel like we're kind of stuck in this pit right now, dealing with the cost allocation plan, and I just don't want to see that end up continuing, not getting done. Anyway, I'm just concerned. That's my concern about adding all staff now versus actually looking at what that could be like with a clean start.
And Supervisor Wilson?
I didn't have my hand up, but I do want to.
Oh yeah, I thought you did. Sorry.
It's okay. I feel like a little bit. This is like the Pennsylvania auditing the election results, which have already gone through 2 audits, and now they're asking for a 3rd audit. And with relation to and my concern really is, I have to echo the concern from Supervisor Bass, is like, what if the federal government says, we'll get to you in 3 weeks, we'll get you in 4 weeks, or we'll get to you in a time that's past the time frame that's set in these drop dead dates? What happens? What do we do? Like, how do we get past that?
Yes, Ms. Paz-Dominguez, and then.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Bass. Both of you expressed very valid concerns, and I'm happy to tell you that you already have the documentation, because when a department applies for those federal grants, they receive grant award letters that stipulate exactly what they will pay for. What we don't have is those award letters. So if departments who receive those federal awards can give us those letters, we'll be able to see whether or not the federal government will accept these charges. So you already have it. It just needs to come to us. We don't need to call the federal government and ask them, hey, will this be okay? Because every time you get a federal grant, they already give it to you. They tell you, this is exactly what we will pay for. Here's what we will not pay for.
Okay, so.
And to answer Supervisor Bass's question about if you get the staff, does that mean all the problems go away and everything's great? I editorialized. Yes and no, because it's going to be a team effort. This county, as you've seen, we're all working together. We're all depending on each other. What you will be addressing is in the auditor controller department is just our ability to produce. But in that production, we are also cross-training with other departments. And so if we have the ability to answer emails, to take phone calls, to go, train someone offsite, well, Zoom offsite, I guess we shouldn't be around other people, then you will see increased productivity countywide. You will see improved operations. Yes, any investment in any central service department, if you were to invest in human resources, the whole county would feel it. If you invested in IT, the whole county would feel it. If you invest in the auditor controller, the whole county would feel it, as well as special districts and schools districts. And you have to remember, I'm elected. If I fail at this, I'm not here. So that's what you can bank on, is that you don't have to be the bad guy to fire me. It'll be the public, because then I'll get staff. And then if I don't accomplish anything, it's me who answers to the public. I'd like to offer that for consideration.
Director Beck, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thank you so much. Since we have some deadlines here, I feel like I'm feeling kind of desperate. So I don't know that we would, I guess maybe our award letter would say that our approved cost allocation plan they approve. I don't know that it goes into the detail that's needed for the award letter. If we're asking for clarification from them, I'm sorry, Karen, I must be upsetting you. Sorry about that. I just have to say, if we're asking for clarification from the federal government around our Medicare or Medi-Cal, they may laugh at us because we have an approved cost allocation plan. So I just worry about that. And we have some pretty significant deadline dates. November 30th is a week away. December 1st is just a couple of days from now, and then December 30th again. And then I have another claim that will be for 1920. Our drop dead adjusted claim will be March, the last time that we can claim for these services that DHHS has been provided. So I worry about that. And then I just think that without us having some kind of review of our roles and responsibilities and agreement of who does what with the auditor's office, I worry that the impact that departments will have based on increasing staff in one department and not really looking at other departments' roles. So I'm just going to throw that out there for you.
Thank you, Director Beck and CAO Nielsen.
I also just want to provide some clarification that the SCO handbook on cost plan procedures for the for California counties talks about a lot in the introduction and in section 1100 about the responsibility of cost plans and complying with the Federal Office of Management and Budget Rules and Regulations, Title II, Code of Federal Regulations, Part 200. And so what Director Beck is saying is that the State Controller's Office Cost Allocation Plan is in compliance with the federal grant awards. And that's said right in the summary that this is the OMB circular is intended to streamline the federal government's guidance on administrative requirements, cost principles, and audit requirements for federal awards. And so that's exactly what we're doing by submitting our costs to the State Controller's Office for approval. So the additional request to seek letters, I mean, we can dig through and find letters, but we're doing that through the cost allocation plan in compliance with the OMB circular.
Thank you for that clarification, CAO Nielsen. Director Mattson.
Yes, I just need to reiterate Street and Highways Code here. If our books are not closed I cannot get our road report done. That means effective December 7th, I will read you the exact statement from the state. No state money shall be allocated to or made available for expenditure by any county or city at any time when such county or city is delinquent in filing this report. That means the gas tax, that means SB1, that means all the projects I have out there. I'm looking at have to lay off the entire department or furlough the entire department if we don't get the cost plan done. I sent the information you asked for this morning that you said Public Works was delinquent on. You now have that information. What else can I do to help to get this done?
Okay, so it's my understanding. Yeah, it's my understanding here that the various departments who have spoken and shown their concern are of the opinion that there's enough information out there for you to be able to move forward, Ms. Paz Dominguez. That's the question that I hear now from several of our board members. Are you committed to moving forward so that we do not have this shortfall, so we don't have to lay people off, and so that we can then address some of the other issues that are so important to you? But we need to get clarification on this for this meeting. Can you provide that clarification? And I don't want a whole deep dive into any, I would really appreciate some clarification there.
In order to post the charges, in order to get the cost plan finalized, my certification is needed. Right. Not the department heads, the auditor controller. I am asking for just consideration before I sign my name to something that I haven't been able to certify as true myself. All I'm asking is for grant documentation that you shouldn't have to dig around and look for, because you have grant analysts, you have administrative analysts, you have people, and you should be retaining these pretty securely. If you just give me those documents, I will have enough protection for this county that I can post them. So if the urgency is to get this done by November 30th, then get those documents to me today, tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm willing to post them. I just need to protect my signature. That's my function. That's the function I serve. I do not sign things because all department heads have brought me to a meeting to tell me that I need to post them. That's not how my function works. Just give me the form, the document. That will be all I need. Okay. I'm working with you here. I'm not asking that they be recalculated. I'm not asking that anyone go back and reinvent the wheel. I'm saying, give me the documentation that I don't have that says the federal government will pay for this.
Okay, we have
It should take less than 30 minutes.
Supervisor Bass, Supervisor Bohn, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, excuse me. I swallowed wrong. Water's bad. So I guess my concern is Thanksgiving week. And I'm not sure it's going to be as easy as you think it might be to get that documentation. I think I'm not going to talk right now because I'm about to.
Well, let me go to Supervisor Bohn. You get a drink of water.
Okay, I'm sorry. So we're talking about losing a majority of our funding. And I heard earlier potholes were a lot. What we're dealing with here, potholes are secondary. Not if you live in petroleum honeydew. But what I'm saying is I'm hearing now, it's 2 weeks from today, we have to have everything for our SB1, gas tax, everything else, so we don't get our money from the state. We're 1 week away from some DHHS stuff. And now, if we hadn't called this meeting, this short notice meeting, I'm pretty sure betting a large amount of money, this would have all fallen by the wayside, because we've had a lot of powerful department heads and people saying we've got some issues. And it's God damn it, it's all our fault because we just haven't. We gave her 3 people. We gave Auditor Controller's Office 3 people. We needed to give them 6 or 7, and then everything will be fixed. I'll train them. I don't need anybody to train them. But up until 2 years ago, we were paying those. We were getting paid from the federal government, state government, So I'm almost wondering if somewhere over at the auditor controller, she's saying she needs, or, you know, the office has, like I think it was Supervisor or Superintendent Sinistrero said, we couldn't get paid. We had to find the tax code from 1988 election, and they finally found it. And they said, oh, we've got that. So do they already have it? Because up until 2 years ago, we've been paying this, we've been inputting them and getting it back. So I'm figuring we must have been extremely negligent and very carefree and allowed embezzlement, swindling, and everything else for the last 70 years or whatever we've had to do. And now we're cleaning it all up. I am so frustrated today because we have an answer to everything, but we still have vendors concerned about being paid. We have department heads worried about their paperwork. We have department heads worried about their ongoing funding and keeping their staff. And we need a piece of paper that says, it's okay if I sign this. And I understand. I mean, I'm not an elected official as her. I just have a little district. But nobody stops business for my signature. We proceed. I'm really just gravely concerned as we go down this rabbit hole. And I'm just about ready to say, give her an open checkbook or give the office an open checkbook, hire as many people as you need, but please save us our employees, our road funds, our DHHS funds, which is our homeless and mental health funds, and please pay our vendors. And if that's what it's going to take, damn, I'll throw my own money at it too. I mean, I guess that's where we're at. There's an answer to everything, and we're wrong. And I think this has got blown up into a pissing match that it shouldn't be. I think we should be able to all get along because it's Thanksgiving week, but now we need pieces of paper to pay bills. And this is overly frustrating.
Okay, CEO Nielsen, and then Supervisor Bass and Supervisor Wilson.
Yes, and my apologies for having to read this, but I'm going to. The negotiation agreement of the countywide cost allocation plan that was approved in May 6th of 2020, the first paragraph states, pursuant to the Federal Office of Management and Budget Circular, Uniform Administrative Requirements, Cost Principles, and Audit Requirements for Federal Grants, found at Title II, Code of Federal Regulations, Part 200, the State Controller's Office formally approves the countywide cost allocation plan as described in Section 1 for use in fiscal year 2019-20. And so then Section 1 talks about costs distributed through the countywide cost allocation plan. So those are indirect overhead and support services as found in Summary Schedule 1. And then in Section 2, it talks about costs distributed through billing or cost transfer mechanisms, which is employee benefits, county council, all those internal service funds. And these are also, we are allowed to bill. So the fact that this plan references that federal code, we are in compliance. These charges can be posted.
Thank you for that clarification, CEO Nielsen. Supervisor Bass?
I'm still recovering, so
Okay.
I'm fine for now. I mean, let someone else ask questions.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I mean, I can see this is it's pretty distressing, the position that we're all facing at this moment. And we've had these cost allocation plans signed by auditor controllers in the past, and I think including Karen as well. And I'm not sure if this request for these specific documents have been something that has been asked for, but again, or actually, inherent all provided. The thing is like, what happened? I just have to say, it's like, what happens if, again, we're in this week of a time frame where something sounds easy, I guess, when it's said, but if it turns out not to be easy, if it just, because I don't know, I'm not in charge of the files. I just don't know. Like, I really want to know that, like, it's going to be okay if it's signed. Like, what's the worst thing that could happen is that the federal government will come back and ask for money back. And if that's the worst thing that can happen, then what's I guess I don't understand what the issue with that is. I mean, that seems like a chance worth worth taking. It's again, it goes back to the cost benefit analysis of this. To what, what benefit for, it's just, this is a cost benefit analysis. And for me, the risk, it seems like, of signing this thing and then the potential for the federal government asking for some money back, I personally am willing to take. No one's going to go to jail for that because it will be considered a mistake. It will be considered even an oversight at worst. I'm not clear, that, I haven't been convinced of that yet. But I want us to get past this point so we can do all the other stuff, which I'm really excited to get done and dealt with, and we'll have a good conversation about that. But we really do need to get past this point.
Okay, now Supervisor Bass, seems like you're a little bit more relaxed there.
Actually, Supervisor Wilson kind of hit what I was going to be what I wanted to talk about. So thank you for doing that, so I don't have to try not to cough.
Okay, so I'm just curious about the situation. It's almost like we're having some kind of a negotiation here. And I'm wondering if the Auditor Controller's request for the letter from the federal government, for instance, is brand new. I mean, I just don't know. And are we making, it may seem like some way to address the issue from the Auditor Controller's perspective, but I'm wondering if the various departments are aware of that or have been aware of that leading up to this very short time frame. And I do want to say again, because I'm looking at this and I'm still seeing a lot of people on here who are part of your department. And I do want to stress, Ms. Paz-Dominguez, that if I ask for clarification about the sheriff's office, I expect to see the sheriff here. If I ask for clarification from the district attorney's office, I expect to see the district attorney here. I don't expect to see the full office. I'm just saying. But anyway, going back to, I mean, it is a little concerning when we're talking about whether or not we can get things done. And I'm looking at everybody in the office on my screen. It's just, I'm expecting everybody else in the county to be working right now and us to have this meeting. Just saying. So again, I'd like to understand where we go from here, with what it will take if we got the SCO to sign off on the cost allocation plan, if we can just move forward with that, get that taken care of. We've obviously had a really good discussion today about staffing and how that needs to be handled, but we've heard from Director Beck and her thoughts on it. We've heard from everybody saying we need some subject matter experts in there to help. So let's try and drill down and get that done in some form. So what I would like is maybe go back again to C.L. Nielsen, if you wouldn't mind. I know we're asking a lot of you here, but in terms of the potential for us here as the Board of Supervisors to address this issue, please give me a suggestion.
Sure, Supervisor Fennell. The Auditor Controller on May 6, 2020, along with the State Controller's Office, Manager Sandeep Singh, approved the cost allocation plan. And so I would recommend that your board consider a motion, something to the effect like authorize the Auditor Controller to post the central service charges contained in the State Controller's Office approved 2019-20 cost allocation plan, and as already submitted by county staff by November 30th, 2020.
So thank you for that suggestion. What that tells me is that then we, as the Board of Supervisors, take that responsibility by giving direction. Here, we take the responsibility. C.A.O. Nelson.
Sorry, this is a somewhat complex topic. I could also add that your board, through the budget adoption process, the budget contains these charges, these internal service fund charges and these central service.
Right.
Your board adopted, particularly in the 1920 cost plan, your board already approved these charges. And so I just want to put that out there, that your board has that spending authority and you have that ability, and you've done that through a resolution already.
Right. Great. Okay. Supervisor Wilson.
This is a question for the CEO. Your recommendation of the motion, I mean, does that put, and I mean, I hope it does, put that onus or that responsibility on the board in regards to that? Because I do, I want to be respectful of the concern of the auditor controller about, with relationship to who's responsible, and if it means that that whatever negative outcome could possibly come to anyone personally, I think the board members are willing to take that on. I just want to make sure that that's where we're going with this. And it's an authorization. It's not necessarily it's not a request. It's not a demand. It's an authorization, right? That's what you're asking for.
Right.
Sure. Supervisor Wilson, yes, you're authorizing the auditor to post central service and internal fund charges. And so that onus is on you. But in addition, I just want to remind you all of Government Code Section 25303, where it says the Board of Supervisors shall supervise the official conduct of all county officers. And so you, by adopting this motion, are saying that we're taking responsibility. And I'm willing to take that responsibility with you. I believe in these charges. I know my staff well. I believe in my staff. I know them to be honest. And I know they're hardworking, and I don't want to lay any of them off. I don't want to have to furlough any of them. So I would also ask that you consider an additional motion, something to the effect like authorize the auditor controller to post the internal service fund charges approved by the SCO. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, we need two motions. We want to authorize the auditor controller to post the central service charges contained in the state controller's office approved 1920 cost allocation plan, and is already submitted by the county staff by November 30th, 2020. And then the second motion is about the internal service fund charges. Authorize the auditor controller to post the internal service fund charges approved by the SCO in the 1920 cost allocation plan, and as already submitted by county staff by November 30th, 2020.
So, and I'm gonna, before I delve any deeper into this, I'm gonna want to hear from Supervisor Madrone on this, because he did make an emphatic request and that we move forward with this. And I want if the board is gonna take it on, I want us to take it on together in terms of that responsibility. And I want to also hear again from Karen. Would it be okay in making this authorization? I would also, maybe we could even add a request that the affected departments make an effort to get those documents to Karen Paz Dominguez. But I don't want it to be. I don't want a timeline on that. I mean, I really, because to be quite honest, it's like we got to get this out the door. And if one department's staff is on vacation this week, and the person who knows where the file is here or there or the other, I don't want to blow $5 million because we don't need to be absolutist about this. I think we need to. This is not a time for that. We've had our discussions and our differences up, and we're at this point. Okay, this is a break point, and then we'll continue to have some more upwards differences. That's not going to go away to a certain degree, but we as a county need to get past this point and then get back into the other governance. So I guess I would like to hear from the auditor controller as to whether or not this authorization at least feels like it's removing some of that responsibility, but also in that, again, a third tier to that potential motion is that we request the staffs of those various departments to try and get that source documentation. So That's where I'm at.
Okay, we have Supervisor Bohn with your hand up, and then,
both of those,
and then maybe
I'm just saying, I haven't heard the motions made, but that would also encompass the road reports. I mean, that has to be, if that's not done this week. And then the other thing I still have to find out, we're all the way to this meeting and now we're asking for documentation from the feds so they can pay us. And I'm hoping there's an email string of about 10 asking all these departments, we need this documentation before we move any farther than telling us 8 days before they're needed. I think that's my biggest concern. So I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I will sign it personally. I mean, I'm all on board of taking some of the liability. I carry personal insurance. I mean, we got to do something. I mean, we really, really have to do something.
Okay. Did you want to speak first, Supervisor Madrone, or Ms. Paz-Dominguez has her hand up? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Paz-Dominguez.
Thank you. I want to make sure that my words are not misconstrued. When I said that the federal government can send us something, that's an alternative. Ideally, you would have these substantiated with actual level of effort. So that was me throwing, here's another option. I do still think it should be pursued for your protection if you are the ones that are taking on the responsibility. But I would also, recommend that you take the time to look at what's been submitted to my office. I tried to share it right now and the CAO was quick to say, no, don't look at it. I would ask why, because it's, for example, if it's based, the purchasing one says that it's based on number of POs, but they're charging my department for 126 POs. We only had one. I mean, simple things like that is what I've asked for clarification about, and the roadblocks. And the thing is, I don't feel like I'm asking for such, so much work to be done. But you know what? I do think the CAO had a good idea in that if the board is willing to accept the responsibility together, and if you're willing to do it blindly without actually reviewing these documents yourselves, I mean, that's all you. I could accept that, because what's been at the forefront of my mind is my integrity and my signature, and I myself cannot certify them to be accurate. But this would relieve me of that stress. It would relieve me of that pressure. It would relieve me of the sleepless nights. I think it's a little alarmist to say that you would lose so much staff. I don't think that's the case. I do think you are being pressured to move in a certain direction because of that. But that's not up to me. If you all decide to accept this responsibility, I will move forward on posting the charges as they are, even if they are incorrect. Even if it's found later that they are incorrect, even if I can prove that I did not request 126 POs, I will do it. I will do it today. I'll start today.
Thank you, Ms. Paz-Dominguez. CEO Nielsen?
Just for the record, I have nothing to hide. If your board wants to see the detail of the charges, then by all means. I just don't think it's a good use of all of the staff time here, because that is a conversation that should have occurred between staff in purchasing, staff in ADA with the Auditor Controller's Office. But by all means, we can go through the charges if that's what your board would like to do.
I think that we're addressing the issue that necessitated this meeting, and I don't know that we need to go further and further into the procedural and process issues right this minute. They'll be addressed in time, hopefully, especially as we look at staffing, etc. So let's see, Director Matson had his hand up, but I believe he dropped it again. Supervisor Bohn.
Well, the only thing, and Ms. Dominguez, I really appreciate the fact that you're going to get on this today and get it back, because before it is sent off, I would like to make sure that somebody verifies. I mean, I fully trust that I will take the full responsibility, but I want it to be verified somewhat to any accuracies, because I didn't. But if it's going to allow you to sleep at night, I'm all for this. So. But I just wanted to follow through. So this will come to the CAO, and the CAO will, or to the Board of Supervisors, and then we'll send it off since we're signing on to it. I want to know the protocol to make sure there's not, and I'm sure there wouldn't be any mistakes, but any surprises that come across the board. Is that a valid request, or because I've taken responsibility for a lot of things, but I've glanced at them a little bit, some not enough, and got in trouble. But
Supervisor Bohn, is that directed at the auditor controller?
I think it's directed at the CAO to make sure she'll have time to at least peruse the paperwork. So just another set of eyes to look at it, because it sounds like it'll be done in no time, according to the auditor controller.
Through the chair, Supervisor Bohn, I think we're potentially talking about two things. The motions that I have suggested are for the 1920 cost allocation plan charges for central services and internal fund services. Those journals have already been submitted to the auditor controller. So in essence,
the SCO already approved those?
The SCO approved those charges through the negotiation. That is an attachment one of your staff report. And then there's a second item, which is the 2021 cost allocation plan, which, yes, the county administrative office would love to have a review of that plan before it's submitted to the state controller's office.
Thank you.
I don't have through the chair, I don't have any problem approving what's already been approved by the SCO and whatever else we bring forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mattson had stand up and then go to Supervisor Wilson. Director Mattson?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt again. I do apologize for my late outburst, as I realized I would have to be laying everybody off. This is not just federal documents and federal money. It's all the state money that pays the salaries of the road division. And that's why I was so concerned. And I am thankful that Amy came up with a possible motion that Karen might be able to live with. And if you need to spread the blame, you can add me. I will put my name behind this as well, because this is that important to our Public Works Department.
Thank you, Director Mattson. Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks.
I can't remember. I think it was you. Yeah.
It's all right. I just want to start with the motion to get this rolling, if that's all right. So
yes,
there was these two sections of the motion that were mentioned by Amy, and I'm wondering and making sure that Ryan has those, or because they were kind of long, and I can try and repeat them, or I can have Amy repeat them, and then I have two additions to those two. So you can start with those two. If you want to repeat those, Amy, for the record, for Ryan.
So the first motion was to authorize the auditor controller to post the central service charges contained in the state controller's office approved 2019-20 cost allocation plan, and as already submitted by county staff by November 30th, 2020. The second motion, which is very similar, authorize the auditor controller to post the internal service fund charges approved by the SCO in the 1920 cost allocation plan, and as already submitted by county staff by November 30th, 2020. And I think we may need to include some language to make sure, I want to make sure that Director Madsen's state road report and the ICAP are also covered. Motor pool and heavy equipment should be covered under the first two motions, but I just want to make sure that Director Madsen doesn't need anything else.
And I see Karen is looking for a clarification.
Let me first of all go to Director Madsen. Does that work for you, Tom?
So our issue is the state controller's office does the road report for us. They have been on standby since October to come up and do it, but they can't do it until the county's books are closed. So until the county's books are closed, they can't even start on the road report, which takes them about 5 days to complete. So realistically, they need to be up here next week doing this, and they've committed next week, but not the following week. And so whatever we can do to close the county books so that I can get the state controller's office to come up here and do the road report, that's what I have to have done. The road report isn't done by the county. It's done by the state controller's office.
Does this motion do that?
No.
Okay. Okay, so can you reword that? Have a suggested rewording?
You may want to talk to the auditor controller before I make a suggestion on closing the books for fiscal year 1920.
Okay, Ms. Paz Dominguez.
Thank you. The reason I raised my hand earlier is because I thought the concern was that motor pool and heavy equipment hadn't been put. Those are already posted. So that part's done. But I do appreciate Director Mattson clarifying that it's the state portion of it. With regard to closing the year, what I've said several times to people is I can close it right now. It's a matter of click, the year is rolled forward. But you also would have to, with me, this time with me, accept responsibility for the audit findings that will come as a result. In this staff report, even though I notified the board that there would be repeat findings, it came again in this staff report directed at me having not fixed it or me causing it maybe. If I close it now, it would be the same thing. We'd have audit findings again because what has delayed is being able to reconcile after continuing to receive transactions that need to be posted to the prior year. So if you want to accept responsibility, I'll say with me for this one because I've been working and there's just too much to reconcile. But I'm willing to accept that responsibility that if I close the year this week and we get all the audit findings and when this year is audited, then that's a team effort for us. And I would not like to see an agenda item in a year or two that gives me full credit for that happening again. Because then I'll refer back to this meeting at this time to show that I'm here again telling you about it.
Okay. Estelle, or sorry, Chair Fennell. I'm getting punchy here. I want to ask Amy if what she thinks about, if we're at that place, and I hear what the auditor controller is saying about, taking responsibility for the findings related to, well, we already know. We've had findings, that have increased, and we do have some, and we would like them to obviously be addressed. And there are substantial issues and differences. What do you think about a motion that authorizes the auditor controller to close the books? And I guess in that assumes that we have some responsibility within that. And we're all supposed to address those findings together anyway, as far as I can tell. As a team, in the end, the county is supposed to be addressing findings all together. I don't know. Where can we go past this? Because I do want to get Tom his funding. I think it would be really helpful. So any suggestions? And maybe while you think about that, my other two parts of this motion are, one, to request that departments gather those source documents that are being requested by the auditor related to the federal allocations or the grants, to the extent feasible, obviously, and the time frame feasible. And then the other part of this motion, I think we do need to give direction to have staff come back with the options of how we had some discussion about how we might move forward with potentially augmenting the auditor controller's office, whether it's resource reallocation or realignments, whether it's consulting, whether it's studies. We need to have something come back to the board, and whether or not it's just allocation of two positions right out the gate, whatever it is, we need to have that come back to us in the near future. So those are my four parts so far, but it seems like there's a fifth one related to the road situation in Public Works. Can you address that, please, CAO Nelson.
Through the chair, the financial statements in items 11 and 13 of the management representation letter under information provided, which pertain to audit findings and planned corrective actions, are the responsibility of the Auditor Controller's Office, as noted in the single audit report, which is views of responsible officials and planned corrective actions. So if the financial statements are very much the responsibility of the Auditor Controller. I cannot speak to what is all outstanding for the Auditor Controller, but if you are directing the Auditor Controller to close the books in order to complete the state road report, you would have some onus, knowing there are some outstanding issues potentially. But I do want to make it clear that the financial statements are the responsibility, and the corrective action pieces, those should be communicated to departments in a consistent manner. And this is where the financial policies that MGO and the Auditor Controller's Office were working on would be come into play, because then we would have consistent practices and everybody would be operating from the same playbook. So Supervisor Wilson, I think that may answer some of your questions. So in the interest of making sure that the roads fund is not laying people off, I would recommend that you authorize the Auditor Controller to close fiscal year 2019-20. In terms of position allocations, I think that your board needs to determine how much of, what kind of a deep dive you want to take. Director Lee had quite a number of suggestions, many of which I agreed with. One of the things that does happen is that typically the allocation of staff is vetted based on increased activity, increased responsibility. And so those conversations occur between myself and an affected department, or one of the deputy CAOs or the assistant CAO, and that we also involve personnel in those conversations. And so I think an MGO report would be helpful. I also think that looking at centralizing the decentralized services is really probably your best option, because again, this organization has a bit of a bizarre history with decentralizing services and allowing some departments to create their own HR departments, their own accounts payable, accounts receivable, their own IT departments, which has really been punitive to departments like the Auditor Controller's Office and information technology and personnel.
Yeah, I did want to actually, well, go ahead, Supervisor Wilson. I do have a comment about that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify so we can get direct. That's all I'm trying to get to. So I hear what you're saying, CAO Nelson, about that, but it still feels to me like we need to have that as an agenda item, and we can give some direction to give us an outline of what a report look like. Give us an outline of what realignment is going to look like. Give us, list those things so that we can make some definitive decision about those at a near future meeting. And even if it requires a special meeting, I think it would be okay with me. I just want to make sure that as part of this motion, this discussion is, put forward for the next round. I would also ask that on this motion, I would make a request that the CAO's office work with to work to help or to expedite or finish that report with relationship to the policies that you're talking about that's been started. I would ask that some consideration be made by the CA or by the AC's office with relationship to that, just so that we can get that buttoned up and as soon as possible, so that everyone's kind of working off the same page. And I think I'm sure people have been working on it, but obviously it's kind of bubbling up to the surface in terms of these conversations.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn?
But I wanted a point of clarification. So we're, one thing we can take off our mind. These are, if you can read them, these are a total of 121 different line items for the Auditor Controller's Office. She is exactly right. I think there's only 1 or 2 POs, but when they're being run through our office, through the office I got from, it kind of helps when the office is right there and they hand it to you. Every line item is counted as a separate one. You're right, it is only one, but it's every separate line item. But you have also had this sent to you, so probably one of your staff has it and probably hasn't shared it with you. So that was just a point of clarification. Just because I didn't want to think there was something nefarious going on with the purchasing staff and trying to hide things and going to dump 120 POs on you that weren't yours. So so I was glad for that point of clarification. You probably have that, so I'm glad. I'm sure you probably understand that. Back to, is there a motion that will cover? And it's so funny. I've got so many emails that tell me, why did you bring this forward? Why are you doing this? I would have loved to brought this on January 1st and had all of us looking at each other going, hey, we don't have any money. So, and found out all the reasons was all our fault. So I think now we're going to go ahead and take it on as our responsibility. And some of the stuff has been approved by the SCO. So I feel pretty comfortable on those. And I wanted to ask, and I don't know, have we ever had any of these kicked back and denied where we had to pay them money back? And I haven't been able to get a positive answer on that. So I think we've got to do something to move forward. I think what we're doing is, I think we're yelling fire in a crowded theater when the usher just flashed his flashlight for somebody to sit down with. I mean, I think we're doing the squirrel thing. Hey, look it over here, look it over here. We need to drill down and get the business of getting this done. And you'll have your turn, trust me. But we need to have this brought forward so the business of the county is done on a timely manner, because I can't take another beating on my roads not having money. I can't take a beating from staff because you said there's no problem, we're not going to lay down staff. So that's fine. I want to give you the bodies you need. I want to give them to you on a limited basis to see if they actually work. Basically, lease the car before you buy it. So I'm willing to do all that to give you more bodies after the original 3. I'm willing to do that. And then we can check back and see how it works. My issue is, you have told us if we don't do this, we're not going to get this stuff anyway. So my options are really, really, really slim. So this is what I want to go forward on, is for Supervisor Wilson, Supervisor Madrone, somebody give me something that we can vote on and make happen, that the business of the county moves forward in a kumbaya moment, and we can actually do what we are channeled to do, and that is to provide the services to the county, instead of saying, I mean, we can find something wrong in everybody and we can drill it down all we want, but we've been doing this the same way. And I've heard, just because you've been doing it the same way, we should try something else. Doesn't mean the new way won't work. You're exactly right. Something new might work, but this doesn't feel like it's working. If you think this is seamless and working, then damn, let's just keep going forward. But I heard this morning people asking for money. I get people calling me that have never had to ask for money, and they are. So I mean, that's where my issue is, and maybe I'm just reading it all wrong, and that could be very well true. So somebody give me a motion that we're giving our people, and we're going to get this signed, and we can go back to doing what we're supposed to do.
Ms. Paz Dominguez, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I wanted to share something with you, Chair Fennell, because since my staff are here, they heard you when you were wondering about the productivity. And just to show you how much we are able to accomplish, multitask while working from home, we've approved 149 invoices today. If you let me share my screen, I'll show you the proof. We've posted 282 cash receipts. We printed 203 checks today. We issued 56 payments via EFT. Jim made progress on the cost plan that everyone's been talking about all day. Teresa was able to pay out 12 special district claims today. She approved 4 purchase requests. It was Gianluca who did all the cash receipts. Courtney has been the one nailing ININ. That's where we do all the invoices. She's the one, she's got 91 that she's processed today. We got 15 roll corrections finished. We approved 25 to 30 Cal card packets, and we've been able to respond to 10 emails. But emails kind of are the lowest on the priority because payments to vendors are the most important thing to us, because that's what we agreed to when this board issued a state of emergency through our continuity of operations plan. We hear you, Supervisor Bohn. We want to pay vendors. We're doing it. We're doing it. We paid them all today. But I do think we need the staff.
Ms. Paz-Dominguez, I agree 100%, and thank you for doing, because the one thing the county has done, and thank God for the CAO's office that has stepped forward during this pandemic, is we have allowed people to work from home and still get 100% and actually get extra time off to take care of their kids in case school closures. But we've also been able to pay 100% of our union obligated pay, and you don't have to drive to and from work. The efficiencies, as you just said last week, I think the efficiencies are so much better working from home. Week before last, the efficiencies are so much better. And just so you know, we have been able to pay all your staff and all the other county employees that are working from home 100%, even though they can't come to the office. So everybody is doing their job. That's what you just quoted, was basically the auditor controller's job to do all that. And I applaud you for doing it. I appreciate you for doing it. But the other part of your job is to close our books so we can get reimbursed for funds that go to the roads, mental health, homelessness, or else people like Connie Beck, Tom Madsen and stuff wouldn't be on here asking us, basically pleading with us to do anything. I mean, Connie Beck's offering to give you staff. Tom Madsen's asking, let me know what you need so I can bring them up here next week, because they want to do just as you were able to do your job. So I appreciate your staff. I appreciate you doing. This isn't me against your staff. This isn't me against you. This isn't about anything. This is about getting less phone calls about people not getting paid. And as you heard today, if this was an easy fix, we wouldn't be on here for 6 hours already, and we're still no closer, I get this feeling. There is an issue, and I don't know, you tell me if it's the CAO, you, whatever the case may be. I'm sorry to say this, you're getting a lot of the blame because everything worked fine up until a couple of years ago. So maybe, I mean, and that's not a fair assumption. It may be working better now with everything you've implemented and the hundreds of hours of training you've done with all the departments. It just doesn't feel like it. And that's all I want to do, is feel like it's working better and people are getting paid, and Tom Madsen and Connie Beck and other departments and school superintendents aren't going, we're not getting responded to, we need our payments. That's all. And maybe I don't think I'm going after anybody. I'm just going after efficiencies, like people go after Maggie when they don't think justice is being done. I mean, they pick it out front. So, or the sheriff, they had pickets out front for the sheriff last Friday. So everybody gets a little taste of this. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Well, I don't know how to follow that, to be quite honest. There's a lot in there that I'll disassociate with a lot of that so that we can just kind of move forward. I mean, I empathize with, some of the frustrations of how all this stuff is working or not working, but I would disassociate with that no progress has been made today. And I do think that progress has been made today. And this is a board with various opinions about, all of these things. But I really just want to get back to the motion and the progress part about this before, because I really do not want to get to another back and forth on the details of this. I want to reach out to Supervisor Madrone just for a minute, if I may, and just see if the direction of the motions and which are on here so far are something that he feels like is within the realm of something that he can support. because I really do want to get us to an eventual 5-0 on getting, everyone and moving together. I'm not sure this will be a kumbaya by any means, but I do think it is an opportunity to get past some significant milestones and move us forward. So I'm asking for Steve to kind of give me a shout out there.
Sure, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. Yeah, Mike, Supervisor Wilson, I appreciate the comments, requests, as well as everybody, Supervisor Bohn, Bass. It's been a long day. Thank you, Karen, and all of your staff for your input and members of the community. Yeah, I'm feeling comfortable with where we're heading. I mean, I think there's still a lot of unresolved things. I think part of why Karen was trying to share that stuff on the screen with us, because she and the auditor and she and the CAO's office have been trying to resolve those things, but they haven't gotten resolved. So I think she thought maybe if she showed those things to us, we might understand better the difficulties she's having with posting and approving those things with the limited information that has been provided. But I do appreciate Director Dominguez, your willingness with our assuming responsibility as well to get these postings done. I think your request for having copies in your office of award letters for all grants and approved budgets for those grants, to me seems like a really straightforward, simple task. I recognize, as Supervisor Wilson said, that maybe not this week though, right? I mean, just because of staffing in all the departments with Thanksgiving, everybody's so burned out. I suspect everybody's really relishing, including you and your staff, the opportunity to have a few days off this week. We all need that. We all need to rekindle with our smaller families, no big gatherings, right? But those that we're in cohorts with, the rest of it, we got a Zoom. That's a bummer, but that's the name of the game right now. So I don't know that we can get that done this week. So I very much appreciate your willingness with us adding our weight to responsibility to that, to get that done in the next few days this week. Thank you very much for that. I know that was not an easy thing for you to agree to. But I will say that, Supervisor Wilson, it makes me more comfortable if part of this motion does include direction to department heads to provide copies of award letters and approved budgets to the CAO, to the Auditor Controller's Office, so that we can just get past this permanently. That should just be an ongoing direction. Those things should be provided so that their office can feel that they have accountability in approving these costs. So, kind of what I've heard is a multi-piece motion. Maybe it needs to be made in 4 or 5 different motions, but what I've heard was requests to the AC to post the ISF charges, requests to the AC to post the CFS charges in the next week here, I believe, by November 30th. And that as part of that, the board would also take personal responsibility for these charges as they are being approved at this time. The third part was directing department heads to provide those award letters and approved contract budgets to the AC for everything that currently exists, and in the future, any new grants that come in. It should be an automatic thing. Part of the playbook, as Amy said earlier. These are all parts of what we want in the playbook to make it clear. These are what the AC's office needs to be able to process and do their job. And these are the responsibilities that the departments, districts, CAO's office need to provide to allow them to do that job. I also heard a portion of the motion being with those postings to hopefully close the books, not hopefully, to close the books so that the road report can be done next week. I mean, this is a big deal, right? So this week we got to get those things posted so that Tom can call them and say we're on for next week, which he's already scheduled. But without that happening, we're in a world of hurt again. And then the last part was for us to direct AC and HR to come back with those 2 positions that have now been refined with qualifications to consider a supplemental budget so that we can move on that as quickly as possible. Because even if we do all these other things with this current emergency, like a month ago we had the ADP emergency, we need to move out of emergency status, right? And so having that supplemental budget so we can get these positions approved with folks that have the capabilities we're looking for, that all looks good to me. So I see 5 different pieces there. I'd be willing to make the motion, but somebody else could as well.
I already did.
You know, so
I
already
did.
You saying I just,
Supervisor,
yeah.
okay.
As the motion maker, I already made the motion, and I see you, Ryan. So hold on one second. That really it's not that it's we authorize the
Right.
auditor controller, and in that authorization we take responsibility, not some, but we take responsibility for those 3 items. I also you had kind of only one part of the motion with the part of the motion with relationship to the resources for the auditor controller's offices that staff would bring back basically some options, of which you named one of those options. The other being operations realignment, which could also happen, and then also mixed in there is the potential for a study too. But I want to make sure that whatever it is we're going to get to, it is getting those resources available. So and then there was one last thing, which was really number 6, and then I had to reach out to Karen on this, which is this sort of operations, the playbook, the policy document that's being worked on, and I'm just kind of wondering, is that something that you feel like that you can delve into and help kind of get flushed out so that we can move forward on that in the near future? And that's just through the chair to Karen.
Ms. Pan-Dominguez.
Thank you. Yeah, so the auditor controller has the authority to do the finance policy setting, and we've brought before the capital asset policy, the record retention policy. I know that the HUM 21 brought the cash handling policy. We're certainly willing to keep drafting policy, getting feedback from people, and ultimately developing a policy manual. That's already been something we're working on in response to audit findings from 3 years ago. So we will continue that work.
But specifically, we have a third party working on this, according to.
I don't know
CAO
why.
now.
Sorry.
Okay.
I should wait for permission.
So I guess you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop that subject for now because in the interests of harmony and moving forward, I'm going to stick with the 5 things that we have going right now. We can talk about those policy documents at another time. But it seems like, you know, we really need to work on these things today, as Chair Fennell has talked about, you know, getting past these points. So let's do that. So that's my motion. It comes in those 5 parts. Ryan, do you feel like you got what it is, or?
If we're going to be segmenting, if we're going to have multiple motions, procedure, that was my understanding, is that we're going to have 2 different motions.
It's a 5-part motion.
Then we'll definitely need to have it reread, because it was my understanding at the beginning it would be multiple motions. So if we could just have it cleared out one more time for transparency, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
CAO Nelson, could you help me with that through the chair?
Okay. The first that I have is authorize the auditor controller to post the central service charges contained in the state controller's approved 2019-20 cost allocation plan, and as already submitted by county staff by November 30th, 2020. That's number 1. Number 2, I have authorized the auditor controller to post the internal service fund charges approved by the SCO in the 2019-20 cost allocation plan, and as already submitted by county staff by November 30th, 2020. Number 3, authorize the auditor controller to close fiscal year 2019-20 by November 25th, which would include all journals submitted by all county staff. Number 4, direct departments to provide federal award letters and budgets to the Auditor Controller's Office. I would like to just say something about this. Budgets are already approved through the budget process. So this does seem to be a bit of a redundant request of staff, but nonetheless, I'm sure we can make that happen. Number 5, I have direct the AC and Human Resources to return with position classification, potential operations realignment. Hold on.
I don't think we can direct. We have to ask politely.
And conduct and an option to conduct a staffing study and to include supplemental budgets if necessary.
And then my assumption is that they're within that last part, that when the staff comes back with that we'll be looking at both long-term and potential short-term options for that. I just want to make sure that's clarified. It doesn't have to be in the motion, but I just want to make sure the intent is on the record.
I would second that motion.
Okay. And thank you, CAO Nilsson and Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Madrone. I do understand that. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Bass?
Thank you. I just had a question on the motion when it comes, excuse me, to the federal award letters. Are we having them do that for what's left of this year, or is this beginning next year? Because it sounded like it could be more of a task to get it done in time this year than we're able to do. So, or can they turn it in after the fact? I don't know. I don't want to see
as feasible.
Through the chair, quite frankly, I don't feel like this particular direction to departments is necessary. Again, if you read the negotiation agreement, we are compliant with the federal OMB circular. And so I don't think it's necessary that departments do this. If you want them to do this, and they're already submitting budgets through the budget adoption process, I would ask that you give departments some time. It shouldn't be contingent upon posting the 1920 cost allocation plan charges.
And that wasn't the intent. Let's just say by year's end.
So my question on that was, I thought it was just about the grant and not particularly the budget, but maybe I'm wrong on that.
I thought it was just the grant as well.
Yeah.
Well, Supervisor Madrone mentioned budgets. And so if you would remove budgets, I think that would be helpful, because some of those awards go across multiple budget units. And so that could be pretty time consuming.
I think the grant letters are what we need.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Clarifying, I did state that it was the award letters and budgets within the grants. That's what's the part that's being asked for. And CAO Nilsson, I certainly appreciate your perspective. I really do. But a lot of what we have been doing is saying to the auditor, tell us what you need and we'll provide it. She's told us that she could use this. Let's provide it. You even said that while it'd be hard maybe to do this week, we can get this stuff together and provide it. It may be a redundant step. And maybe as we look at the playbook and we look at how to streamline and make things work more efficiently, we can consider how that might happen in one step rather than 2 or 3. But I'm just trying to honor the auditor controller's request. We asked her, what do you need? She said, I need this. So let's provide it. And I'm fine with it being by the end of the year. I think we've already agreed that we're going to recommend or authorize the postings now. So they're not important tomorrow, but they are important to eventually get into that office as timely as possible. So that's really all I was trying to do there. And I'm fine with the motion as it has been read and adjusted.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. I have Supervisor Bohn and Council Billingsley.
If that's going to come through that way, then I will be voting no, because I'm going to have a hard time voting for redundancy in county government. I think we have enough of it already. It's already there. It's a redundant step. We've heard that. It's in. Some of the grants already have that in the fulfillment of their grant. So just so you know, keep it in there, and that will make my vote easy, because we have enough redundant things in there. And just because somebody wants redundancy, so it creates more work for all the other department heads and sends them down the rabbit hole. I'm going to make a couple requests here if that's all it takes, but I'm not going to get them granted. So, I mean, it's that just because they ask for it doesn't mean they get it. We're giving them in 3 years, 5 new people and a 9-member staff. And now you're wanting them to have the department heads do redundant work that's already been done, but would you do it again? Because that's what I'd like. I don't even have to stay around. I'll vote no. Thanks.
Supervisor Council Billingsley.
Chair, I just wanted to point out, I think the auditor controller had a question about the wording on recommendation number 3. So you may want to get her input.
Thank you, Council Billingsley. Yes, Ms. Paz-Dominguez, and also can you, I guess, can you explain why the award letters alone are not enough to back up the request for funding?
Thank you.
So, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Council Billingsley. The reason why I said wait when you said November 25th is I would need till Friday. I'm already planning to work till Friday, so I was just going to say, "Ooh, can you push it till Friday to close the year?" Because I heard Director Madsen say they're scheduled to come next week. So I would just like to request those 2 extra days. That's what I was objecting to there. And then I think there's been some misunderstanding here when we talk about grant budgets. We're not talking about the budget that the CAO presented and was approved. What Supervisor Madrone is saying is when you do apply for a grant and you get a federal award, it comes with a budget. You have to say, I'm going to spend it this way, just that limited grant. It's not the one that the board approves. And that federal award letter already includes that budget that says we'll pay for this much of salaries, this much of expenses. We do it too in this county. It's very standard. It's not the same thing as the county budget that is being talked about. I think that was just a misunderstanding there. And because the auditor controller is authorized as the chief accounting officer, that documentation should already be going to the auditor controller. In some departments are already submitting it. So it's not something new.
So the words federal awards letter is inclusive of the information that you need. Thank you. So we can change the wording there. Director Beck, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that when we're talking about grants and allocations, that we are noting that some of these grants are year to year or multiple years or have gone on for many years. So it's not just a grant that we apply for and we get for 1 year, but it's actually monies that are allocated to our county. And so if it's a grant that we just recently submitted an application for, yeah, we would get the award letter and we would get that letter and it would be right there, right? But in other areas, there may be more complex issues. Like maybe we've been doing Medi-Cal for 50 years and need to go back to whatever that looks like. So I just want to make sure that we all understand that we say grants or allocations, and it's pretty broad. It's not like a 3-year or 5-year grant. And I apologize for it's complicated.
But I do appreciate that. Thank you, Director Beck. Supervisor Bass.
Madam Chair, yeah, I'm having a little, well, not the same amount of heartburn as perhaps Supervisor Bohn was. I'm just wondering, maybe would there be an ability to assess in 6 months if this is really a necessity or if it is redundancy? I I mean, if the auditor feels like she needs this, you know, let's see how it is, but you may find, or she may be able to find that it really is something that is already covered through the other plan, you know, the cap, or just, you know, somewhere else. So I just, you know, I don't want to have something that is being redundant. I appreciate her concern about wanting to make sure that, you know, that it's a valid federal award. I'm just wondering if we could reassess it to see if it's really necessary if we do go down that road.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. CIO Nielsen?
So federal award letter, that's doable. And if there was a misunderstanding on the budgets, it's clarified by the auditor controller. I think then the motion to direct departments to provide federal award letters to the AC by year's end is a reasonable motion. And the redundancy word, which stirred up a bunch of controversy, which was not meant to be done.
Great. Okay. So we now have Supervisor Wilson.
I just want to, with that cleared up, Rex, are we pulling you back in again? Since it doesn't have this redundancy, I just really would like, I'm trying to get everybody on board here.
I don't know. I really don't know. I know we're taking a department with 5 and adding 5 more, but we're not putting anybody in there to see where the best place for these 5 are. And in much respect to the staff and all the qualification that, what?
We're not doing that today. That's coming back to us to talk about what we're going to do with that, you know? And so I just want to be really clear. Yeah, no, that is coming back to us on what our options are for that, and we're going to talk about that at a meeting in the near future. Certainly, we have, you know, there are those of us on the board that are very committed to getting resources in that direction, but that wasn't on the agenda today, and we do need to get it on the agenda, be very specific about that. And so we're asking that come to us on a future agenda. That's one of the portions of this motion, is to bring that as an agenda. And certainly if you don't like it when we talk about it in the future, then you can make that, you know, we can have that discussion.
You're misunderstanding. I'm fully aware. I want to get, if she needs the staff and the staff is needed, but I want to make sure it's appropriate. I don't want to buy 10 Priuses for the road department to go out and fix potholes. We need to buy pickups. I want to make sure we're buying the right stuff, getting the right stuff, putting it in the right place. And it doesn't sound like we're doing that. I mean,
like I said, we'll have that discussion. So,
I think Supervisor Bohn, there's many aspects of that. There's first of all, what are the classifications? What exact positions are needed to be filled? Whether or not MGO comes in, whether or not we do a realignment and bring staff in from Department of Health and Human Services. So those are a few different avenues that we could go down. And so the agenda item would be to present these different approaches. That's all. So it's not that we're saying that right now, we're saying that it has to come back to address the issue of staffing in the Auditor Control's office. Am I correct, Supervisor Wilson? Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, I think that I'm really close to calling the question here, you guys.
Can I hear it again then?
Oh, God. Ryan.
There's 5 parts to it. I mean,
Wait a second, you guys. Ryan, you had your hand up.
Yeah, no, I understand Supervisor Bohn's concern, and there were a couple amendments requested during that time. So I think it would be helpful if we did hear it one more time. I heard number 3 for closing out that it was requested we go to November 27th when Council Billings.
Yep.
So I think if we got it read one more time, that'd be helpful for everyone.
So through the chair, I'll go again. The first one, authorize the Auditor Controller to post the central service charges contained in the State Controller's Office approved 2019-20 cost allocation plan and as already submitted by county staff by November 30th, 2020. Authorize the auditor controller to post the internal service fund charges approved by the SCO in the 1920 cost allocation plan and as already submitted by county staff by November 30th, 2020. Number 3, the auditor controller to close fiscal year 1920 by November 27th, which would include all journals submitted by all county staff. Number 4, direct departments to provide federal award letters to the AC by year's end. Number 5, direct the AC and HR to return with position classification work, potential operations realignment, conduct a potential staffing study, and include supplemental budgets if necessary.
Thank you.
And I think through the chair, I think I saw Karen looking for clarification on something. Were you?
I don't see your hand up. Ms. Paz-Dominguez?
Thank you. It's just this posting everybody's journal, that came out of nowhere for me. So maybe I didn't explain. I'm going to post the year to get it done on Friday. That means I'm going to post as much as I can. But I might not be able to complete everything by Friday. It's just going to be closing the year. And the things that I won't complete are the things that are going to come back in findings. Because what I'm being asked to do is kind of rush through it. So maybe I misunderstood what CAO Nilsson said.
CAO Nilsson, and then Director Beck.
Through the chair, it is important that all of the submitted journal entries are posted for state and federal claiming purposes. So it is important that all of the financial transactions that have been submitted to the Auditor Controller's Office for 1920 be posted.
Okay. Did you have your hand up, Director Beck?
I did, and I was only going to say the same thing that the CAO said. It's really important that we get the journals posted in order to close out the year. We can't function without all of the processes taking place prior to the close of the year. It would be detrimental to our department.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn, and then Ms. Paz-Dominguez.
The only concern I have with this is what I'm hearing is we need to have all this stuff for all of these end of the year stuff, which I think is a function of the Auditor Controller's Office. Now I'm hearing she doesn't think she'll have enough time, or the office won't have enough time to do it. So that means none of it's been done. Am I confused, or she's waving at me?
Ms. Paz-Dominguez.
I'm working on closing the year. You're asking me to get it done by Friday so that the people can come and help Public Works. I'm going to do everything I can, but remember, I'm still inadequately staffed. So I'm not understanding how I'm being asked to do everything that I would do in, let's say, 2 weeks, but you got to do it in 4 days, but you don't have additional staff. That wasn't what I agreed to. That wasn't what I'm ready to agree to. I'm from now till then, if this meeting ever ends, from now until then, I'm going to be working on year end, posting as much as I can for that Friday deadline. But when Friday hits, I have to stop because I'll have to close the year. That will result in audit findings, which is why I had expressed to the board, you're going to accept responsibility with me because you're asking me to rush through something. I thought we were on the same page. I'll close the year at the end of this week on Friday. I'm going to post as much as I can, but I'm not guaranteeing that I'm going to post all of DHHS's journals or all of any specific department's journals. I mean, I'm trying really hard to listen and work with everyone, but I've never seen this much attention go to any single department that has asked for additional staff this repeatedly over the years. I have not seen this much pushback ever. And I'm here working with you and I'm saying I'll do it, but now she's adding stuff into the motion that we didn't agree to that. But I'm running out of time to even say like, wait, that's not what we said. That's not what we said. The way I remember what we said, number one, you are authorizing and accepting responsibility for the cost plan charges as they have been submitted to me for the central services. Number two, you are authorizing me and accepting full responsibility for the cost plan charges related to the internal service funds. Number three, you are authorizing me to close the year by Friday. Beyond that, I wasn't even listening anymore, because I'm running out of energy. But that's as much as I can do for sure that I can commit to you. But if you set me up to do other things that I can't really do, we're both gonna be disappointed with each other.
Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm thinking Supervisor Bohn was thinking journal entries get entered over time, you know, I mean, because I think that's how, you know, when we got our business, obviously it was not a governmental agency. What I'm hearing, what I hear from Director Beck and CEO Nielsen is those need to be in as well. I guess I think that's in there. It sounds like the journal entries are also needed to make it complete. So what I'm wondering is, I know that there is offer from Connie Beck or Director Beck to provide staff. What do you need to try to get those journal entries in? I mean, if we can do something, because it sounds like it's a necessary component of closing out the year. I think what I'm hearing.
I'm sorry to do this because it's a direct question to Ms. Paz-Dominguez. So if you can keep that in your head, Ms. Paz-Dominguez, I do have Director Mattson with his hand up, and maybe he can lend a little clarification in terms of his department.
For our department, if we can get verification that no charges will be moved back, we think we can work with the SEO on that, because that will effectively close the books on our department.
Thank you for that, Director Mattson. Does that help clarify for you, Ms. Paz-Dominguez?
So you don't need me to close the year, is what I think I just heard. Oh.
She's saying that she's asking us if we need the books closed.
Oh.
The answer is no, right? Sorry about that.
Well,
sorry about that. I have my chief financial officer who's running back and forth between the phone and the SEO's office. That is correct. If we can be sure that Public Works won't change, that we're effectively closed out, even if the rest of the county is not, the SEO will work with that.
thank you, Director Mattson. Okay.
And so if I modify the motion to for part number 3, which is basically effective that the books are closed for the Public Works Department, would that be fine? And then Connie, like, where are you on this? Is that going to be good? Are you going to survive with that?
Yeah, that was who I was going to ask next, Director Beck. Does that work for you?
I apologize. I was talking outside of this meeting.
Okay, sorry about that.
I apologize for that.
So we were just talking about Auditor Controller's concern about the posting of the journaling. Can you translate your concerns, Ms. Paz-Dominguez, for Director Beck?
Oh, I have no concerns. What I've heard is that it's not necessarily that I need to close the year in order for the state to come and help Public Works. It's that I need to just finalize all posting specifically and only for Public Works. The work for the rest of the county can continue beyond Friday. If that's the case, okay, I will shift gears to just Public Works work. And journals are an ongoing thing. It's not necessarily that we just get them once a year. They're ongoing.
And so does that impact your situation, Director Beck?
Yeah, so I would only say to that it would only impact if we're talking about the November 30th deadline, right? So that's the charges that need to happen by November 30th. That doesn't have anything to do with closing the books.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
I appreciate that.
Is that, Madam Chair, is that the $500,000 for SB?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, maker of the motion, how are you doing?
I don't know where I am. Feeling good. I'm hearing the poppies, you know, just rolling out here by the ocean. It's all good. Let's see. I think we're good. I think all 5 parts are there. I think number 3 has been modified so that really it's closing out the books for the Public Works Department by Friday. I think we're good with that. Yeah, I think we're all there. I'm hoping that both Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Bohn are feeling like they're in on the team with this, so that we can move forward past this point.
Okay, so Supervisor Madrone is giving a thumbs up. Supervisor Bass.
Sorry I didn't do this. So now we're talking just to close the books for just Public Works. I want to make sure that we don't have anything else hanging out there that needs to be done, because I'm going, okay, we're doing this piecemeal. I know it's kind of like how it's got to be. I just want to make sure we give enough authorization that the work we need to get done gets done, you know. And I'm feeling from this most recent motion, I just want to make sure it covers, you know, all the things we need to have covered. I mean, I'm concerned if we're doing one department and then we have to do one posting for DHHS. I don't know, when are we going to actually all pull it all together? I guess maybe that's my question. Or does it go together?
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, very good question, Supervisor Bass. I have those concerns as well. The way I'm understanding it is by getting the ISF and the CSF charges posted, that takes care of most of our issues in the short term, along with closing out the books for Public Works so they can get that state audit and road report done next week. From what I've read in all the staff reports and all the other elements before us today, I believe that handles all of the emergency issues that are coming before us over the next several weeks. And I applaud you and Supervisor Bohn for setting this up today. As I said earlier, I think it could have been titled a little differently. I don't think that was intentionally bad on your part by any means. But I thank you, because these are some really difficult things we're working through. And without this 7-hour discussion, we'd all still be, I don't know what, it'd be crazy, right? So thank you. And thank you, Karen Paz Dominguez, and all of your staff, and all the department heads that have spent the day with us trying to figure out, you know, how to work together to solve these problems. And from what I see of this motion, that's what it does. It identifies all the things we came up with today. Nobody's perfectly happy with everything, but it moves us forward. And I'm comfortable that we've dealt with the emergencies that we have on our plate right now.
Thank you,
And if I'm
Supervisor
wrong,
Madrone.
if I'm wrong,
Well,
somebody please tell me something's still hanging out there, because not from what I've read and from what I've heard.
Well, I'm looking at the board packet, and I do have a question for the Treasurer Tax Collector, Mr. Bartholomew. So, John, you had your hand up, and maybe you have an answer to my question with the reason for your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair Fennell. My question for the Auditor Controller is to when she estimates that the year will be totally closed so that we can apportion interest so all the schools and the districts and can receive their interest money, and then I can report to the State Controller's Office what our apportionment rate was with all the computations for the entire fiscal year. And Chair Fennell, you had a question for me?
Actually, that was exactly not in those words, because I don't think I could have done that, but I was a little bit concerned about these other components of the agenda items, specifically with regard to the apportionment of interests. So, Ms. Paz Dominguez, that was a question for you from the Treasurer Tax Collector.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know how to answer you, John. You just watched this whole meeting. I now have to focus just on the cost plan and only on public works. At this point, I'm winging it week by week. What's going to be the direction next week? What will be the emergency? I want to tell you I'll close soon, but it's been the pattern now that every time I get close to closing, something else comes up. What would you like for me to give you another date, even if it might not happen? I mean, is anyone seeing things from my perspective right now?
The Treasurer Tax Collector said yes, he'd like another date, please.
I just want an estimate.
Okay, let me just throw
An
dart on the
estimate.
calendar. Before Christmas, that's, let's see, it's the 23rd today. The day is gone for the most part. I'm going to be working through the holiday. This whole week is going to be central service charges and public works. Next week, it'll be DHHS. There's still schools. There's leases. There's the finance plan that's it's nowhere near making sense. December 18th.
Does that work for you? Yes, please.
Yes, if I might just respond to that, and based on the Auditor Controller's comments, this reinforces the fact that she does in fact need more staff, because we are approaching the 6-month period from closing last fiscal year now. And I feel for all the work that the Auditor Controller and staff are being asked to do. It's a lot. I understand the pressure, and I would not wish it on anybody. And Karen, I'm sorry you're in that position. I'm not trying to create more problems for you. I really just want to be able to do my job and report to the State Controller's Office as I'm required to do. And the thing that concerns me is that if the Auditor Controller's Office is not able to maintain the level of completions, the amount of work that they are required to do at this point in time, they need to get the additional staff so that this does not keep getting snowballed into the future. And I want to emphasize, and as I said at last month's meeting, the Auditor Controller does need to get the staff in order to do the job and maintain their reporting requirements within statutory code, state, federal, and local. So thank you very much for the very long, detailed day. I think we all have a much better understanding of where the county's at. And for me, it's about controlled risk, just as all of our lives are. We have to control the risk that we're assuming. And again, if the county can allocate the amount of staffing needed for the Auditor Controller's Office to keep timely reporting as they are required to statutorily, that is the objective here. And so, again, I'm not trying to throw blame on anyone. We just all have to do our jobs and work together as best possible to get the job done and make the county a high-performing organization, just like we all know it can be. So that's all I wanted to say. And Karen, again, I'm not trying to point fingers. I just want to know where we're at so I can do my job. Thank you.
I will just follow that up with a question. Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew. Ms. Paz Dominguez mentioned December 18th. Would that work in terms of interest apportionment?
Well,
this is for the 1920, right? That ended in June.
Right. I understand. And of course it'll work. We will make it work however and whenever the year can be closed. My concern is, though, historically, we've apportioned interest 1 quarter after the previous quarter closed. In other words, we apportioned interest for the previous quarter basically 3 months after the other quarter closed. That's not a good way to describe it, but I think you know what I'm saying. And so here we are going on almost 6 months. And so it really affects all the budgets for all the entities that are pooling their money with the county. And it has a huge snowball effect across all the districts and the schools. So it is critically important that the Auditor Controller's Office is able to get done with all of their required work in a much more timely basis than they are right now. And so that's why I think the staffing issue really needs to be addressed and fixed. And as CEO Nilsson mentioned a little while ago, bring the staffing up, and then if not as much staffing is needed, then as retention and whatnot goes forward and people retire, go on different jobs, then those staffing positions do not need to be filled again. But the point being that all departments should be at optimal staffing levels without people overstressed, but at the same time, you don't want to have too many people. We don't want anybody twiddling their thumbs. And my experience across the county is that is not the case. In other words, most people are overworked and just hanging on as well as they can. And so we don't want the Auditor Controller's Office to feel overstressed with their jobs. We have to maintain employment long-term. Employees should be satisfied and content with their jobs, and they should be putting in a full day's work, but they should not be stressing out over them throughout their evening and night. So it's about finding the optimum amount of staffing for each department whereby everything can get done and people can live a decent life. So
wow.
I expanded too much. I apologize.
No, you're perfect.
Not a problem at all. Thank you, Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew. CAO Nielsen.
I just wanted to add that I've heard from Jeff Dolph and your agricultural commissioner, and they have passed their CDFA deadline. It's been extended to December 1st. But they need to be able to complete their financial statements as well for the unclaimed gas tax. So I just want to put that on everyone's radar. And a date for closing the year end would be helpful.
Good. All right. Okay, so I guess that is that a question then for the Auditor Controller, Amy, from the Agricultural Commissioner?
Chair Fennell, it's really just a statement that there's another deadline.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
Do these deadlines happen every year? Or is this something new with the Newsom administration? There's all these deadlines that we have to meet, because I'm hearing about 4 or 5 deadlines and that we're not prepared for them. And I'm just, and if that's all because we need 2 more people, then that's my fault. I should have found them months ago, but I thought the 3 were adequate. So I'm I'm really confused, and that's easily for me. Are these deadlines new, or don't they happen every year? I'm at a loss that we're up against this time frame all of a sudden when we're talking millions of dollars, and it just seems to be so, we're being so penny wise and dollar foolish. It feels like that we're picking up a penny as the Brinks truck drives by with open doors. So I mean, I'm just having it just seems like, and out of respect to Karen Paz Dominguez, she's saying, how many more emergency deadlines am I going to get? And I'm going, I don't want her to have any more. So are there any new deadlines out there that we didn't know about? Because they shouldn't be surprising. They should have already been known. But I guess that's where I'm confused. I don't understand. Everybody else probably has a better handle on, I guess, financials and deadlines. But I've never seen this before. And I've only been here 8.5 years. So,
Ms. Paz Dominguez.
Every week, I'm learning about new deadlines, about you have to do this if it doesn't get done today. Sorry, it's so late. It's due today. But I don't want that to sound like we just don't know about these deadlines. We have to realize and accept that we are in the middle of an emergency. We're in the middle of a pandemic that has caused staff shortages across all departments. And so the remaining staff are just learning about deadlines that other staff knew about. So I am just now, throughout this pandemic, I have been learning about new deadlines that I had never heard about before because there was no concern for them. And then in our department, we have our regular quarterly deadlines. We just grew accustomed to never meeting them because we've just never had staff. So you're getting a combination of we are inadequately staffed, but also departments are struggling to bring me the stuff with enough time for us to complete it. Grant claims to sign, new applications to sign, reimbursements to request.
Understood.
That's just what's happening. No one department is to blame in this case. Or in any case, I guess, yeah.
Wow.
Well, I think that we've gotten to a point where we have some items on the table. I think that this discussion's been helpful to get us to that point. Unless anybody else has any other input about the items before us, the motion before us, I would like to move forward with a vote. Is there anyone? Ryan?
I believe the part of motion number 3 is now changed just to public works, but I just want to confirm that and make sure that's okay with the motion maker and seconder.
Yes, that is good, and looking forward to, or not, but looking forward. We're gonna have more conversations about this, and it's it's a work in progress. But I think we got some stuff done today, and I'm glad.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go with a roll call. Ryan?
Okay, thank you, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
I don't think I'm yes, but I really feel like I'm being held up. I mean, give me this or you don't get that. And I'm sorry. I said it. Sorry.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody. And it's been a long day. Take a break and enjoy your Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.